Chapter 1 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 1, Murder and Pillage. Hauptmann Fritz Schneider trudged wearily through the somber aisles of the dark forest. Sweat rolled down his bullet head and stood upon his heavy jowls and bull neck. His lieutenant marched beside him, while Under-Lieutenant von Goss brought up the rear. Following with a handful of askaris, the tired and all but exhausted porters, whom the black soldiers, following the example of their white officer, encouraged with the sharp points of bayonets and the metal-shod butts of rifles. There were no porters within reach of Hauptmann Schneider, so he vented his Prussian spleen upon the askaris nearest at hand, yet with greater circumspection, since these men bore loaded rifles, and the three white men were alone with them in the heart of Africa. Ahead of the Hauptmann marched half his company, behind him the other half. Thus were the dangers of the savage jungle minimized for the German captain. At the forefront of the column staggered two naked savages fastened to each other by a neck chain. These were the native guides impressed into the service of Kultur, and upon their poor bruised bodies Kultur's brand was revealed in divers cruel wounds and bruises. Thus even in darkest Africa was the light of German civilization commencing to reflect itself upon the undeserving natives, just as at the same period, the fall of 1914, it was shedding its glorious effulgence upon benighted Belgium. It is true that the guides had led the party astray, but this is the way of most African guides. Nor did it matter that ignorance rather than evil intent had been the cause of their failure. It was enough for Hauptmann Fritz Schneider to know that he was lost in the African wilderness, and that he had at hand human beings less powerful than he, who could be made to suffer by torture. That he did not kill them outright was partially due to a faint hope that they might eventually prove the means of extricating him from his difficulties, and partially that so long as they lived, they might be made to suffer. The poor creatures, hoping that chance might lead them at last upon the right trail, insisted that they knew the way, and so led on through a dismal forest, along a winding game trail trodden deep by the feet of countless generations of the savage denizens of the jungle. Here Tantor the elephant took his long way from dust wallow to water. Here Buto the rhinoceros blundered blindly in his solitary majesty, while by night the great cats paced silently upon their padded feet beneath the dense canopy of overreaching trees toward the broad plain beyond, where they found their best hunting. It was at the edge of this plain, which came suddenly and unexpectedly before the eyes of the guides, that their sad hearts beat with renewed hope. Here the Hauptmann drew a deep sigh of relief, for after days of hopeless wandering through almost impenetrable jungle, the broad vista of waving grasses dotted here and there with open park-like woods, and in the far distance the winding line of green shrubbery that denoted a river, appeared to the European a veritable heaven. The Hun smiled in his relief, passed a cheery word with his lieutenant, and then scanned the broad plain with his field glasses. Back and forth they swept across the rolling land until at last they came to rest upon a point near the center of the landscape and close to the green-fringed contours of the river. "We are in luck," said Schneider to his companions. "Do you see it?" The lieutenant, who was also gazing through his own glasses, finally brought them to rest upon the same spot that had held the attention of his superior. "Yes," he said, "an English farm. It must be Greystoke's, for there is none other in this part of the British East Africa. God is with us, Herr Captain." "We have come upon the English schweinhund long before he can have learned that his country is at war with ours," replied Schneider. "Let him be the first to feel the iron hand of Germany." "Let us hope that he is at home," said the lieutenant, "that we may take him with us when we report to Kraut at Nairobi. It will go well indeed with Herr Hauptmann Fritz Schneider if he brings in the famous Tarzan of the Apes as a prisoner of war." Schneider smiled and puffed out his chest. "You are right, my friend," he said. "It will go well with both of us. But I shall have to travel far to catch General Kraut before he reaches Mombasa. These English pigs, with their contemptible army, will make good time to the Indian Ocean." It was in a better frame of mind that the small force set out across the open country toward the trim and well-kept farm buildings of John Clayton, Lord Greystoke. But disappointment was to be their lot, since neither Tarzan of the Apes nor his son was at home. Lady Jane, ignorant of the fact that a state of war existed between Great Britain and Germany, welcomed the officers most hospitably and gave orders through her trusted Waziri to prepare a feast for the black soldiers of the enemy. Far to the east, Tarzan of the Apes was traveling rapidly from Nairobi toward the farm. At Nairobi, he had received news of the World War that had already started, and anticipating an immediate invasion of British East Africa by the Germans, was hurrying homeward to fetch his wife to a place of greater security. With him were a score of his Iban warriors, but far too slow for the ape-man was the progress of these trained and hardened woodsmen. When necessity demanded, Tarzan of the Apes sloughed the thin veneer of his civilization and with it the hampering apparel that was its badge. In a moment, the polished English gentleman reverted to the naked ape-man. His mate was in danger. For the time, that single thought dominated. He did not think of her as Lady Jane Greystoke, but rather as the she he had won by the might of his steel thews, and that he must hold and protect by virtue of the same offensive armament. It was no member of the House of Lords who swung swiftly and grimly through the tangled forest or trod with untiring muscles the wide spaces of open plain. It was a great he-ape, filled with a single purpose that excluded all thoughts of fatigue or danger. Little Manu, the monkey, scolding and chattering in the upper terraces of the forest, saw him pass. Long had it been since he had thus beheld the great Tarmangani naked and alone, hurtling through the jungle. Bearded and gray was Manu the monkey, and to his dim old eyes came the fire of recollection of those days when Tarzan of the Apes had ruled supreme, lord of the jungle, over all the myriad life that trod the matted vegetation between the boles of the great trees, or flew, or swung, or climbed in the leafy fastness upward to the very apex of the loftiest terraces. And Numa, the lion, lying up for the day close beside last night's successful kill, blinked his yellow-green eyes and twitched his tawny tail as he caught the scent spoor of his ancient enemy. Nor was Tarzan senseless to the presence of Numa or Manu or any of the many jungle beasts he passed in his rapid flight toward the west. No particle had his shallow probing of English society dulled his marvelous sense faculties. His nose had picked out the presence of Numa the lion even before the majestic king of the beasts was aware of his passing. He had heard noisy little Manu, and even the soft rustling of the parting shrubbery where Sheeta passed before either of these alert animals sensed his presence. But however keen the senses of the ape-man, however swift his progress through the wild country of his adoption, however mighty the muscles that bore him, he was still mortal. Time and space placed their inexorable limits upon him, nor was there another who realized this truth more keenly than Tarzan. He chafed and fretted that he could not travel with the swiftness of thought, and that the long, tedious miles stretching far ahead of him must require hours and hours of tireless effort upon his part before he would swing at last from the final bough of the fringing forest into the open plain and in sight of his goal. Days it took, even though he lay up at night for but a few hours and left to chance the finding of meat directly on his trail. If Wapi, the antelope, or Horta, the boar, chanced in his way when he was hungry, he ate, pausing but long enough to make the kill and cut himself a steak. Then at last the long journey drew to its close, and he was passing through the last stretch of heavy forest that bounded his estate upon the east. And then this was traversed, and he stood upon the plain's edge, looking out across his broad lands toward his home. At the first glance his eyes narrowed and his muscles tensed. Even at that distance he could see that something was amiss. A thin spiral of smoke arose at the right of the bungalow where the barns had stood, but there were no barns there now, and from the bungalow chimney from which smoke should have arisen, there arose nothing. Once again, Tarzan of the Apes was speeding onward, this time even more swiftly than before, for he was goaded now by a nameless fear, more product of intuition than of reason. Even as the beasts, Tarzan of the Apes seemed to possess a sixth sense. Long before he reached the bungalow, he had almost pictured the scene that finally broke upon his view. Silent and deserted was the vine-covered cottage. Smoldering embers marked the site of his great barns. Gone were the thatched huts of his sturdy retainers, empty the fields, the pastures, and corrals. Here and there vultures rose and circled above the carcasses of men and beasts. It was with a feeling as nearly akin to terror as he ever had experienced that the ape-man finally forced himself to enter his home. The first sight that met his eyes set the red haze of hate and bloodlust across his vision, for there, crucified against the wall of the living room, was Wasimbu, giant son of the faithful Muviro, and for over a year the personal bodyguard of Lady Jane. The overturned and shattered furniture of the room, the brown pools of dried blood upon the floor, and prints of bloody hands on walls and woodwork evidenced something of the frightfulness of the battle that had been waged within the narrow confines of the apartment. Across the baby grand piano lay the corpse of another black warrior, while before the door of Lady Jane's boudoir were the dead bodies of three more of the faithful Greystoke servants. The door of this room was closed. With drooping shoulders and dull eyes, Tarzan stood gazing dumbly at the insensate panel which hid from him what horrid secret he dared not even guess. Slowly, with leaden feet, he moved toward the door. Gropingly, his hand reached for the knob. Thus he stood for another long minute, and then, with a sudden gesture, he straightened his giant frame, threw back his mighty shoulders, and with fearless head held high, swung back the door and stepped across the threshold into the room which held for him the dearest memories and associations of his life. No change of expression crossed his grim and stern-set features as he strode across the room and stood beside the little couch and the inanimate form which lay face downward upon it, the still, silent thing that had pulsed with life and youth and love. No tear dimmed the eye of the ape-man, but the God who made him alone could know the thoughts that passed through this still savage brain. For a long time he stood there just looking down upon the dead body, charred beyond recognition, and then he stooped and lifted it in his arms. As he turned the body over and saw how horribly death had been meted, he plumbed in that instant the innermost depths of grief and horror and hatred. Nor did he require the evidence of the broken German rifle in the outer room or the torn and blood-stained service cap upon the floor to tell him who had been the perpetrators of this horrid and useless crime. For a moment he had hoped against hope that the blackened corpse was not that of his mate, but when his eyes discovered and recognized the rings upon her fingers, the last faint ray of hope forsook him. In silence, in love, and in reverence, he buried in the little rose garden that had been Jane Clayton's pride and love the poor charred form, and beside it the great black warriors who had given their lives so futilely in their mistress's protection. At one side of the house Tarzan found other newly made graves, and in these he sought final evidence of the identity of the real perpetrators of the atrocities that had been committed here in his absence. Here he disinterred the bodies of a dozen German askaris and found upon their uniforms the insignia of the company and regiment to which they had belonged. This was enough for the ape-man. White officers had commanded these men, nor would it be a difficult task to discover who they were. Returning to the rose garden, he stood among the untrampled blooms and bushes above the grave of his dead. With bowed head he stood there in a last mute farewell. As the sun sank slowly behind the towering forests of the west, he turned slowly away upon the still distinct trail of Hauptmann Fritz Schneider and his blood-stained company. His was the suffering of the dumb brute, mute, though voiceless no less poignant. At first his vast sorrow numbed his other faculties of thought. His brain was overwhelmed by the calamity to such an extent that it reacted to but a single objective suggestion. She is dead. She is dead. She is dead. Again and again this phrase beat monotonously upon his brain, a dull, throbbing pain. Yet mechanically his feet followed the trail of her slayer, while subconsciously his every sense was upon the alert for the ever-present perils of the jungle. Gradually the labor of his great grief brought forth another emotion so real, so tangible, that it seemed a companion walking at his side. It was hate, and it brought to him a measure of solace and of comfort, for it was a sublime hate that ennobled him as it had ennobled countless thousands since, hatred for Germany and Germans. It centered upon the slayer of his mate, of course, but it included everything German, animate or inanimate. As the thought took firm hold upon him, he paused and, raising his face to Goro, the moon, cursed with upraised hands the authors of this hideous crime that had been perpetrated in that once peaceful bungalow behind him, and he cursed their progenitors, their progeny, and all their kind, the while he took silent oath to war upon them relentlessly until death overtook him. There followed almost immediately a feeling of content. For where before his future at best seemed but a void, now it was filled with possibilities, the contemplation of which brought him, if not happiness, at least a surcease of absolute grief. For before him lay a great work that would occupy his time. Stripped not only of all the outward symbols of civilization, Tarzan had also reverted morally and mentally to the status of the savage beast he had been reared. Never had his civilization been more than a veneer put on for the sake of her he loved, because he thought it made her happier to see him thus. In reality, he had always held the outward evidences of so-called culture in deep contempt. Civilization meant to Tarzan of the Apes a curtailment of freedom in all its aspects. Freedom of action, freedom of thought, freedom of love, freedom of hate. Clothes he abhorred. Uncomfortable, hideous, confining things that reminded him somehow of bonds securing him to the life he had seen the poor creatures of London and Paris living. Clothes were the emblem of that hypocrisy for which civilization stood, a pretense that the wearers were ashamed of what the clothes covered, of the human form made in the semblance of God. Tarzan knew how silly and pathetic the lower orders of animals appeared in the clothing of civilization, for he had seen several poor creatures thus apparelled in various traveling shows in Europe, and he knew too how silly and pathetic man appears in them, since the only men he had seen in the first 20 years of his life had been like himself, naked savages. The ape-man had a keen admiration for a well-muscled, well-proportioned body, whether lion or antelope or man, and it had ever been beyond him to understand how clothes could be considered more beautiful than a clear, firm, healthy skin, or coat and trousers more graceful than the gentle curves of rounded muscles playing beneath a flexible hide. In civilization, Tarzan had found greed and selfishness and cruelty far beyond that which he had known in his familiar savage jungle, and though civilization had given him his mate and several friends whom he loved and admired, he never had come to accept it as you and I who have known little or nothing else. So it was with a sense of relief that he now definitely abandoned it and all that it stood for, and went forth into the jungle once again stripped to his loincloth and weapons. The hunting knife of his father hung at his left hip. His bow and his quiver of arrows were slung across his shoulders, while around his chest, over one shoulder and beneath the opposite arm, was coiled the long grass rope, without which Tarzan would have felt quite as naked as would you, should you be suddenly thrust upon a busy highway clad only in a Union suit. A heavy war spear, which he sometimes carried in one hand and again slung by a thong about his neck so that it hung down his back, completed his armament and his apparel. The diamond-studded locket with the pictures of his mother and father that he had worn always until he had given it as a token of his highest devotion to Jane Clayton before their marriage was missing. She always had worn it since, but it had not been upon her body when he found her slain in her boudoir, so that now his quest for vengeance included also a quest for the stolen trinket. Toward midnight, Tarzan commenced to feel the physical strain of his long hours of travel and to realize that even muscles such as his had their limitations. His pursuit of the murderers had not been characterized by excessive speed, but rather more in keeping with his mental attitude, which was marked by a dogged determination to require from the Germans more than an eye for an eye and more than a tooth for a tooth, the element of time entering but slightly into his calculations. Inwardly, as well as outwardly, Tarzan had reverted to beast, and in the lives of beasts, time, as a measurable aspect of duration, has no meaning. The beast is actively interested only in now, and it is always now, and always shall be. There is an eternity of time for the accomplishment of objects. The ape-man naturally had a slightly more comprehensive realization of the limitations of time, but like the beasts, he moved with majestic deliberation when no emergency prompted him to swift action. Having dedicated his life to vengeance, vengeance became his natural state and therefore no emergency, so he took his time in pursuit. That he had not rested earlier was due to the fact that he had felt no fatigue, his mind being occupied by thoughts of sorrow and revenge. But now he realized that he was tired, and so he sought a jungle giant that had harbored him upon more than a single other jungle night. Dark clouds moving swiftly across the heavens now and again eclipsed the bright face of Goro the moon and forewarned the ape-man of impending storm. In the depth of the jungle, the cloud shadows produced a thick blackness that might almost be felt, a blackness that you and me might have proven terrifying with its accompaniment of rustling leaves and crackling twigs and its even more suggestive intervals of utter silence, in which the crudest of imaginations might have conjured crouching beasts of prey tensed for the fatal charge. But through it Tarzan passed unconcerned, yet always alert. Now he swung lightly to the lower terraces of the overarching trees, when some subtle sense warned him that Numa lay upon a kill directly in his path. Or again he sprang lightly to one side as Buto the rhinoceros lumbered toward him along the narrow, deep-worn trail, for the ape-man, ready to fight upon necessity's slightest pretext, avoided unnecessary quarrels. When he swung himself at last into the tree he sought, the moon was obscured by a heavy cloud, and the tree-tops were waving wildly in a steadily increasing wind whose soughing drowned the lesser noises of the jungle. Upward went Tarzan toward a sturdy crotch, across which he long since had laid and secured a little platform of branches. It was very dark now, darker even than it had been before, for almost the entire sky was overcast by thick black clouds. Presently the beast-man paused, his sensitive nostrils dilating as he sniffed the air around him. Then, with the swiftness and agility of a cat, he leaped far outward upon a swaying branch, sprang upward through the darkness, caught another, swung himself upon it, and then to one still higher. What could have so suddenly transformed his matter-of-fact ascent of the giant bole to the swift and wary action of his detour among the branches? You or I could have seen nothing, not even the little platform that an instant before had been just above him and which now was immediately below. But as he swung above it, we should have heard an ominous growl, and then as the moon was momentarily uncovered, we should have seen both the platform, dimly, and a dark mass that lay stretched upon it, a dark mass that presently, as our eyes became accustomed to the lesser darkness, would take the form of Sheeta, the panther. In answer to the cat's growl, a low and equally ferocious growl rumbled upward from the ape-man's deep chest, a growl of warning that told the panther he was trespassing upon the other's lair. But Sheeta was in no mood to be dispossessed. With upturned, snarling face, he glared at the brown-skinned Tarmangani above him. Very slowly, the ape-man moved inward along the branch until he was directly above the panther. In the man's hand was the hunting knife of his long-dead father, the weapon that had first given him his real ascendancy over the beasts of the jungle. But he hoped not to be forced to use it, knowing as he did that more jungle battles were settled by hideous growling than by actual combat, the law of bluff holding quite as good in the jungle as elsewhere. Only in matters of love and food did the great beasts ordinarily close with fangs and talons. Tarzan braced himself against the bole of the tree and leaned closer toward Sheeta. "Stealer of Balus!" he cried. Panther rose to a sitting position, his bared fangs but a few feet from the ape-man's taunting face. Tarzan growled hideously and struck at the cat's face with his knife. "I am Tarzan of the Apes!" he roared. "This is Tarzan's lair. Go, or I will kill you!" Though he spoke in the language of the great apes of the jungle, it is doubtful that Sheeta understood the words. Though he knew well enough that the hairless ape wished to frighten him from his well-chosen station, past which edible creatures might be expected to wander sometime during the watches of the night. Like lightning, the cat reared and struck a vicious blow at his tormentor with great bared talons that might well have torn away the ape-man's face had the blow landed. But it did not land. Tarzan was even quicker than Sheeta. As the panther came to all fours again upon the little platform, Tarzan unslung his heavy spear and prodded at the snarling face, and as Sheeta warded off the blows, the two continued their horrid duet of blood-curdling roars and growls. Goaded to frenzy, the cat presently determined to come up after this disturber of his peace. But when he essayed to leap to the branch that held Tarzan, he found the sharp spear point always in his face, and each time as he dropped back he was prodded viciously in some tender part. But at length, rage having conquered his better judgment, he leaped up the rough bole to the very branch upon which Tarzan stood. Now the two faced each other upon even footing, and Sheeta saw a quick revenge and a supper all in one. The hairless ape thing with the tiny fangs and the puny talons would be helpless before him. The heavy limb bent beneath the weight of the two beasts as Sheeta crept cautiously out upon it, and Tarzan backed slowly away, growling. The wind had risen to the proportions of a gale, so that even the greatest giants of the forest swayed, groaning, to its force, and the branch upon which the two faced each other rose and fell like the deck of a storm-tossed ship. Goro was now entirely obscured. Vivid flashes of lightning lit up the jungle at brief intervals, revealing the grim tableau of primitive passion upon the swaying limb. Tarzan backed away, drawing Sheeta further from the stem of the tree and out upon the tapering branch, where his footing became ever more precarious. The cat, infuriated by the pain of spear wounds, was overstepping the bounds of caution. Already he had reached a point where he could do little more than maintain a secure footing, and it was this moment that Tarzan chose to charge. With a roar that mingled with the booming thunder from above, he leaped toward the panther, who could only claw futilely with one huge paw, while he clung to the branch with the other. But the ape-man did not come within that parabola of destruction. Instead, he leaped above menacing claws and snapping fangs, turning in midair and alighting upon Sheeta's back, and at the instant of impact his knife struck deep into the tawny side. Then Sheeta, impelled by pain and hate and rage and the first law of nature, went mad. Screaming and clawing, he attempted to turn upon the ape thing clinging to his back. For an instant he toppled upon the now wildly gyrating limb, clutching frantically to save himself, and then plunged downward into the darkness, with Tarzan still clinging to him. Crashing through splintering branches, the two fell. Not for an instant did the ape-man consider relinquishing his death hold upon his adversary. He had entered the lists in mortal combat, and true to the primitive instincts of the wild, the unwritten law of the jungle, one or both must die before the battle ended. Sheeta, cat-like, alighted upon four outsprawled feet, the weight of the ape-man crushing him to earth, the long knife again embedded in his side. Once the panther struggled to rise, but only to sink to earth again. Tarzan felt the giant muscles relax beneath him. Sheeta was dead. Rising, the ape-man placed a foot upon the body of his vanquished foe, raised his face toward the thundering heavens, and as the lightning flashed and the torrential rain broke upon him, screamed forth the wild victory cry of the bull ape. Having accomplished his aim and driven the enemy from his lair, Tarzan gathered an armful of large fronds and climbed to his dripping couch. Laying a few of the fronds upon the poles, he lay down and covered himself against the rain with the others, and despite the wailing of the wind and the crashing of the thunder, immediately fell asleep. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 2. The Lion's Cave. The rain lasted for 24 hours, and much of the time it fell in torrents, so that when it ceased, the trail he had been following was entirely obliterated. Cold and uncomfortable, it was a savage Tarzan who threaded the mazes of the soggy jungle. Manu, the monkey, shivering and chattering in the dank trees, scolded and fled at his approach. Even the panthers and the lions let the growling Tarmangani pass unmolested. When the sun shone again upon the second day and a wide open plain let the full heat of kudu flood the chilled brown body, Tarzan's spirits rose. But it was still a sullen, surly brute that moved steadily onward into the south, where he hoped again to pick up the trail of the Germans. He was now in German East Africa, and it was his intention to skirt the mountains west of Kilimanjaro, whose rugged peaks he was quite willing to give a wide berth, and then swing eastward along the south side of the range to the railway that led to Tanga, for his experience among men suggested that it was toward this railroad that German troops would be likely to converge. 2 days later, from the southern slopes of Kilimanjaro, he heard the boom of cannon far away to the east. The afternoon had been dull and cloudy, and now as he was passing through a narrow gorge, a few great drops of rain began to spatter upon his naked shoulders. Tarzan shook his head and growled his disapproval. Then he cast his eyes about for shelter, for he had had quite enough of the cold and drenching. He wanted to hasten on in the direction of the booming noise, for he knew that there would be Germans fighting against the English. For an instant his bosom swelled with pride at the thought that he was English, and then he shook his head again viciously. "No," he muttered, "Tarzan of the Apes is not English, for the English are men, and Tarzan is Tarmangani." But he could not hide even from his sorrow or from his sullen hatred of mankind in general that his heart warmed at the thought it was Englishmen who fought the Germans. His regret was that the English were human and not great white apes, as he again considered himself. "Tomorrow," he thought, "I will travel that way and find the Germans." And then he set himself to the immediate task of discovering some shelter from the storm. Presently he espied the low and narrow entrance to what appeared to be a cave at the base of the cliffs which formed the northern side of the gorge. With drawn knife he approached the spot warily, for he knew that if it were a cave it was doubtless the lair of some other beast. Before the entrance lay many large fragments of rock of different sizes, similar to others scattered along the entire base of the cliff, and it was in Tarzan's mind that if he found the cave unoccupied, he would barricade the door and ensure himself a quiet and peaceful night's repose within the sheltered interior. Let the storm rage without, Tarzan would remain within until it ceased, comfortable and dry. A tiny rivulet of cold water trickled outward from the opening. Close to the cave, Tarzan kneeled and sniffed the ground. A low growl escaped him, and his upper lip curved to expose his fighting fangs. "Numa," he muttered, but he did not stop. Numa might not be at home. He would investigate. The entrance was so low that the ape-man was compelled to drop to all fours before he could poke his head within the aperture. But first he looked, listened, and sniffed in each direction at his rear. He would not be taken by surprise from that quarter. His first glance within the cave revealed a narrow tunnel with daylight at its farther end. The interior of the tunnel was not so dark but that the ape-man could readily see that it was untenanted at present. Advancing cautiously, he crawled toward the opposite end, imbued with a full realization of what it would mean if Numa should suddenly enter the tunnel in front of him. But Numa did not appear, and the ape-man emerged at length into the open and stood erect, finding himself in a rocky cleft whose precipitous walls rose almost sheer on every hand, the tunnel from the gorge passing through the cliff and forming a passageway from the outer world into a large pocket or gulch, entirely enclosed by steep walls of rock. Except for the small passageway from the gorge, there was no other entrance to the gulch, which was some 100 feet in length and about 50 in width, and appeared to have been worn from the rocky cliff by the falling of water during long ages. A tiny stream from Kilimanjaro's eternal snow cap still trickled over the edge of the rocky wall at the upper end of the gulch, forming a little pool at the bottom of the cliff from which a small rivulet wound downward to the tunnel through which it passed to the gorge beyond. A single great tree flourished near the center of the gulch, while tufts of wiry grass were scattered here and there among the rocks on the gravelly floor. The bones of many large animals lay about, and among them were several human skulls. Tarzan raised his eyebrows. "A man-eater," he murmured, "and from appearances he has held sway here for some time. Tonight, Tarzan will take the lair of the man-eater, and Numa may roar and grumble upon the outside." The ape-man had advanced well into the gulch as he investigated his surroundings, and now, as he stood near the tree, satisfied that the tunnel would prove a dry and quiet retreat for the night, he turned to retrace his way to the outer end of the entrance that he might block it with boulders against Numa's return. But even with the thought, there came something to his sensitive ears that froze him into statuesque immobility, with eyes glued upon the tunnel's mouth. A moment later, the head of a huge lion, framed in a great black mane, appeared in the opening. The yellow-green eyes glared, round and unblinking, straight at the trespassing Tarmangani. A low growl rumbled from the deep chest, and lips curled back to expose the mighty fangs. "Brother of Dango!" shouted Tarzan, angered that Numa's return should have been so timed as to frustrate his plans for a comfortable night's repose. "I am Tarzan of the Apes, lord of the jungle. Tonight I lair here. Go!" But Numa did not go. Instead, he rumbled forth a menacing roar and took a few steps in Tarzan's direction. The ape-man picked up a rock and hurled it at the snarling face. One can never be sure of a lion. This one might turn tail and run at the first intimation of attack. Tarzan had bluffed many in his time, but not now. The missile struck Numa full upon the snout, a tender part of a cat's anatomy, and instead of causing him to flee, it transformed him into an infuriated engine of wrath and destruction. Up went his tail, stiff and erect, and with a series of frightful roars, he bore down upon the Tarmangani at the speed of an express train. Not an instant too soon did Tarzan reach the tree and swing himself into its branches, and there he squatted, hurling insults at the king of beasts, while Numa paced a circle beneath him, growling and roaring in rage. It was raining now in earnest, adding to the ape-man's discomfort and disappointment. He was very angry, but as only direct necessity had ever led him to close in mortal combat with a lion, knowing as he did that he had only luck and agility to pit against the frightful odds of muscles, weight, fangs, and talons, he did not even consider descending and engaging in so unequal and useless a duel for the mere reward of a little added creature comfort. And so he sat perched in the tree while the rain fell steadily, and the lion padded round and round beneath, casting a baleful eye upward after every few steps. Tarzan scanned the precipitous walls for an avenue of escape. They would have baffled an ordinary man, but the ape-man, accustomed to climbing, saw several places where he might gain a foothold, precarious possibly, but enough to give him reasonable assurance of escape if Numa would betake himself to the far end of the gulch for a moment. Numa, however, notwithstanding the rain, gave no evidence of quitting his post, so that at last Tarzan really began to consider seriously if it might not be as well to take the chance of a battle with him rather than remain longer cold and wet and humiliated in the tree. But even as he turned the matter over in his mind, Numa turned suddenly and walked majestically toward the tunnel without even a backward glance. The instant that he disappeared, Tarzan dropped lightly to the ground upon the far side of the tree and was away at top speed for the cliff. The lion had no sooner entered the tunnel than he backed immediately out again, and pivoting like a flash was off across the gulch in full charge after the flying ape-man. But Tarzan's lead was too great. If he could find finger or foothold upon the sheer wall, he would be safe. But should he slip from the wet rocks, his doom was already sealed, as he would fall directly into Numa's clutches, where even the great Tarmangani would be helpless. With the agility of a cat, Tarzan ran up the cliff for 30 feet before he paused, and there finding a secure foothold, he stopped and looked down upon Numa, who was leaping upward in a wild and futile attempt to scale the rocky wall to his prey. 15 or 20 feet from the ground, the lion would scramble, only to fall backward again defeated. Tarzan eyed him for a moment and then commenced a slow and cautious ascent toward the summit. Several times he had difficulty in finding holds, but at last he drew himself over the edge, rose, picked up a bit of loose rock, hurled it at Numa, and strode away. Finding an easy descent to the gorge, he was about to pursue his journey in the direction of the still booming guns, when a sudden thought caused him to halt, and a half smile to play upon his lips. Turning, he trotted quickly back to the outer opening of Numa's tunnel. Close beside it, he listened for a moment and then rapidly began to gather large rocks and pile them within the entrance. He had almost closed the aperture when the lion appeared upon the inside, a very ferocious and angry lion that pawed and clawed at the rocks and uttered mighty roars that caused the earth to tremble. But roars did not frighten Tarzan of the Apes. At Kala's shaggy breast he had closed his infant eyes in sleep upon countless nights in years gone by to the savage chorus of similar roars. Scarcely a day or night of his jungle life, and practically all his life had been spent in the jungle, had he not heard the roaring of hungry lions, or angry lions, or lovesick lions. Such sounds affected Tarzan as the tooting of an automobile horn may affect you. If you are in front of the automobile, it warns you out of the way. If you are not in front of it, you scarcely notice it. Figuratively, Tarzan was not in front of the automobile. Numa could not reach him, and Tarzan knew it. So he continued deliberately to choke the entrance until there was no possibility of Numa's getting out again. When he was quite through, he made a grimace at the hidden lion beyond the barrier and resumed his way toward the east. "A man-eater who will eat no more men," he soliloquized. That night Tarzan lay up under an overhanging shelf of rock. The next morning he resumed his journey, stopping only long enough to make a kill and satisfy his hunger. The other beasts of the wild eat and lie up, but Tarzan never let his belly interfere with his plans. In this lay one of the greatest differences between the ape-man and his fellows of the jungles and forests. The firing ahead rose and fell during the day. He had noticed that it was highest at dawn and immediately after dusk, and that during the night it almost ceased. In the middle of the afternoon of the second day he came upon troops moving up toward the front. They appeared to be raiding parties, for they drove goats and cows along with them, and there were native porters laden with grain and other foodstuffs. He saw that these natives were all secured by neck chains, and he also saw that the troops were composed of native soldiers in German uniforms. The officers were white men. No one saw Tarzan, yet he was here and there about and among them for 2 hours. He inspected the insignia upon their uniforms and saw that they were not the same as that which he had taken from one of the dead soldiers at the bungalow, and then he passed on ahead of them, unseen in the dense bush. He had come upon Germans and had not killed them, but it was because the killing of Germans at large was not yet the prime motive of his existence. Now it was to discover the individual who slew his mate. After he had accounted for him, he would take up the little matter of slaying all Germans who crossed his path, and he meant that many should cross it, for he would hunt them precisely as professional hunters hunt the man-eaters. As he neared the front lines, the troops became more numerous. There were motor trucks and ox teams and all the impedimenta of a small army, and always there were wounded men walking or being carried toward the rear. He had crossed the railroad some distance back and judged that the wounded were being taken to it for transportation to a base hospital and possibly as far away as Tanga on the coast. It was dusk when he reached a large camp hidden in the foothills of the Pare Mountains. As he was approaching from the rear, he found it but lightly guarded, and what sentinels there were not upon the alert, and so it was an easy thing for him to enter after darkness had fallen and prowl about, listening at the backs of tents, searching for some clue to the slayer of his mate. As he paused at the side of a tent before which sat a number of native soldiers, he caught a few words spoken in native dialect that riveted his attention instantly. "The Waziri fought like devils, but we are greater fighters and we killed them all.
When we were through, the captain came and killed the woman. He stayed outside and yelled in a very loud voice until all the men were killed. Under Lieutenant von Goss is braver. He came in and stood beside the door, shouting at us, also in a very loud voice, and bade us nail one of the Waziri who was wounded to the wall. And then he laughed loudly because the man suffered. We all laughed. It was very funny.
Like a beast of prey, grim and terrible, Tarzan crouched in the shadows beside the tent. What thoughts passed through that savage mind? Who may say? No outward sign of passion was revealed by the expression of the handsome face. The cold gray eyes denoted only intense watchfulness. Presently the soldier Tarzan had heard first rose, and with a parting word turned away. He passed within 10 feet of the ape-man and continued on toward the rear of the camp. Tarzan followed, and in the shadows of a clump of bushes overtook his quarry. There was no sound as the man-beast sprang upon the back of his prey and bore it to the ground, for steel fingers closed simultaneously upon the soldier's throat, effectually stifling any outcry. By the neck, Tarzan dragged his victim well into the concealment of the bushes. "Make no sound," he cautioned in the man's own tribal dialect as he released his hold upon the other's throat. The fellow gasped for breath, rolling frightened eyes upward to see what manner of creature it might be in whose power he was. In the darkness he saw only a naked brown body bending above him, but he still remembered the terrific strength of the mighty muscles that had closed upon his wind and dragged him into the bushes as though he had been but a little child. If any thought of resistance had crossed his mind, he must have discarded it at once, as he made no move to escape. "What is the name of the officer who killed the woman in the bungalow where you fought with the Waziri?" asked Tarzan.
Hauptmann Schneider,
replied the black when he could again command his voice. "Where is he?" demanded the ape-man.
He is here. It may be that he is at headquarters. Many of the officers go there in the evening to receive orders.
"Lead me there," commanded Tarzan, "and if I am discovered, I will kill you immediately. Get up!" The black rose and led the way by a roundabout route back through the camp. Several times they were forced to hide while soldiers passed by, but at last they reached a great pile of baled hay, from about the corner of which the black pointed out a 2-story building in the distance.
Headquarters, he said. You can go no further unseen. There are many soldiers about.
Tarzan realized that he could not proceed further in company with the black. He turned and looked at the fellow for a moment as though pondering what disposition to make of him. "You helped to crucify Wasimbu the Waziri," he accused in a low yet nonetheless terrible tone. The black trembled, his knees giving beneath him.
"He ordered us to do it,"
he pled. "Who ordered it done?" demanded Tarzan.
"Under Lieutenant von Goss," replied the soldier. "He too is here."
"I shall find him," returned Tarzan grimly. "You helped to crucify Wasimbu the Waziri, and while he suffered, you laughed." The fellow reeled. It was as though in the accusation he read also his death sentence. With no other word, Tarzan seized the man again by the neck. As before, there was no outcry. The giant muscles tensed. The arms swung quickly upward, and with them, the body of the black soldier who had helped to crucify Wasimbu the Waziri described a circle in the air, once, twice, 3 times, and then it was flung aside, and the ape-man turned in the direction of General Kraut's headquarters. A single sentinel in the rear of the building barred the way. Tarzan crawled belly to the ground toward him, taking advantage of cover as only the jungle-bred beast of prey can do. When the sentinel's eyes were toward him, Tarzan hugged the ground, motionless as stone. When they were turned away, he moved swiftly forward. Presently he was within charging distance. He waited until the man had turned his back once more, and then he rose and sped noiselessly down upon him. Again there was no sound as he carried the dead body with him toward the building. The lower floor was lighted, the upper dark. Through the windows Tarzan saw a large front room and a smaller room in rear of it. In the former were many officers. Some moved about, talking to one another. Others sat at field tables, writing. The windows were open, and Tarzan could hear much of the conversation, but nothing that interested him. It was mostly about the German successes in Africa and conjectures as to when the German army in Europe would reach Paris. Some said the Kaiser was doubtlessly already there, and there was a great deal of damning Belgium. In the smaller back room, a large, red-faced man sat behind a table. Some other officers were also sitting a little in rear of him, while two stood at attention before the general, who was questioning them. As he talked, the general toyed with an oil lamp that stood upon the table before him. Presently there came a knock upon the door and an aide entered the room. He saluted and reported,
Fräulein Kircher has arrived, sir.
"Bid her enter," commanded the general, and then nodded to the two officers before him, a sign of dismissal. The Fraulein, entering, passed them at the door. The officers in the little room rose and saluted, the Fraulein acknowledging the courtesy with a bow and a slight smile. She was a very pretty girl. Even the rough, soiled riding habit and the caked dust upon her face could not conceal the fact. And she was young. She could not have been over 19. She advanced to the table behind which the general stood and, taking a folded paper from an inside pocket of her coat, handed it to him. "Bitte, Fräulein," he said, and another officer brought her a chair. No one spoke while the general read the contents of the paper. Tarzan appraised the various people in the room. He wondered if one might not be Hauptmann Schneider, for two of them were captains. The girl he judged to be of the intelligence department, a spy. Her beauty held no appeal for him. Without a glimmer of compunction, he would have wrung that fair young neck. She was German, and that was enough. But he had other and more important work before him. He wanted Hauptmann Schneider. Finally, the general looked up from the paper. "Good," he said to the girl. And then to one of his aides, "Send for Major Schneider." Major Schneider? Tarzan felt the short hairs at the back of his neck rise. Already they had promoted the beast who had murdered his mate. Doubtless they had promoted him for that very crime. The aide left the room and the others fell into a general conversation from which it became apparent to Tarzan that the German East Africa forces greatly outnumbered the British and that the latter were suffering heavily. The ape-man stood so concealed in a clump of bushes that he could watch the interior of the room without being seen from within, while he was at the same time hidden from the view of anyone who might chance to pass along the post of the sentinel he had slain. Momentarily he was expecting a patrol or a relief to appear and discover that the sentinel was missing, when he knew an immediate and thorough search would be made. Impatiently he awaited the coming of the man he sought, and at last he was rewarded by the reappearance of the aide who had been dispatched to fetch him, accompanied by an officer of medium size with fierce, upstanding mustaches. The newcomer strode to the table, halted and saluted, reporting. The general acknowledged the salute and turned toward the girl. "Fräulein Kircher," he said, "allow me to present Major Schneider." Tarzan waited to hear no more. Placing a palm upon the sill of the window, he vaulted into the room, into the midst of an astounded company of the Kaiser's officers. With a stride he was at the table, and with a sweep of his hand sent the lamp crashing into the fat belly of the general, who, in his mad effort to escape cremation, fell over backward, chair and all, upon the floor. Two of the aides sprang for the ape-man, who picked up the first and flung him in the face of the other. The girl had leaped from her chair and stood flattened against the wall. The other officers were calling aloud for the guard and for help. Tarzan's purpose centered upon but a single individual, and him he never lost sight of. Freed from attack for an instant, he seized Major Schneider, threw him over his shoulder, and was out of the window so quickly that the astonished assemblage could scarce realize what had occurred. A single glance showed him that the sentinel's post was still vacant, and a moment later he and his burden were in the shadows of the hay dump. Major Schneider had made no outcry, for the very excellent reason that his wind was shut off. Now Tarzan released his grasp enough to permit the man to breathe. "If you make a sound, you will be choked again," he said. Cautiously, and after infinite patience, Tarzan passed the final outpost. Forcing his captive to walk before him, he pushed on toward the west. Until late into the night he recrossed the railway, where he felt reasonably safe from discovery. The German had cursed and grumbled and threatened and asked questions, but His only reply was another prod from Tarzan's sharp war spear. The ape-man herded him along as he would have driven a hog, with the difference that he would have had more respect and therefore more consideration for a hog. Until now, Tarzan had given little thought to the details of revenge. Now he pondered what form the punishment should take. Of only one thing was he certain: it must end in death. Like all brave men and courageous beasts, Tarzan had little natural inclination to torture. None, in fact. But this case was unique in his experience. An inherent sense of justice called for an eye, and his recent oath demanded even more. Yes, the creature must suffer, even as he had caused Jane Clayton to suffer. Tarzan could not hope to make the man suffer as he had suffered, since physical pain may never approach the exquisiteness of mental torture. All through the long night, the ape-man goaded on the exhausted and now terrified Hun. The awful silence of his captor wrought upon the German's nerves. If he would only speak! Again and again Schneider tried to force or coax a word from him, but always the result was the same: continued silence and a vicious and painful prod from the spear point. Schneider was bleeding and sore. He was so exhausted that he staggered at every step, and often he fell, only to be prodded to his feet again by that terrifying and remorseless spear. It was not until morning that Tarzan reached a decision, and it came to him then like an inspiration from above. A slow smile touched his lips, and he immediately sought a place to lie up and rest. He wished his prisoner to be fit now for what lay in store for him. Ahead was a stream which Tarzan had crossed the day before. He knew the ford for a drinking place and a likely spot to make an easy kill. Cautioning the German to utter silence with a gesture, the two approached the stream quietly. Down the game trail, Tarzan saw some deer about to leave the water. He shoved Schneider into the brush at one side and, squatting beside him, waited. The German watched the silent giant with puzzled, frightened eyes. In the new dawn, he, for the first time, was able to obtain a good look at his captor. And if he had been puzzled and frightened before, those sensations were nothing to what he expected now. Who and what could this almost naked white savage be? He had heard him speak but once, when he had cautioned him to silence, and then in excellent German and the well-modulated tones of culture. He watched him now as the fascinated toad watches the snake that is about to devour it. He saw the graceful limbs and symmetrical body, motionless as a marble statue, as the creature crouched in the concealment of the leafy foliage. Not a muscle, not a nerve moved. He saw the deer coming slowly along the trail, downwind and unsuspecting. He saw a buck pass, an old buck, and then a young and plump one came opposite the giant in ambush, and Schneider's eyes went wide, and a scream of terror almost broke from his lips as he saw the agile beast at his side spring straight for the throat of the young buck, and heard from those human lips the hunting roar of a wild beast. Down went the buck, and Tarzan and his captive had meat. The ape-man ate his raw, but he permitted the German to build a fire and cook his portion. The two lay up until late in the afternoon and then took up the journey once again. A journey that was so frightful to Schneider because of his ignorance of its destination that he at times groveled at Tarzan's feet, begging for an explanation and for mercy. But on and on in silence the ape-man went, prodding the failing Hun whenever the latter faltered. It was noon of the third day before they reached their destination. After a steep climb and a short walk, they halted at the edge of a precipitous cliff, and Schneider looked down into a narrow gulch where a single tree grew beside a tiny rivulet and sparse grass broke from a rock-strewn soil. Tarzan motioned him over the edge, but the German drew back in terror. The ape-man seized him and pushed him roughly toward the brink. "Descend," he said. It was the second time he had spoken in 3 days, and perhaps his very silence, ominous in itself, had done more to arouse terror in the breast of the Boche than even the spear point, ever ready as it always was. Schneider looked fearfully over the edge, but was almost to essay the attempt when Tarzan halted him. "I am Lord Greystoke," he said, "and it was my wife you murdered in the Waziri country. You will understand now why I came for you. Descend. The German fell to his knees. I did not murder your wife, he cried. Have mercy. I did not murder your wife. I do not know anything about it. Descend, snapped Tarzan, raising the point of the spear. He knew that the man lied and was not surprised that he did. A man who would murder for no cause would lie for less. Schneider still hesitated and pled. The ape-man jabbed him with the spear, and Schneider slid fearfully over the top and began the perilous descent. Tarzan accompanied him and assisted him over the worst places until at last they were within a few feet of the bottom. Be quiet now, cautioned the ape-man. He pointed at the entrance to what appeared to be a cave at the far end of the gulch. There is a hungry lion there. If you can reach that tree before he discovers you, you will have several days longer in which to enjoy life. And then, when you are too weak to cling longer to the branches of the tree, Numa the man-eater will feed again for the last time. He pushed Schneider from his foothold to the ground below. Now run, he said. The German, trembling in terror, started for the tree. He had almost reached it when a horrid roar broke from the mouth of the cave, and almost simultaneously a gaunt, hungry, mad lion leaped into the daylight of the gulch. Schneider had but a few yards to cover, but the lion flew over the ground to circumvent him, while Tarzan watched the race with a slight smile upon his lips. Schneider won by a slender margin, and as Tarzan scaled the cliff to the summit, he heard behind him, mingled with the roaring of the baffled cat, the gibbering of a human voice that was at the same time more bestial than the beast's. Upon the brink of the cliff, the ape-man turned and looked back into the gulch. High in the tree, the German clung frantically to a branch across which his body lay. Beneath him was Numa, waiting. The ape-man raised his face to Kudu, the sun, and from his mighty chest rose the savage victory cry of the bull ape. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 3 In the German Lines. Tarzan was not yet fully revenged. There were many millions of Germans yet alive, enough to keep Tarzan pleasantly occupied the balance of his life, and yet not enough should he kill them all to recompense him for the great loss he had suffered. Nor could the death of all those million Germans bring back his loved one. While in the German camp in the Pare Mountains, which lie just east of the boundary line between German and British East Africa, Tarzan had overheard enough to suggest that the British were getting the worst of the fighting in Africa. At first he had given the matter but little thought, since after the death of his wife, the one strong tie that had held him to civilization, he had renounced all mankind, considering himself no longer man, but ape. After accounting for Schneider as satisfactorily as lay within his power, he circled Kilimanjaro and hunted in the foothills to the north of that mightiest of mountains, as he had discovered that in the neighborhood of the armies there was no hunting at all. Some pleasure he derived through conjuring mental pictures from time to time of the German he had left in the branches of the lone tree at the bottom of the high-walled gulch, in which was penned the starving lion. He could imagine the man's mental anguish as he became weakened from hunger and maddened by thirst, knowing that sooner or later he must slip exhausted to the ground where waited the gaunt man-eater. Tarzan wondered if Schneider would have the courage to descend to the little rivulet for water, should Numa leave the gulch and enter the cave, and then he pictured the mad race for the tree again, when the lion charged out to seize his prey, as he was certain to do, since the clumsy German could not descend to the rivulet without making at least some slight noise that would attract Numa's attention. But even this pleasure palled, and more the ape-man found himself thinking of the English soldiers fighting against heavy odds, and especially of the fact that it was Germans who were beating them. The thought made him lower his head and growl, and it worried him not a little. A bit, perhaps, because he was finding it difficult to forget that he was an Englishman when he wanted only to be an ape. And at last the time came when he could no longer endure the thought of Germans killing Englishmen while he hunted in safety a bare march away. His decision made, he set out in the direction of the German camp, no well-defined plan formulated, but with the general idea that once near the field of operations, he might find an opportunity to harass the German command, as he so well knew how to do. His way took him along the gorge close to the gulch, in which he had left Schneider, and, yielding to a natural curiosity, he scaled the cliffs and made his way to the edge of the gulch. The tree was empty, nor was there sign of Numa the lion. Picking up a rock, he hurled it into the gulch, where it rolled to the very entrance to the cave. Instantly the lion appeared in the aperture, but such a different-looking lion from the great, sleek brute that Tarzan had trapped there 2 weeks before. Now he was gaunt and emaciated, and when he walked, he staggered. "Where is the German?" shouted Tarzan. "Was he good eating, or only a bag of bones when he slipped and fell from the tree?" Numa growled. "You look hungry, Numa," continued the ape-man. "You must have been very hungry to eat all the grass from your lair and even the bark from the tree as far up as you can reach. Would you like another German?" And smiling, he turned away. A few minutes later he came suddenly upon Bara the deer, asleep beneath a tree, and as Tarzan was hungry, he made a quick kill, and squatting beside his prey, proceeded to eat his fill. As he was gnawing the last morsel from a bone, his quick ears caught the padding of stealthy feet behind him, and turning he confronted Dango the hyena, sneaking upon him. With a growl, the ape-man picked up a fallen branch and hurled it at the skulking brute. "Go away, eater of carrion!" he cried. But Dango was hungry, and being large and powerful, he only snarled and circled slowly about, as though watching for an opportunity to charge. Tarzan of the Apes knew Dango even better than Dango knew himself. He knew that the brute, made savage by hunger, was mustering its courage for an attack, that it was probably accustomed to man, and therefore more or less fearless of him, and so he unslung his heavy spear and laid it ready at his side while he continued his meal, all the time keeping a watchful eye upon the hyena. He felt no fear. The long familiarity with the dangers of his wild world had so accustomed him to them that he took whatever came as a part of each day's existence, as you accept the homely, though no less real, dangers of the farm, the range, or the crowded metropolis. Being jungle-bred, he was ready to protect his kill from all comers within ordinary limitations of caution. Under favorable conditions, Tarzan would face even Numa himself, and if forced to seek safety by flight, he could do so without any feeling of shame. There was no braver creature roamed these savage wilds, and at the same time there was none more wise, the two factors that had permitted him to survive. Dango might have charged sooner but for the savage growls of the ape-man. growls which, coming from human lips, raised a question and a fear in the hyena's heart. He had attacked women and children in the native fields, and he had frightened their men about their fires at night, but he never had seen a man-thing who made this sound that reminded him more of Numa angry than of a man afraid. When Tarzan had completed his repast, he was about to rise and hurl a clean-picked bone at the beast before he went his way, leaving the remains of his kill to Dango, but a sudden thought stayed him, and instead he picked up the carcass of the deer, threw it over his shoulder, and set off in the direction of the gulch. For a few yards Dango followed, growling, and then realizing that he was being robbed of even a taste of the luscious flesh, he cast discretion to the winds and charged. Instantly, as though nature had given him eyes in the back of his head, Tarzan sensed the impending danger, and dropping bare to the ground, turned with raised spear. Far back went the brown right hand, and then forward lightning-like, backed by the power of giant muscles and the weight of his brawn and bone. The spear, released at the right instant, drove straight for Dango, caught him in the neck where it joined the shoulders, and passed through the body. When he had withdrawn the shaft from the hyena, Tarzan shouldered both carcasses and continued on toward the gulch. Below lay Numa, beneath the shade of the lone tree, and at the ape-man's call he staggered slowly to his feet. Yet, weak as he was, he still growled savagely, even essaying a roar at the sight of his enemy. Tarzan let the two bodies slide over the rim of the cliff. "Eat, Numa," he cried. "It may be that I shall need you again." He saw the lion, quickened to new life at the sight of food, spring upon the body of the deer, and then he left him rending and tearing the flesh as he bolted great pieces into his empty maw. The following day Tarzan came within sight of the German lines. From a wooded spur of the hills he looked down upon the enemy's left flank, and beyond to the British lines. His position gave him a bird's-eye view of the field of battle, and his keen eyesight picked out many details that would not have been apparent to a man whose every sense was not trained to the highest point of perfection, as were the ape-man's. He noted machine-gun emplacements, cunningly hidden from the view of the British, and listening posts placed well out in no-man's land. As his interested gaze moved hither and thither from one point of interest to another, he heard from a point upon the hillside below him, above the roar of cannon and the crack of rifle fire, a single rifle spit. Immediately his attention was centered upon the spot where he knew a sniper must be hid. Patiently he awaited the next shot that would tell him more surely the exact location of the rifleman, and when it came he moved down the steep hillside with the stealth and quietness of a panther. Apparently he took no cognizance of where he stepped, yet never a loose stone was disturbed nor a twig broken. It was as though his feet saw. Presently, as he passed through a clump of bushes, he came to the edge of a low cliff, and saw upon a ledge some 15 feet below him a German soldier prone behind an embankment of loose rock and leafy boughs that hid him from the view of the British lines. The man must have been an excellent shot, for he was well back of the German lines, firing over the heads of his fellows. His high-powered rifle was equipped with telescope sights, and he also carried binoculars, which he was in the act of using as Tarzan discovered him, either to note the effect of his last shot or to discover a new target. Tarzan let his eye move quickly toward the part of the British line the German seemed to be scanning, his keen sight revealing many excellent targets for a rifle placed so high above the trenches. The Hun, evidently satisfied with his observation, laid aside his binoculars and again took up his rifle, placed its butt in the hollow of his shoulder, and took careful aim. At the same instant, a brown body sprang outward from the cliff above him. There was no sound, and it was doubtful that the German ever knew what manner of creature it was that alighted heavily upon his back, for at the instant of impact the sinewy fingers of the ape-man circled the hairy throat of the Boche. There was a moment of futile struggling, followed by the sudden realization of dissolution. The sniper was dead. Lying behind the rampart of rocks and boughs, Tarzan looked down upon the scene below. Near at hand were the trenches of the Germans. He could see officers and men moving about in them, and almost in front of him a well-hidden machine gun was traversing no man's land in an oblique direction, striking the British at such an angle as to make it difficult for them to locate it. Tarzan watched, toying idly with the rifle of the dead German. Presently he fell to examining the mechanism of the piece. He glanced again toward the German trenches and changed the adjustments of the sights. Then he placed the rifle to his shoulder and took aim. Tarzan was an excellent shot. With his civilized friends, he had hunted big game with the weapons of civilization, and though he never had killed except for food or in self-defense, he had amused himself firing at inanimate targets thrown into the air, and had perfected himself in the use of firearms without realizing that he had done so. Now indeed would he hunt big game. A slow smile touched his lips as his finger closed gradually upon the trigger. The rifle spoke, and a German machine gunner collapsed behind his weapon. In 3 minutes, Tarzan picked off the crew of that gun. Then he spotted a German officer emerging from a dugout, and the 3 men in the bay with him. Tarzan was careful to leave no one in the immediate vicinity to question how Germans could be shot in German trenches when they were entirely concealed from enemy view. Again adjusting his sights, he took a long-range shot at a distant machine gun crew to his right. With calm deliberation, he wiped them out to a man. 2 guns were silenced. He saw men running through the trenches, and he picked off several of them. By this time, the Germans were aware that something was amiss, that an uncanny sniper had discovered a point of vantage from which this sector of the trenches was plainly visible to him. At first they sought to discover this location in no man's land, but when an officer, looking over the parapet through a periscope, was struck full in the back of the head with a rifle bullet, which passed through his skull and fell to the bottom of the trench, they realized that it was beyond the parados rather than the parapet that they should search. One of the soldiers picked up the bullet that had killed his officer, and then it was that real excitement prevailed in that particular bay, for the bullet was obviously of German make. Hugging the parados, messengers carried the word in both directions, and presently periscopes were leveled upon the parados, and keen eyes were searching out the traitor. It did not take them long to locate the position of the hidden sniper, and then Tarzan saw a machine gun being trained upon him. Before it had gotten into action, its crew lay dead about it, but there were other men to take their places, reluctantly perhaps, but driven on by their officers they were forced to it, and at the same time 2 other machine guns were swung around toward the ape-man and put into operation. Realizing that the game was about up, Tarzan, with a farewell shot, laid aside the rifle and melted into the hills behind him. For many minutes he could hear the sputter of machine gun fire concentrated upon the spot he had just quit, and smiled as he contemplated the waste of German ammunition. They have paid heavily for Wasimbu the Waziri, whom they crucified, and for his slain fellows, he mused. But for Jane they can never pay. No, not if I killed them all. After dark that night he circled the flanks of both armies and passed through the British outguards and into the British lines. No man saw him come. No man knew that he was there. Headquarters of the 2nd Rhodesians occupied a sheltered position far enough back of the lines to be comparatively safe from enemy observation. Even lights were permitted, and Colonel Capel sat before a field table, on which was spread a military map, talking with several of his officers. A large tree spread above them. A lantern sputtered dimly upon the table, while a small fire burned upon the ground close at hand. The enemy had no planes, and no other observers could have seen the lights from the German lines. The officers were discussing the advantage in numbers possessed by the enemy, and the inability of the British to more than hold their present position. They could not advance. Already they had sustained severe losses in every attack, and had always been driven back by overwhelming numbers. There were hidden machine guns, too, that bothered the colonel considerably. It was evidenced by the fact that he often reverted to them during the conversation. "Something silenced them for a while this afternoon," said one of the younger officers. "I was observing at the time that I couldn't make out what the fuss was about, but they seemed to be having a devil of a time in a section of trench on their left. At one time I could have sworn they were attacked in the rear. I reported to you at the time, sir, you'll recall, for the blighters were peppering away at the side of that bluff behind them. I could see the dirt fly. I don't know what it could have been." There was a slight rustling among the branches of the tree above them, and simultaneously a lithe brown body dropped in their midst. Hands moved quickly to the butts of pistols, but otherwise there was no movement among the officers. First they looked wonderingly at the almost naked white man standing there with the firelight playing upon rounded muscles, took in the primitive attire and the equally primitive armament, and then all eyes turned toward the colonel. "Who the devil are you, sir?" snapped that officer. "Tarzan of the Apes," replied the newcomer. "Oh, Greystoke!" cried a major, and stepped forward with outstretched hand. "Presswick," acknowledged Tarzan as he took the proffered hand. "I didn't recognize you at first," apologized the major. "The last time I saw you, you were in London in evening dress. Quite a difference. 'Pon my word, man, you'll have to admit it." Tarzan smiled and turned toward the colonel. "I overheard your conversation," he said. "I have just come from behind the German lines. Possibly I can help you." The colonel looked questioningly toward Major Presswick, who quickly rose to the occasion and presented the ape-man to his commanding officer and fellows. Briefly, Tarzan told them what it was that brought him out alone in pursuit of the Germans. "And now you have come to join us?" asked the colonel. Tarzan shook his head. "Not regularly," he replied. "I must fight in my own way, but I can help you. Whenever I wish, I can enter the German lines." Capel smiled and shook his head. "It's not so easy as you think," he said. "I've lost 2 good officers in the last week trying it, and they were experienced men, none better in the intelligence department." "Is it more difficult than entering the British lines?" asked Tarzan. The colonel was about to reply when a new thought appeared to occur to him, and he looked quizzically at the ape-man. "Who brought you here?" he asked. "Who passed you through our outguards?" "I have just come through the German lines and yours, and passed through your camp," he replied. "Send word to ascertain if anyone saw me." "But who accompanied you?" insisted Capel. "I come alone," replied Tarzan, and then drawing himself to his full height. "You men of civilization, when you come into the jungle, are as dead among the quick. Manu the monkey is a sage by comparison. I marvel that you exist at all. Only your numbers, your weapons, and your power of reasoning save you. Had I a few hundred great apes with your reasoning power, I could drive the Germans into the ocean as quickly as the remnant of them could reach the coast. Fortunate it is for you that the dumb brutes cannot combine could they, Africa would remain forever free of men. But come, can I help you? Would you like to know where several machine gun emplacements are hidden? The colonel assured him that they would, and a moment later Tarzan had traced upon the map the location of 3 that had been bothering the English. There is a weak spot here, he said, placing a finger upon the map. It is held by blacks, but the machine guns out in front are manned by whites. Wait, I have a plan. You can fill that trench with your own men and enfilade the trenches to its right with their own machine guns. Colonel Capell smiled and shook his head. It sounds very easy, he said. It is easy for me, replied the ape-man. I can empty that section of trench without a shot. I was raised in the jungle. I know the jungle folk, the Gomangani as well as the others. Look for me again on the 2nd night. And he turned to leave. Wait, said the colonel. I will send an officer to pass you through the lines. Tarzan smiled and moved away. As he was leaving the little group about headquarters, he passed a small figure wrapped in an officer's heavy overcoat. The collar was turned up, and the visor of the military cap pulled well down over the eyes. But as the ape-man passed, the light from the fire illuminated the features of the newcomer for an instant, revealing to Tarzan a vaguely familiar face. Some officer he had known in London, doubtless, he surmised, and went his way through the British camp and the British lines, all unknown to the watchful sentinels of the outguard. Nearly all night he moved across Kilimanjaro's foothills, tracking by instinct an unknown way, for he guessed that what he sought would be found on some wooded slope higher up than he had come upon his other recent journeys in this, to him, little-known country. 3 hours before dawn, his keen nostrils apprised him that somewhere in the vicinity he would find what he wanted, and so he climbed into a tall tree and settled himself for a few hours' sleep. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Chapter 4 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Mason. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs, Chapter 4, When the Lion Fed. Kudu the sun was well up in the heavens when Tarzan awoke. The ape-man stretched his giant limbs, ran his fingers through his thick hair, and swung lightly down to earth. Immediately he took up the trail he had come in search of, following it by scent down into a deep ravine. Cautiously he went now, for his nose told him that the quarry was close at hand. And presently, from an overhanging bough, he looked down upon Horta, the boar, and many of his kinsmen. Unslinging his bow and selecting an arrow, Tarzan fitted the shaft, and, drawing it far back, took careful aim at the largest of the great pigs. In the ape-man's teeth were other arrows, and no sooner had the first one sped than he had fitted and shot another bolt. Instantly the pigs were in turmoil, not knowing from whence the danger threatened. They stood stupidly at first, and then commenced milling around until 6 of their number lay dead or dying about them. Then, with a chorus of grunts and squeals, they started off at a wild run, disappearing quickly in the dense underbrush. Tarzan then descended from the tree, dispatched those that were not already dead, and proceeded to skin the carcasses. As he worked rapidly and with great skill, he neither hummed nor whistled as does the average man of civilization. It was in numerous little ways such as these that he differed from other men, due probably to his early jungle training. The beasts of the jungle that he had been reared among were playful to maturity, but seldom thereafter. His fellow apes, especially the bulls, became fierce and surly as they grew older. Life was serious matter during lean seasons. One had to fight to secure one's share of food then, and the habit once formed became lifelong. Hunting for food was the life labor of the jungle bred, and a life labor is a thing not to be approached with levity or prosecuted lightly. so all work found Tarzan serious, though he still retained what the other beasts lost as he grew older, a sense of humor, which he gave play to when the mood suited him. It was a grim humor and sometimes ghastly, but it satisfied Tarzan. Then, too, were one to sing and whistle while working on the ground, concentration would be impossible. Tarzan possessed the ability to concentrate each of his 5 senses upon his particular business. Now he worked at skinning the 6 pigs, and his eyes and his fingers worked as though there was naught else in all the world than these 6 carcasses, but his ears and his nose were as busily engaged elsewhere, the former ranging the forest all about and the latter assaying each passing zephyr. It was his nose that first discovered the approach of Saber, the lioness, when the wind shifted for a moment. As clearly as though he had seen her with his eyes, Tarzan knew that the lioness had caught the scent of the freshly killed pigs and immediately had moved downwind in their direction. He knew from the strength of the scent spoor and the rate of the wind about how far away she was and that she was approaching from behind him. He was finishing the last pig and he did not hurry. The 5 pelts lay close at hand. He had been careful to keep them thus together and near him. An ample tree waved its low branches above him. He did not even turn his head, for he knew she was not yet in sight, but he bent his ears just a bit more sharply for the first sound of her nearer approach. When the final skin had been removed, he rose. Now he heard Saber in the bushes to his rear, but not yet too close. Leisurely he gathered up the 6 pelts and one of the carcasses, and as the lioness appeared between the boles of 2 trees, he swung upward into the branches above him. Here he hung the hides over a limb, seated himself comfortably upon another with his back against the bole of the tree, cut a hind quarter from the carcass he had carried with him, and proceeded to satisfy his hunger. Saber slunk, growling from the brush, cast a wary eye upward toward the ape-man, and then fell upon the nearest carcass. Tarzan looked down upon her and grinned, recalling an argument he had once with a famous big game hunter who had declared that the king of beasts ate only when he himself had killed. Tarzan knew better, for he had seen Numa and Saber stoop even to carrion. Having filled his belly, the ape-man fell to work upon the hides, all large and strong. First he cut strips from them, about half an inch wide. When he had sufficient number of these strips, he sewed 2 of the hides together, afterwards piercing holes every 3 or 4 inches around the edges. Running another strip through these holes, he gave him a large bag with a drawstring. In similar fashion, he produced 4 other like bags, but smaller, from the 4 remaining hides, and had several strips left over. All this done, he threw a large, juicy fruit at Saber, cached the remainder of the pig in a crotch of a tree, and swung off towards the southwest through the middle terraces of the forest, carrying his 5 bags with him. Straight he went to the rim of the gulch where he had imprisoned Numa the lion. Very stealthily he approached the edge and peered over. Numa was not in sight. Tarzan sniffed and listened. He could hear nothing, yet he knew that Numa must be within the cave. He hoped that he slept. Much depended upon Numa not discovering him. Cautiously he lowered himself over the edge of the cliff, and with utter noiselessness commenced the descent towards the bottom of the gulch. He stopped often and turned his keen eyes and ears in the direction of the cave's mouth at the far end of the gulch, some 100 feet away. As he neared the foot of the cliff, his danger increased greatly. If he could reach the bottom and cover half the distance to the tree that stood in the center of the gulch, he would feel comparatively safe, for then, even if Numa appeared, he felt he could beat him either to the cliff or to the tree. But to scale the first 30 feet of the cliff rapidly enough to elude the leaping beast would require a running start of at least 20 feet, as there were no very good hand or footholds close to the bottom. He had had to run up the first 20 feet like a squirrel, running up a tree that other time he had beaten the infuriated Numa to it. He had no desire to attempt it again unless the conditions were equally favorable at least, for he had escaped Numa's raking talons by only a matter of inches on the former occasion. At last he stood upon the floor of the gulch. Silent as a disembodied spirit, he advanced towards the tree. He was halfway there and no sign of Numa. He reached the scarred bole from which the famished lion had devoured the bark and even torn pieces of the wood itself, and yet Numa had not appeared. As he drew himself up to the lower branches, he commenced to wonder if Numa were in the cave after all. Could it be possible that he had forced the barrier of the rocks with which Tarzan had plugged the other end of the passage where it opened into the outer world of freedom? Or was Numa dead? The ape-man doubted the verity of the latter suggestion, as he had fed the lion the entire carcass of a deer and a hyena only a few days since. He could not have starved in so short a time, while the little rivulet running across the gulch furnished him with water aplenty. Tarzan started to descend and investigate the cavern when it occurred to him that it would save effort were he to lure Numa out instead. Acting upon the thought, he uttered a low growl. Immediately he was rewarded by the sound of movement within the cave, and an instant later the wild-eyed, haggard lion rushed forth ready to face the devil himself were he edible. When Numa saw Tarzan, fat and sleek, perched in the tree, he became suddenly the embodiment of frightful rage. His eyes and his nose told him that this was the creature responsible for his predicament, and also that this creature was good to eat. Frantically, the lion sought to scramble up the bole of the tree. Twice he leapt high enough to catch the lowest branches with his paws, but both times he fell backward to the earth. Each time he became more furious. His growls and roars were incessant and horrible, and all the time Tarzan sat grinning down upon him, taunting him in jungle's billingsgate for his inability to reach him, and mentally exulting that always Numa was wasting his already waning strength. Finally, the ape-man rose and unslung his rope. He arranged the coils carefully in his left hand and the noose in his right, and then he took a position with each foot on one of the two branches that lay in about the same horizontal plane, and with his back pressed firmly against the stem of the tree. There he stood, hurling insults at Numa until the beast was again goaded into leaping upward at him, and as Numa rose, the noose dropped quickly over his head and about his neck. A quick movement of Tarzan's rope hand tightened the coil, and when Numa slipped backward to the ground, only his hind feet touched, for the ape-man held him swinging by the neck. Moving slowly outward upon the two branches, Tarzan swung Numa out so he could not reach the bole of the tree with his raking talons. Then he made the rope fast after drawing the lion clear off the ground, dropped his 5 pigskin sacks to the earth, and leapt down himself. Numa was striking frantically at the grass rope with his foreclaws. At any moment he might sever it, and Tarzan must therefore work rapidly. First, he drew the larger bag over Numa's head and secured it about his neck with the drawstring. Then he managed, after considerable effort, during which he barely escaped being torn to ribbons by the mighty talons, to hog-tie Numa, drawing his 4 legs together and securing them in that position with the strips trimmed from the pigskins. By this time the lion's efforts had almost ceased. It was evident that he was being rapidly strangled, and as that did not at all suit the purpose of the Tarmangani, the latter swung again into the tree, unfastened the rope from above, and lowered the lion to the ground, where he immediately followed it and loosed the noose about Numa's neck. Then he drew his hunting knife and cut 2 round holes in the front of the head bag opposite the lion's eyes, for the double purpose of permitting him to see and giving him sufficient air to breathe. This done, Tarzan busied himself fitting the other bags over each of Numa's formidably armed paws. Those on the hind feet he secured not only by tightening the drawstrings, but also rigging garters that fastened tightly around the legs above the hocks. He secured the front feet bags in place similarly above the great knees. Now indeed was Numa, the lion, reduced to the harmlessness of Bara, the deer. By now Numa was showing signs of returning life. He gasped for breath and struggled, but the strips of pigskin that held his 4 legs together were numerous and tough. Tarzan watched and was sure that they would hold, yet Numa is mightily muscled, and there was the chance, always, that he might struggle free of his bonds, after which all would depend upon the efficacy of Tarzan's bags and drawstrings. After Numa had again breathed normally and was able to roar out his protests and his rage, his struggles increased to titanic proportions for a short time. But as a lion's powers of endurance are in no way proportionate to his size and strength, he soon tired and lay quietly. Amid renewed growling and other futile attempt to free himself, Numa was finally forced to submit to the further indignity of having a rope secured about his neck. But this time it was no noose that might tighten and strangle him, but a bowline knot, which does not tighten or slip under strain. The other end of the rope Tarzan fastened to the stem of the tree. Then he quickly cut the bond securing Numa's legs and leapt aside as the beast sprang to his feet. For a moment the lion stood with legs far outspread. Then he raised first one paw and then another, shaking them energetically in an effort to dislodge the strange footgear that Tarzan had fastened upon them. Finally he began to paw at the bag upon his head. The ape-man, standing with ready spear, watched Numa's efforts intently. Would the bags hold? He sincerely hoped so, or would all his labor prove fruitless? As the clinging things upon his feet and face resisted his every effort to dislodge them, Numa became frantic. He rolled upon the ground, fighting, biting, scratching, and roaring. He leapt to his feet and sprang into the air. He charged Tarzan, only to be brought to a sudden stop as the rope securing him to the tree tautened. Then Tarzan stepped in and rapped him smartly on the head with the staff of his spear. Numa reared upon his hind feet and struck at the ape-man, and in return received a cuff on one ear that sent him reeling sideways. When he returned to the attack, he was again sent sprawling. After the fourth effort, it appeared to dawn upon the king of the beasts that he had met his master. His head and tail dropped, and when Tarzan advanced upon him, he backed away, though still growling. Leaving Numa tied to the tree, Tarzan entered the tunnel and removed the barricade from the opposite end, after which he returned to the gulch and strode straight for the tree. Numa lay in his path, and as Tarzan approached, growling menacingly, the ape-man cuffed him aside and unfastened the rope from the tree. Then ensued a half hour of stubbornly fought battle while Tarzan endeavored to drive Numa through the tunnel ahead of him, and Numa persistently refused to be driven. At last, however, by dint of the unrestricted use of his spear point, the ape-man succeeded in forcing the lion to move ahead of him, and eventually guided him into the passageway. Once inside, the problem became simpler since Tarzan followed closely in the rear with his sharp spear point, an unremitting incentive to forward movement on the part of the lion. If Numa hesitated, he was prodded. If he backed up, the result was extremely painful, and so, being a wise lion who was learning rapidly, he decided to keep on going, and at the end of the tunnel, emerging to the outer world, he sensed freedom, raised his head and tail, and started off at a run. Tarzan, still on his hands and knees just inside the entrance, was taken unaware with the result that he was sprawled forward upon his face and dragged 100 yards across the rocky ground before Numa was brought to a stand. It was a scratched and angry Tarzan who scrambled to his feet. At first he was tempted to chastise Numa, but as the ape-man seldom permitted his temper to guide him in any direction not countenanced by reason, he quickly abandoned the idea. Having taught Numa the rudiments of being driven, he now urged him forward, and there commenced as strange a journey as the unrecorded history of the jungle contains. The balance of that day was eventful both for Tarzan and for Numa. From open rebellion at first, the lion passed through stages of stubborn resistance and grudging obedience to final surrender. He was a very tired, hungry, and thirsty lion when night overtook them, but there was to be no food for him that day or the next. Tarzan did not dare risk removing the head bag, though he did cut another hole which permitted Numa to quench his thirst shortly after dark. Then he tied him to a tree, sought food for himself, and stretched out among the branches above his captive for a few hours' sleep. Early the following morning they resumed their journey, winding over the low foothills south of Kilimanjaro toward the east. The beasts of the jungle who saw them took one look and fled. The scent spoor of Numa alone might have been enough to have provoked flight in many of the lesser animals, but the sight of this strange apparition that smelled like a lion but looked like nothing they had ever seen before, being led through the jungles by a giant Tarmangani, was too much even for the more formidable denizens of the wild. Saber, the lioness, recognizing from a distance the scent of her lord and master, intermingled with that of a Tarmangani and the hide of Horta, the boar, trotted through the aisles of the forest to investigate. Tarzan and Numa heard her coming, for she voiced a plaintive and questioning whine as the baffling mixture of odors aroused her curiosity and her fears, for lions, however terrible they may appear, are often timid animals, and Saber, being of the gentler sex, was, naturally, habitually inquisitive as well. Tarzan unslung his spear, for he knew that he might now easily have to fight to retain his prize. Numa halted and turned his outraged head in the direction of the coming she. He voiced a throaty growl that was almost a purr. Tarzan was upon the point of prodding him on again when Saber broke into view, and behind her the ape-man saw that which gave him instant pause: 4 full-grown lions trailing the lioness. To have goaded Numa then to active resistance might have brought the whole herd down upon him, and so Tarzan waited to learn first what their attitude would be. He had no idea of relinquishing his lion without a battle, but knowing lions as he did, he knew that there was no assurance as to just what the newcomers would do. The lioness was young and sleek, and the 4 males were in their prime, as handsome lions as he had ever seen. 3 of the males were scantily maned, but one, the foremost, carried a splendid black mane and rippled in the breeze as he trotted majestically forward. The lioness halted 100 feet from Tarzan, while the lions came on past her and stopped a few feet nearer. Their ears were upstanding and their eyes filled with curiosity. Tarzan could not even guess what they might do. The lion at his side faced them fully, standing silent now and watchful. Suddenly, the lioness gave vent to another little whine, at which Tarzan's lion voiced a terrific roar and leapt forward straight toward the beast of the black mane. The sight of this awesome creature with the strange face was too much for the lion toward which he leapt, dragging Tarzan after him, and with a growl the lion turned and fled, followed by his companions and the she. Numa attempted to follow them. Tarzan held him in leash, and when he turned upon him in rage, beat him unmercifully across the head with his spear. Shaking his head and growling, the lion at last moved off again in the direction they had been traveling, but it was an hour before he ceased to sulk. He was very hungry, half famished in fact, and consequently of an ugly temper, yet so thoroughly subdued by Tarzan's heroic methods of lion taming that he was presently pacing along at the ape-man's side like some huge Saint Bernard. It was dark when the two approached the British right. After a slight delay further back because of the German patrol it had been necessary to elude. A short distance from the British line of outguard sentinels, Tarzan tied Numa to a tree and continued on alone. He evaded a sentinel, passed the outguard and support, and by devious ways came again to Colonel Capel's headquarters, where he appeared before the officers gathered there as a disembodied spirit materializing out of thin air. When they saw who it was that came thus unannounced, they smiled, and the colonel scratched his head in perplexity. "Someone should be shot for this," he said. "I might just as well not establish an outpost if a man can filter through whenever he pleases." Tarzan smiled. "Do not blame them," he said, "for I am not a man. I am Tarmangani. Any Mangani who wished to could enter your camp almost at will, but if you have them for sentinels, no one could enter without their knowledge." "What are the Mangani?" asked the colonel. "Perhaps we might enlist a bunch of the beggars." Tarzan shook his head. "They are the great apes," he explained, "my people, but you could not use them. They cannot concentrate long enough upon a single idea. If I told them of this they would be much interested for a short time. I might even hold the interest of a few long enough to get them here and explain their duties to them, but soon they would lose interest, and when you needed them most they might be off in the forest searching for beetles instead of watching their posts. They have the minds of little children. That is why they remain what they are." "You call them Mangani, and yourself Tarmangani. What is the difference?" asked Major Prestwick. "Tar means white," replied Tarzan. "The Mangani, great ape. My name, the name they gave me in the tribe of Kerchak, means white skin. When I was a little Balu, my skin, I presume, looked very white indeed against the beautiful black coat of Kala, my foster mother, and so they called me Tarzan, the Tarmangani. They call you too Tarmangani," he concluded, smiling. Capel smiled. "It is no reproach, Greystoke," he said, "and by Jove, it would be a mark of distinction if a fellow could act the part. And now, how about your plan? Do you still think you can empty the trench opposite our sector?" "Is it still held by Gomangani?" asked Tarzan. "What are Gomangani?" inquired the colonel. "It is still held by native troops, if that is what you mean." "Yes," replied the ape-man. The Gomangani are the great black apes, the Negroes." "What do you intend doing, and what do you want us to do?" asked Keppel. Tarzan approached the table and placed a finger on the map. "Here is a listening post," he said. "They have a machine gun in it. A tunnel connects it with this trench at this point." His finger moved from place to place on the map as he talked. "Give me a bomb, and when you hear it burst in the listening post, let your men start across no man's land slowly. Presently they will hear a commotion in the enemy trench, but they need not hurry, and whatever they do, have them come quietly. You might also warn them that I may be in the trench and that I do not care to be shot or bayoneted." "And that is all?" queried Capell, after directing an officer to give Tarzan a hand grenade. "You will empty the trench alone?" "Not exactly alone," replied Tarzan with a grim smile, "but I shall empty it, and, by the way, your men may come in through the tunnel from the listening post if you prefer, in about a half an hour, Colonel," and he turned and left them. As he passed through the camp, there flashed suddenly upon the screen of recollection, conjured there by some reminder of his previous visit to headquarters doubtless, the image of the officer that he had passed as he quit the colonel that other time, and simultaneously recognition of the face that had been revealed by the light from the fire. He shook his head dubiously. No, it could not be, and yet the features of the young officer were identical with those of Fraulein Kircher, the German spy he had seen at German headquarters the night he took Major Schneider from under the nose of the Hun general and his staff. Beyond the line of the last sentinels, Tarzan moved quickly in the direction of Numa the lion. The beast was lying down as Tarzan approached, but he rose as the ape-man reached his side. A low whine escaped his muzzled lips. Tarzan smiled, for he recognized in the new note almost a supplication. It was more like the whine of a hungry dog begging for food than the voice of a proud king of beasts. "Soon you will kill and feed," he murmured in the vernacular of the great apes. He unfastened the rope from about the tree, and with Numa close at his side, slunk into no man's land. There was little rifle fire, and only an occasional shell vouched for the presence of artillery behind the opposing lines. As the shells from both sides were falling well back of the trenches, they constituted no menace to Tarzan. But the noise of them and that of the rifle fire had a marked effect upon Numa, who crouched, trembling, close to the Tarmangani as though seeking protection. Cautiously, the two beasts moved forward toward the listening post of the Germans. In one hand, Tarzan carried the bomb the English had given to him. In the other was a coiled rope attached to the lion. At last, Tarzan could see the position a few yards ahead. His keen eyes picked out the head and shoulders of the sentinel on watch. The ape-man grasped the bomb firmly in his right hand. He measured the distance with his eye and gathered his feet beneath him. Then, in a single motion, he rose and threw the missile, immediately flattening himself prone upon the ground. 5 seconds later, there was a terrific explosion in the center of the listening post. Numa gave a nervous start and attempted to break away, but Tarzan held him and leapt to his feet, ran forward, dragging Numa after him. At the edge of the post, he saw below him but slight evidence that the position had been occupied at all, for only a few shreds of torn flesh remained. About the only thing that had not been demolished was a machine gun which had been protected by sandbags. There was not an instant to lose. Already, a relief might be crawling through the communication tunnel, for it must have been evident to the sentinels in the Hun trenches that the listening post had been demolished. Numa hesitated to follow Tarzan into the excavation, but the ape-man, who was in no mood to temporize, jerked him roughly to the bottom. Before them lay the mouth of the tunnel that led back from no man's land to the German trenches. Tarzan pushed Numa forward until his head was almost in the aperture. Then, as though it were an afterthought, he turned quickly, and taking the machine gun from the parapet, placed it in the bottom of the hole close at hand, after which he turned again to Numa, and with his knife quickly cut the garters that held the bags upon his front paws. Before the lion could know that a part of his formidable armament was again released for action, Tarzan cut the rope from his neck and the head bag from his face, and grabbing the lion from the rear, had thrust him partially into the mouth of the tunnel. Then Numa balked, only to feel the sharp prick of Tarzan's knife point in his hind quarters. Goading him on, the ape-man finally succeeded in getting the lion sufficiently far into the tunnel so that there was no chance of his escaping other than by going forward, or deliberately backing into the sharp blade at his rear. Then Tarzan cut the bags from his great hind feet, placing his shoulder and his knife point against Numa's seat, drug his toes into the loose earth that had been broken up by the explosion of the bomb, and shoved. Inch by inch at first Numa advanced. He was growling now, and presently he commenced to roar. Suddenly he leapt forward, and Tarzan knew that he had caught the scent of meat ahead. Dragging the machine gun beside him, the ape-man followed quickly after the lion, whose roars he could plainly hear ahead mingled with the unmistakable screams of frightened men. Once again a grim smile touched the lips of this man-beast. "They murdered my Waziri," he muttered. "They crucified Wasimbu, son of Muviru." When Tarzan reached the trench and emerged into it, there was no one in sight in that particular bay, nor in the next, as he hurried forward in the direction of the German center. But in the fourth bay he saw a dozen men jammed into the angle of a traverse at the end, while leaping upon them and rending them with talons and fangs was Numa, a terrific incarnation of ferocity and ravenous hunger. Whatever held the men at last gave way as they fought madly with one another in their efforts to escape this dread creature that from their infancy had filled them with terror. And again they were retreating. Some clambered over the parados, and even some over the parapet, preferring the dangers of no man's land to this other soul-searing menace. As the British advanced slowly toward the German trenches, they first met terrified blacks who ran into their arms, only too willing to surrender. That pandemonium had broke loose in the Hun trench was apparent to the Rhodesians, not only from the appearance of the deserters, but from the sounds of screaming, cursing men which came clearly to their ears. But there was one that baffled them, for it resembled nothing more closely than the infuriated growling of an angry lion. And when at last they reached the trench, those farthest on the left of the advancing Britishers heard a machine gun sputter suddenly before them, and saw a huge lion leap over the German parados with the body of a screaming Hun soldier between his jaws and vanish into the shadows of the night, while squatting on the traverse to their left was Tarzan of the Apes, with a machine gun before him, and with which he was raking the length of the German trenches. The foremost Rhodesians saw something else. They saw a huge German officer emerge from a dugout just in rear of the ape-man. They saw him snatch up a discarded rifle with bayonet fixed and creep upon the apparently unconscious Tarzan. They ran forward shouting warnings, but above the pandemonium of the trenches and the machine gun, their voices could not reach him. The German leapt upon the parapet behind him. The fat hands raised the rifle butt aloft for the cowardly downward thrust into the naked back, and then, as moves Ara the lightning, moved Tarzan of the Apes. It was no man who leapt forward upon that Boche officer, striking aside the sharp bayonet as one might strike aside the straw in a baby's hand. It was a wild beast, and the roar of a wild beast was upon those savage lips. For as that strange sense that Tarzan owed in common with the other jungle-bred creatures of his wild domain warned him of the presence behind him, and he had whirled to meet the attack, his eyes had seen the corps and regimental insignia upon the other's blouse. It was the same as that worn by the murderers of his wife and his people, by the despoilers of his home and his happiness. It was a wild beast whose teeth fastened upon the shoulder of the Hun. It was a wild beast whose talons sought that fat neck. And then the boys of the 2nd Rhodesian Regiment saw that which will live forever in their memories. They saw the giant ape-man pick the heavy German from the ground and shake him as a terrier might shake a rat, as Saber, the lioness, sometimes shakes her prey. They saw the eyes of the Hun bulge in horror as he vainly struck with his futile hands against the massive chest and head of his assailant. They saw Tarzan suddenly spin the man about, and placing a knee in the middle of his back and an arm about his neck, bend his shoulders slowly backward. The German knees gave, and he sank upon them, but still that irresistible force bent him further and further. He screamed in agony for a moment. Then something snapped, and Tarzan cast him aside, a limp and lifeless thing. The Rhodesians started forward, a cheer upon their lips, a cheer that was never uttered, a cheer that froze in their throats, for at that moment Tarzan placed a foot upon the carcass of his kill, and, raising his face to the heavens, gave voice to the weird and terrifying victory cry of the bull ape. Under-Lieutenant von Goss was dead. Without a backward glance at the awestruck soldiers, Tarzan left the trench and was gone. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Dan Mason of Midland, Michigan.
Chapter 5 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Venditti. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Chapter 5, The Golden Locket. The little British army in East Africa, after suffering severe reverses at the hands of a numerically much superior force, was at last coming into its own. The German offensive had been broken and the Huns were now slowly and doggedly retreating along the railway to Tanga. The break in the German lines had followed the clearing of a section of their left flank trenches of native soldiers by Tarzan and Numa the lion. Upon that memorable night that the ape-man had loosed a famishing man-eater among the superstitious and terror-stricken blacks. The 2nd Rhodesian Regiment had immediately taken possession of the abandoned trench, and from this position their flanking fire had raked contiguous sections of the German line, the diversion rendering possible a successful night attack on the part of the balance of the British forces. Weeks had elapsed. The Germans were contesting stubbornly every mile of waterless, thorn-covered ground, and clinging desperately to their positions along the railway. The officers of the 2nd Rhodesians had seen nothing more of Tarzan of the Apes since he had slain the Under-Lieutenant von Goss and disappeared toward the very heart of their German position. And there were those among them who believed that he had been killed within the enemy lines. "They may have killed him," assented Colonel Capel, "but I fancy they never captured the beggar alive." Nor had they, nor killed him either. Tarzan had spent those intervening weeks pleasantly and profitably. He had amassed a considerable fund of knowledge concerning the disposition and strength of German troops, their methods of warfare, and the various ways in which alone Tarmangani might annoy an army and lower its morale. At present, he was prompted by a specific desire. There was a certain German spy whom he wished to capture alive and take back to the British. When he had made his first visit to the German headquarters, he had seen a young woman deliver a paper to the German general, and later he had seen that same young woman within the British lines in the uniform of a British officer. The conclusions were obvious. She was a spy. And so Tarzan haunted the German headquarters upon many nights, hoping to see her again or to pick up some clue as to her whereabouts. And at the same time he utilized many an artifice whereby he might bring terror to the hearts of the Germans. That he was successful was often demonstrated by the snatches of conversation he overheard as he prowled through the German camps. One night, as he lay concealed in the bushes close beside a regimental headquarters, he listened to the conversation of several Boche officers. One of the men reverted to the stories told by the native troops in connection with their rout by a lion several weeks before and the simultaneous appearance in their trenches of a naked white giant, whom they were perfectly assured was some demon of the jungle. "Well, it must have been the same as who leaped into the general's headquarters and carried off Schneider," asserted one. "I wonder how he happened to single out the poor major. They say the creature seemed interested in no one but Schneider. He had Von Kelter in his grasp, and he might easily have taken the general himself. But he ignored them all except Schneider. Him he pursued about the room, seized, and carried off into the night. God knows what his fate was. Captain Fitzschneider has some sort of theory," said another. "He told me only a week or two ago that he thinks he knows why his brother was taken, that it was a case of mistaken identity. He was not so sure about it until Van Goss was killed, apparently by the same creature. The night the lion entered the trenches, Von Goss was attached to Schneider's company. One of Schneider's men was found with his neck wrung. Same night that the major was carried off, and Schneider thinks that this devil is after him and his command. That it came for him that night and got his brother by mistake. He says Fraught told him that in presenting the major to Fräulein Kitchener, the former's name was no longer spoken, then this wild man leaped through the window and made for him. Suddenly the little group became rigid listening. What was that? Snapped one, eyeing the bushes from which a smothered snarl had issued, as Tarzan of the Apes realized that through his mistake, the perpetrator of the horrid crime at his bungalow still lived, that the murderer of his wife went yet unpunished. For a long minute the officer stood with tense nerves, every eye riveted upon the bushes from whence the ominous sound had issued. Each recalled recent mysterious disappearances from the heart of camps as well as from lonely outguards. Each thought of the silent dead he had seen, slain almost within sight of their fellows by some unseen creature. Thought of the marks upon the dead throats made by talons or by giant fingers, they could not tell which, and those upon shoulders and jugulars where powerful teeth had fastened, and they waited with drawn pistols. Once the bushes moved almost imperceptibly, and an instant later one of the officers without warning fired into them. But Tarzan of the Apes was not there. In the interval between the moving of the bushes and the firing of the shot, he had melted into the night. 10 minutes later, he was hovering on the outskirts of that part of the camp where were bivouacked for the night the black soldiers of a native company commanded by one Hauptmann Fritz Schneider. The men were stretched upon the ground without tents, but there were tents pitched for the officers. Towards these Tarzan crept. It was slow and perilous work, as the Germans were now upon the alert for the uncanny foe that crept into their camps to take his toll by night. Yet the ape-man passed their sentinels, eluded the vigilance of the interior guard, and crept at last to the rear of the officers' line. Here he flattened himself against the ground close behind the nearest tent and listened. From within came the regular breathing of a sleeping man. One only. Tarzan was satisfied. With his knife he cut the tie strings of the rear flap and entered. He made no noise. The shadow of a falling leaf floating gently to earth upon a still day could have been no more soundless. He moved to the side of the sleeping man and bent low over him. He could not know, of course, whether it was Schneider or another, as he had never seen Schneider. But he meant to know, and to know even more. Gently he shook the man by the shoulder. The fellow turned heavily and grunted in a thick guttural. "Silence," admonished the ape-man in a low whisper. "Silence, I kill." The Hun opened his eyes. In the dim light he saw a giant figure bending over him. Now a mighty hand grasped his shoulder and another closed tightly about his throat. "Make no outcry," commanded Tarzan, "but answer in a whisper my questions. What is your name?" "Luber," replied the officer. He was trembling. The weird presence of this naked giant filled him with dread. He, too, recalled the men mysteriously murdered in the still watches of the night camps. "What do you want?" "Where's Hauptmann Fritz Schneider?" asked Tarzan. "Which is his tent?" "He is not here," replied Luber. "He was sent to Wilsmerl yesterday." "I shall not kill you now," said the ape-man. "First I shall go and learn if you have lied to me, and if you have, your death shall be more terrible. Do you know Major Schneider died? Luberg shook his head negatively. I do, continued Tarzan, and it was not a nice way to die, even for an accursed German. Turn your face down and cover your eyes. Do not move or make any sound. The man did as he was bid, and the instant that his eyes were turned away, Tarzan slipped from the tent. An hour later, he was outside the German camp and headed for the little hill town of Wilhelmsthal, the summer seat of government of German East Africa. Fraulein Bertha Kiester was lost. She was humiliated and angry. It was long before she would admit it, that she, who prided herself upon her woodcraft, was lost in this little patch of country between the Pangai and the Tanga Railway. She knew that Wilhelmsthal lay southeast of her about 50 miles. Through a combination of untoward circumstances, she found herself unable to determine which was southeast. In the first place, she had set out from German headquarters on a well-marked road that was being traveled by troops, and with every reason to believe that she would follow that road to Wilhelmsthal. Later, she had been warned from this road by word that a strong British patrol had come down the west bank of the Pangani, effected a crossing south of her, and was even then marching on the railway at Tonda. After leaving the road, she found herself in thick bush. As the sky was heavily overcast, she presently had recourse to her compass, and it was not until then that she discovered, to her dismay, that she did not have it with her. So sure was she of her woodcraft, however, that she continued on in the direction she thought west, until she had covered sufficient distance to warrant her in feeling assured that by now, turning south, she could pass safely in rear of the British patrol. Nor did she commence to feel any doubts until long after she had again turned toward the east, well south, as she thought, of the patrol. It was late afternoon. She should long since have struck the road again south of Tonda. But she had found no road, and she began to feel real anxiety. Her horse had traveled all day without food or water. Night was approaching, and with it a realization that she was hopelessly lost in a wild and trackless country, notorious principally for its tsetse flies and savage beasts. It was maddening to know that she had absolutely no knowledge of the direction she was traveling, that she might be foraging steadily further from the railway, deeper into the gloomy and forbidding country for the Pangani. Yet it was impossible to stop. She must go on. Bertha Kiester was no coward, whatever else she may have been. But as night began to close down around her, she could not shut out from her mind entirely contemplation of the terrors of the long hours ahead, for the rising sun would dissipate the Stygian gloom, the horrid jungle night that lures forth all the prowling, preying creatures of destruction. She found just before dark an open meadow-like break in the almost interminable bush. There was a small clump of trees near the center, and here she decided to camp. The grass was high and thick, affording feed for her horse and a bed for herself, and there was more than enough dead wood lying about the trees to furnish a good fire well through the night. Removing the saddle and bridle from her mount, she placed them at the foot of a tree and then picketed the animal close by. Then she busied herself collecting firewood, and by the time darkness had fallen, she had a good fire and enough wood to last until morning. From her saddlebag she took cold food, and from her canteen a swallow of water. She could not afford more than a small swallow, for she could not know how long a time it might be before she should find more. It filled her with sorrow that her poor horse was so waterless, for even German spies may have hearts, and this one was very young and very feminine. It was now dark. There was neither moon nor stars, and the light from her fire only accentuated the blackness beyond. She could see the grass about her and the boles of the trees which stood out in brilliant relief against the solid background of impenetrable night. And beyond the firelight, there was nothing. The jungle seemed ominously quiet. Far away in the distance, she heard faintly the boom of big guns, but she could not locate their direction. She strained her ears until her nerves were on the point of breaking, but she could not tell from whence the sound came. And it meant so much to her to know. The battle lines were north of her, and if she could but locate the direction of the firing, she would know which way to go in the morning. In the morning, would she live to see another morning? She squared her shoulders and shook herself together. Such thoughts must be banished. They would never do. Bravely she hummed an air as she arranged her saddle near the fire and pulled a quantity of long grass to make a comfortable seat over which she spread her saddle blanket. Then she unstrapped a heavy military coat from the cantle of her saddle and donned it, for the air was already chill. Seating herself where she could lean against the saddle, she prepared to maintain a sleepless vigil throughout the night. For an hour, the silence was broken only by the distant booming of the guns and low noises of the feeding horse, and then, from possibly a mile away, came the rumbling thunder of a lion's roar. The girl stared and laid her hand upon the rifle at her side. A little shudder ran through her slight frame, and she could feel the goose flesh rise upon her body. Again and again was the awful sound repeated, and each time she was certain that it came nearer. She could locate the direction of this sound, although she could not that of the guns, for the origin of the former was much closer. The lion was upwind and so could not have caught her scent as yet. The way might be approaching to investigate the light of the fire, which could doubtless be seen for a considerable distance. For another tear-filled hour the girl sat, straining her eyes and ears out into the black void beyond her little island of light. During all that time the lion did not roar again, but there was constantly the sensation that it was creeping upon her. Again and again she would start and turn to peer into the blackness beyond the trees behind her as her overwrought nerves conjured the stealthy fall of padded feet. She held the rifle across her knees at the ready now, and she was trembling from head to foot. Suddenly her horse raised his head and snorted, and with a little cry of terror the girl sprang to her feet. The animal turned and trotted back toward her until the picket rope brought him to a stand. And then he wheeled about and, with his ears up-pricked, gazed out into the night. But the girl could neither see nor hear aught. Still another hour of terror passed, during which the horse often raised his head to peer along searchingly into the dark. The girl replenished the fire from time to time. She found herself becoming very sleepy. Her heavy lids persisted in drooping, but she dared not sleep, fearful lest she might be overcome by the drowsiness that was stealing through her. She rose and walked briskly to and fro. Then she threw some more wood on the fire, walked over and stroked her horse's muzzle, and returned to her seat. Leaning against the saddle, she tried to occupy her mind with plans for the tomorrow. But she must have dozed, for the start she awoke with broad daylight. The hideous night, with its indescribable terrors, was gone. She could scarce believe the testimony of her senses. She had slept for hours, the fire was out, and yet she and the horse were safe and alive. Nor was there sign of savage beast about. And best of all, the sun was shining, pointing the straight road to the east. Hastily she ate a few mouthfuls of her precious rations, with which a swallow of water constituted her breakfast. Then she saddled her horse and mounted. Already she felt that she was as good as safe in Williamsville. Possibly, however, she might have revised her conclusions else could she have seen the two pairs of eyes, watching her every move intently from different points in the bush. Light-hearted and unsuspecting, the girl rode across the clearing toward the bush, while directly before her, two yellow-green eyes glared round and terrible. A tawny tail twitched nervously, and great padded paws gathered behind a sleek barrel for a mighty spring. The horse was almost at the edge of the bush when Numa the lion launched himself through the air, struck the animal's right shoulder at the instant that it reared, terrified, to wheel in flight. The force of the impact hurled the horse backward to the ground, and so quickly that the girl had no opportunity to extricate herself, but fell to the earth with her mount, her left leg pinned beneath its body. Horror-stricken, she saw the king of beasts open its mighty jaws and seize the screaming creature by the back of its neck. Great jaw closed. There was an instant's struggle as Numa shook his prey. She could hear the vertebrae crack as the mighty fangs crunched through them. Then the muscles of her faithful friend relaxed in death. Numa crouched upon his kill. His terrifying eyes riveted themselves upon the girl's face. She could feel his hot breath upon her cheek, and the odor of the fetid vapor nauseated her. For what seemed an eternity to the girl, the two lay staring at each other, and then the lion uttered a menacing growl. Never before had Bertha Kitcher been so terrified. Never before had she had such a cause for terror. At her hip was a pistol, a formidable weapon with which to face a man, but a puny thing indeed with which to menace the great beast before her. She knew that at best it could but enrage him, and yet she meant to sell her life dearly, for she felt that she must die. No human succor could have availed her, even had it been there to offer itself. For a moment she tore her gaze from the hypnotic fascination of that awful face, and breathed a last prayer to her God. She did not ask for aid, for she felt that she was beyond even divine succor. She only asked that the end might come quickly and with as little pain as possible. No one can prophesy what a lion will do in any given emergency. This one glared and growled at the girl for a moment, and then fell to feeding upon the dead horse. Fraulein Kitcher wondered for an instant, and then attempted to draw her leg cautiously from beneath the body of her mount. She could not budge it. She increased the force of her efforts, and Numa looked up from his feeding to growl again. The girl desisted. She hoped that he might satisfy his hunger and then depart to lie up. She could not believe that he would leave her there alive. Doubtless he would drag the remains of his kill into the bush for hiding, and, as there could be no doubt that he considered her part of his prey, he would certainly come back for her, or possibly drag her in first and kill her. Again Numa felt feeding. The girl's nerves were at the breaking point. She wondered that she had not fainted under the strain of terror and shock. She realized that she often had wished she might see a lion close to make a kill and feed upon it. God, how realistically her wish had been granted. Again she bethought herself of her pistol. As she had fallen, the holster had slipped round so that the weapon now lay beneath her. Very slowly she reached for it, but in so doing she was forced to raise her body from the ground. Instantly the lion was aroused. With the swiftness of a cat, he reached across the carcass of her horse and placed a heavy, taloned paw upon her breast, crushing her back toward. And all the time he growled and snarled horribly. His face was a picture of frightful rage incarnate. For a moment neither moved, and then from behind her the girl heard a human voice uttering bestial sounds. Numa suddenly looked up from the girl's face at the thing beyond her. His growls increased to roars as he drew back, ripping the front of the girl's waist almost from her body with his long talons, exposing her white bosom. which, through some miracle of a chance, the great claws did not touch. Tarzan of the Apes had witnessed the entire encounter from the moment that Numa had leaped upon his prey. For some time before, he had been watching the girl, and after the lion attacked her, he had at first been minded to let Numa have his way with her. What was she but a hated German and a spy besides? He had seen her at General Kraut's headquarters in conference with the German staff, and again he had seen her within the British lines masquerading as a British officer. It was the latter thought that prompted him to interfere. Doubtless General Jan Smuts would be glad to meet and question her. She might be forced to divulge information of value to the British commander before Smuts had her shot. Tarzan had recognized not only the girl but the lion as well. All lions may look alike to you and me, but not so to their intimates of the jungle. Each has his individual characteristics of face and form, and gait as well, defined as those that differentiate members of the human family. And besides, these creatures of the jungle have a still more positive test, that of scent. Each of us, man or beast, has his own peculiar smell, and it is mostly by this that the beasts of the jungle endowed with miraculous powers of scent recognize individuals. It is the final proof. You have seen it demonstrated 1,000 times. A dog recognizes your voice and looks at you. He knows your face and figure. Good. There can be no doubt in his mind but that it is you. But is he satisfied? No, sir. He must come up and smell of you. All his other senses may be fallible, but not his sense of smell. And so he makes assurance positive by the final test. Tarzan recognized Numa as whom he had muzzled with the hide of Horta the boar, as he whom he handled by rope for 2 days and finally loosed in the German front-line trench. And he knew that Numa would recognize him, that he would remember the sharp spear that had goaded him into submission and obedience. And Tarzan hoped that the lesson he had learned still remained with the lion. Now he came forward, calling Numa in the language of the great apes, warning him away from the girl. It is open to question that Numa the lion understood him, but he did understand the menace of the heavy spear that the Tarmangani carried so ready in his brown right hand. And so he drew back, growling, trying to decide in his little brain whether to charge or flee. On came the ape-man with never a pause, straight for the lion. "Go away, Numa," he cried, "or Tarzan will tie you up again and lead you through the jungle without food. See, Arad, my spear? Do you recall how his point stuck into you, and how with his haft I beat you over the head? Go, Numa. I am Tarzan of the Apes." Numa wrinkled the skin of his face into great folds until his eyes almost disappeared, and he growled and roared and snarled, and growled again. And then when the spear point came at least quite close to him, he struck at it viciously with his armed paw. But he drew back. Tarzan stepped over the dead horse, and the girl lying behind him gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the handsome figure driving an angry lion deliberately from its kill. When Numa had retreated a few yards, the ape-man called back to the girl in perfect German. "Are you badly hurt?" "I think not," she replied, "but I cannot extricate my foot from beneath my horse." "Try again," commanded Tarzan. "I do not know how long I can hold Numa thus." The girl struggled frantically, but at last she sank back upon an elbow. "It is impossible," she called to him. He backed slowly until he was again beside the horse, when he reached down and grasped the cinch, which was still intact. Then with one hand he raised the carcass from the ground. The girl freed herself and rose to her feet. "You can walk?" asked Tarzan. "Yes," she said. "My leg is numb, but it does not seem to be injured." "Good," commented the ape-man. "Back slowly away behind me. Make no sudden movements. I think he will not charge." With utmost deliberation, the two backed toward the bush. Numa stood for a moment growling, then he followed them slowly. Tarzan wondered if he would come beyond his kill or if he would stop there. If he followed them beyond, then they could look for a charge, and if Numa charged, it was very likely that he would get one of them. When the lion reached the carcass of the horse, Tarzan stopped, and so did Numa, as Tarzan had thought he would, and the ape-man waited to see what the lion would do next. He eyed them for a moment, snarled angrily, and then looked down at the tempting meat. Presently he crouched upon his kill and resumed feeding. The girl breathed a deep sigh of relief as she and the ape-man resumed their slow retreat with only an occasional glance from the lion. And when at last they reached the bush and had turned and entered it, she felt a sudden giddiness overwhelm her so that she staggered and would have fallen had Tarzan not caught her. It was only a moment before she regained control of herself. "I could not help it," she said in half apology. "I was so close to death, such a horrible death. It unnerved me for an instant, but I am all right now. How can I ever thank you? It was so wonderful. You did not seem to fear the fearful creature in the least, yet he was afraid of you. Who are you?" "He knows me," replied Tarzan grimly. "That is why he fears me." He was standing facing the girl now, and for the first time he had a chance to look at her squarely and closely. She was very beautiful, that was undeniable, but Tarzan realized her beauty only in a subconscious way. It was superficial. It did not color her soul, which must be black as sin. She was a German spy. He hated her and desired only to compass her destruction. But he would choose the manner so that it would work most grievously against the enemy cause. He saw her naked breasts where Numa had torn her clothing from her and dangling there against the soft white flesh. He saw that which brought a sudden scowl of surprise and anger to his face. The diamond-studded golden locket of his youth. The love token that had been stolen from the breast of his mate by Schneider, the Hun. The girl saw the scowl but did not interpret it correctly. Tarzan grasped her roughly by the arm. "Where did you get this?" he demanded as he tore the bauble from her. The girl drew herself to her full height. "Take your hand from me," she demanded. But the ape-man paid no attention to her words, only seizing her more forcibly. "Answer me," he snapped. "Where did you get this?" "What is it to you?" she countered. "It's mine," he replied. "Tell me who gave it to you, or I will throw you back to Numa." "You would do that?" she asked. "Why not?" he queried. "You are a spy, and spies must die if they are caught." "You were going to kill me then?" "I was going to take you to headquarters. They would dispose of you there, but Numa can do it quite as effectively. Which do you prefer?" "Hauptmann Fritz Schneider gave it to me," she said. "Headquarters it will be then," said Tarzan calmly. The girl moved at his side through the bush, and all the time her mind worked quickly. They were moving east, which suited her, and as long as they continued to move east, she was glad to have the protection of the great white savage. She speculated upon the fact that her pistol still swung at her hip. The man must be mad not to take it from her. "What makes you think I am a spy?" she asked after a long silence. "I saw you at German headquarters," he replied, "and then again inside the British lines." She could not let him take her back to them. She must reach Williamsdale at once, and she was determined to do it even if she must have recourse to her pistol. She cast a side glance at the tall figure. What a magnificent creature! But yet he was a brute who would kill her, or have her killed if she did not slay him. And the locket. She must have that back. It must not fail to reach Williamstown. Tarzan was now a foot or two ahead of her, as the path was very narrow. Cautiously she drew her pistol. A single shot would suffice, and he was so close that she could not miss. As she figured it all out, her eyes rested on the brown skin with the graceful muscles rolling beneath it, and the perfect limbs and head and the carriage that a proud king of old might have envied. A wave of revulsion for her contemplated act surged through her. No, she could not do it. Yet she must be free, and she must regain possession of the locket. And then, almost blindly, she swung the weapon up and struck Tarzan heavily upon the back of the head with its butt. Like a felled ox, he dropped in his tracks. End of Chapter 5, recorded by Mike Vendetti, Florence, Colorado. www.mikevendetti.com. Chapter 6 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs, Chapter 6. Vengeance and Mercy. It was an hour later that Sheeta, the panther, hunting, chanced to glance upward into the blue sky, where his attention was attracted by Ska, the vulture, circling above the bush a mile away and downwind. For a long minute the yellow eyes stared intently at the gruesome bird. They saw Scott dive and rise again to continue his ominous circling, and in these moments their woodcraft read that which, were obvious to Sheeta, would doubtless have meant nothing to you or me. The hunting cat guessed that on the ground beneath Ska was some living thing of flesh, either a beast feeding upon a kill or a dying animal that Scott did not yet dare attack. In either event, it might prove meat for Sheeta, and so the wary feline stalked by a circuitous route upon soft, padded feet that gave forth no sound until the circling asphodel and his intended prey were upwind. Then, sniffing each vagrant zephyr, Sheeta, the panther, crept cautiously forward. Nor had he advanced any considerable distance before his keen nostrils were rewarded with the scent of man. A Tarmangani. Sheeta paused. He was not a hunter of men. He was young and in his prime, but always before he had avoided this hated presence. Of late he had become more accustomed to it with the passing of many soldiers through his ancient hunting ground. And as the soldiers had frightened away a great part of the game Sheeta had been wont to feed upon, the days had been lean and Sheeta was hungry. The circling Ska suggested that this Tarmangani might be helpless and upon the point of dying, else Ska would not have been interested in him, and so easy prey for Sheeta. With this thought in mind, the cat resumed his stalking. Presently he pushed back the thick bush, and his yellow-green eyes rested gloatingly over the body of an almost naked Tarmangani lying face down in a narrow game trail. Numa sated rose from the carcass of Bertha Kitcher's horse, seized the partially devoured body by the neck and dragged it into the bush. Then he started east toward the lair where he had left his mate. Being uncomfortably full, he was inclined to be sleepy and far from belligerent. He moved slowly and majestically, with no effort at silence or concealment. The king walked abroad unafraid. With an occasional regal glance to right or left, he moved along a narrow game trail until at a turn he came to a sudden stop at what lay revealed before him. Sheeta, the panther, creeping stealthily upon the almost naked body of a Tarmangani, lying face down in the deep dust of the pathway. Numa glared intently at the quiet body in the dust. Recognition came. It was his Tarmangani. A low growl of warning rumbled from his throat, and Sheeta halted with one paw upon Tarzan's back, and turned suddenly to eye the intruder. What passed within those savage brains, who may say? The panther seemed debating the wisdom of defending his find, for he growled horribly as though warning Numa away from the prey. And Numa was the idea of property rights dominating his thoughts. The Tarmangani was his, or he was the Tarmangani's. Had not the great white ape mastered and subdued him, and, too, had he not fed him? Numa recalled the fear that he had felt of this man-thing and his cruel spear. But in savage brains, fear is more likely to engender respect than hatred, and so Numa found that he respected the creature who had subdued and mastered him. He saw Sheeta upon him. He looked with contempt. Daring to molest the master of the lion? Jealousy and greed alone might have been sufficient to prompt Numa to drive Sheeta away, even though the lion was not sufficiently hungry to devour the flesh that he thus wrested from the lesser cat. But then, too, there was in the little brain within the massive head a sense of loyalty, and perhaps this it was that sent Numa quickly forward, growling toward the spitting Sheeta. For a moment the latter stood his ground with arched back and snarling face, for all the world like a great spotted tabby. Numa had not felt like fighting, but the sight of Sheeta daring to dispute his rights kindled his ferocious brain to sudden fire. His rounded eyes glared with rage, his undulating tail snapped to stiff erectness as, with a frightful roar, he charged this pursuing vassal. It came so suddenly and from so short a distance that Sheeta had no chance to turn and flee the rush, and so he met it with raking talons and snapping jaws. But the odds were against him. To the larger fangs and the more powerful jaws of his adversary were added huge talons and the preponderance of the lion's great weight. At the first glance, Sheeta was crushed, and though he deliberately fell upon his back and drew up his powerful hind legs beneath Numa with the intention of disemboweling him, the lion forestalled him and at the same time closed his awful jaws upon Sheeta's throat. It was soon over. Numa rose, shaking himself, and stood above the torn and mutilated body of his foe. His own sleek coat was cut and the red blood trickled down his flank. Though it was but a minor injury, it angered him. He glared down at the dead panther, and then, in a fit of rage, he seized and mauled the body, only to drop it in a moment, lower his head, voice a single terrific roar, and turn toward the ape-man. Approaching the still form, he sniffed it over from head to foot. Then he placed a huge paw upon it and turned it over with its face up. Again he smelled about the body, and at last with his rough tongue licked Tarzan's face. It was then that Tarzan opened his eyes. Above him towered the huge lion, its hot breath upon his face, its rough tongue upon his cheek. The ape-man had often been close to death, but never before so close as this, he thought, for he was convinced that death was but a matter of seconds. His brain was still numb from the effects of the blow that had felled him, and so he did not for a moment recognize the lion that stood over him as the one he had so recently encountered. Presently, however, recognition dawned upon him, and with it a realization of the astounding fact that Numa did not seem bent on devouring him, at least not immediately. His position was a delicate one. The lion stood astraddle Tarzan with its front paws. The ape-man could not rise, therefore, without pushing the lion away, and whether Numa would tolerate being pushed was an open question. Too, the beast might consider him already dead, and any movement that indicated the contrary was true would, in all likelihood, arouse the killing instinct of the man-eater. But Tarzan was tiring of the situation. He was in no mood to lie there forever, especially when he contemplated the fact that the girl spy who had tried to brain him was undoubtedly escaping as rapidly as possible. Numa was looking right into his eyes, now evidently aware that he was alive. Presently the lion cocked his head on one side and whined. Tarzan knew the note, and he knew that it spelled neither rage nor hunger. And then he risked all in a single throw, encouraged by that low whine. "Move, Numa," he commanded, and placing a palm against the tawny shoulder, he pushed the lion aside. Then he rose, and with a hand on his hunting knife awaited that which might follow. It was then that his eyes fell for the first time on the torn body of Sheeta. He looked from the dead cat to the live one and saw the marks of conflict upon the latter too, and an instant later realized something of what had happened. Numa had saved him from the panther. It seemed incredible, and yet the evidence pointed clearly to the fact. He turned toward the lion and without fear approached and examined his wounds, which he found superficial, and as Tarzan knelt beside him, Numa rubbed an itching ear against the naked brown shoulder. Then the ape-man stroked the great head, picked up his spear, and looked about for the trail of the girl. This he soon found, leading toward the east, and as he set out upon it, something prompted him to feel for the locket he had hung about his neck. It was gone. No trace of anger was apparent upon the ape-man's face, unless it was a slight tightening of the jaws. But he put his hand ruefully to the back of his head, where a bump marked the place where the girl had struck him, and a moment later a half-smile played across his lips. He could not help but admit that she had tricked him neatly, and that it must have taken nerve to do the thing she did, and to set out armed only with a pistol through the trackless waste that lay between them and the railway and beyond into the hills where Willemstad lies. Tarzan admired courage. He was big enough to admit it and admire it, even in a German spy. But he saw that in this case it only added to her resourcefulness, and made her all the more dangerous, and the necessity for putting her out of the way paramount. He hoped to overtake her before she reached Wilhelmsthal, and so he set out at the swinging trot that he could hold for hours at a stretch without apparent fatigue. That the girl could hope to reach the town on foot in less than 2 days seemed improbable, for it was a good 30 miles and part of it hilly. Even as the thought crossed his mind, he heard the whistle of a locomotive to the east and knew that the railway was in operation again after a shutdown of several days. If the train was going south, the girl would signal it if she had reached the right-of-way. His keen ears caught the whining of brake shoes on wheels, and a few moments later the signal blast of brakes on. The train had stopped and started again, and as it gained headway and greater distance, Tarzan could tell from the direction of the sound that it was moving south. The ape-man followed the trail to the railway, where it ended abruptly on the west side of the track, showing that the girl had boarded the train just as he thought. There was nothing now but to follow it to Wilhelmsthal, where he hoped to find Captain Fritz Schneider as well as the girl, and to recover his diamond-studded locket. It was dark when Tarzan reached the little town of Wilhelmsthal. He loitered on the outskirts, getting his bearings and trying to determine how an almost naked white man might explore the village without arousing suspicion. There were many soldiers about, and the town was under guard, for he could see a lone sentinel walking his post scarce 100 yards from him. To elude this one would not be difficult, but to enter the village and search it would be practically impossible, garbed or ungarbed as he was. Creeping forward, taking advantage of every cover, lying flat and motionless when the enemy's sentry was toward him, the ape-man at last reached the sheltering shadows of an outhouse just inside the lines. From there he moved stealthily from building to building until at last he was discovered by a large dog in the rear of one of the bungalows. The brute came slowly toward him, growling. Tarzan stood motionless beside a tree. He could see a light in the bungalow and uniformed men moving about, and he hoped that the dog would not bark. He did not, but he growled more savagely, and just at the moment that the rear door of the bungalow opened and a man stepped out, the animal charged. He was a large dog, as large as Dango the hyena, and he charged with all the vicious impetuosity of Numa the lion. As he came, Tarzan knelt and the dog shot through the air for his throat. But he was dealing with no man now, and he found his quickness more than matched by the quickness of the Tarmangani. His teeth never reached the soft flesh. Strong fingers of steel, seized his neck. He voiced a single startled yelp and clawed at the naked breast before him with his talons, but he was powerless. The mighty fingers closed upon his throat. The man rose, snapped the clawing body once, and cast it aside. At the same time, a voice from the open bungalow called, "Simba." There was no response. Repeating the call, the man descended toward the tree. In the light from the door was the uniform of a German officer. The ape-man withdrew into the shadow of the tree stem. The man came closer, still calling the dog. He did not see the savage beast, crouching now in the shadow, awaiting him. When he had approached within 10 feet of the Tarmangani, Tarzan leaped upon him. As saber springs to the kill, so sprang the ape-man. The momentum and weight of his body hurled the German to the ground. Powerful fingers prevented an outcry, and though the officer struggled, he had no chance, and a moment later lay dead beside the body of the dog. As Tarzan stood for a moment looking down upon his kill and regretting that he could not risk voicing his beloved victory, the sight of the uniform suggested the means whereby he might pass to and fro through Williamsthal with the minimum chance of detection. 10 minutes later, a tall, broad-shouldered officer stepped from the yard of the bungalow, leaving behind him the corpses of a dog and a naked man. He walked boldly along the little street, and those who passed him could not guess that beneath Imperial Germany's uniform beat a savage heart that pulsed with implacable hatred for the Hun. Tarzan's first concern was to locate the hotel, where he guessed he would find the girl, and where the girl was, doubtless, would be Hauptmann Fritz Schneider, who was either her confederate, her sweetheart, or both. And there, too, would be Tarzan's precious locket. He found the hotel at last, a low 2-storied building with a veranda. There were lights on both floors, and people, mostly officers, could be seen within. The ape-man considered entering and inquiring for those he sought, but his better judgment finally prompted him to reconsider first. Passing around the building, he looked into all the lighted rooms on the first floor, and seeing neither of those for whom he had come, he swung lightly to the roof of the veranda and continued his investigations through windows of the second story. At one corner of the hotel, in a rear room, the blinds were drawn, but he heard voices within, and once he saw a figure silhouetted momentarily against the blind. It appeared to be the figure of a woman, but it was gone so quickly that he could not be sure. Tarzan crept close to the window and listened. Yes, there was a woman there and a man. He heard distinctly the tones of their voices, though he could overhear no words, as they seemed to be whispering. The adjoining room was dark. Tarzan tried the window and found it unlatched. All was quiet within. He raised the sash and listened again. Still silence. Placing a leg over the sill, he slipped within and hurriedly glanced about. The room was vacant. Crossing to the door, he opened it and looked out into the hall. There was no one there either, and he stepped out and approached the door of the adjoining room where the man and woman were. Pressing close to the door, he listened. Now he distinguished words, for the two had raised their voices as though in argument. The woman was speaking. "I have brought the locket," she said, "as we agreed upon between you and General Croft as my identification. I carry no other credentials. This was enough. You have nothing to do but give me the papers and let me go." The man replied in so low a tone that Tarzan could not catch the words. And then the woman spoke again, a note of scorn and perhaps a little fear in her voice. "You would not dare, Hauptmann Schneider," she said, and then, "Do not touch me. Take your hands from me." It was then that Tarzan of the Apes opened the door and stepped into the room. What he saw was a huge, bull-necked German officer with one arm about the waist of Fraulein Bertha Ketcher, and a hand upon her forehead, pushing her head back as he tried to kiss her on the mouth. The girl was struggling against the great brute, but her efforts were futile. Slowly the man's lips were coming closer to hers, and slowly, step by step, she was being carried backward. Schneider heard the noise of the opening and closing of the door behind him and turned. At sight of this strange officer, he dropped the girl and straightened up. What is the meaning of this intrusion, Lieutenant? He demanded, noting the other's epaulets. Leave this room at once. Tarzan made no articulate reply, but the two there with him heard a low growl break from those firm lips. A growl that sent a shudder through the frame of the girl and brought a pallor to the red face of the Hun in his hand to his pistol, but even as he drew his weapon it was wrestled from him and hurled through the blind and window to the yard beyond. Then Tarzan backed against the door and slowly removed the uniform coat. You are Hauptmann Schneider, he said to the German. What of it? Growled the latter. I am Tarzan of the Apes, replied the ape-man. Now you know why I intrude. The two before him saw that he was naked beneath the coat which he threw upon the floor, and then he slipped quickly from the trousers and stood there clothed only in his loincloth. The girl had recognized him by this time too. Take your hand off that pistol, Tarzan admonished her. Her hand dropped at her side. Now come here. She approached, and Tarzan removed the weapon and hurled it after the other. At the mention of his name, Tarzan had noted the sickly pallor that overspread the features of the Hun. At last he had found the right man. At last his mate would be partially avenged. Never could she be entirely avenged. Life was too short, and there were too many Germans. What do you want of me? Demanded Schneider. You are going to pay the price for the thing you did at the little bungalow in Waziri country, replied the ape-man. Schneider commenced to bluster and threaten. Tarzan turned the key in the lock of the door and hurled the former through the window after the pistols. Then he turned to the girl. Keep out of the way, he said in a low voice. Tarzan of the Apes is going to kill. The Hun ceased blustering and began to plead. I have a wife and children at home, he cried. I have done nothing. You are going to die as befits your kind, said Tarzan, with blood on your hands and a lie on your lips. He started across the room toward the burly Hauptmann. Schneider was a large and powerful man, about the height of the ape-man, but much heavier. He saw that neither threats nor pleas would avail him, and so he prepared to fight as a cornered rat fights for its life with all the maniacal rage, cunning, and ferocity that the first law of nature imparts to many beasts. Lowering his bull head, he charged for the ape-man, and in the center of the floor the two clinched. There they stood, locked and swaying for a moment until Tarzan succeeded in forcing his antagonist backward over a table which crashed to the floor, splintered by the weight of the two heavy bodies. The girl watching the battle with wide eyes, she saw the two men rolling hither and thither across the floor, and she heard with horror the low growls that came from the lips of the naked giant. Schneider was trying to reach his foe's throat with his fingers, while, horror of horrors, Bertha Kitcher could see that the other was searching for the German's jugular vein with his teeth. Schneider seemed to realize this too, for he redoubled his efforts to escape and finally succeeded in rolling over on top of the ape-man and breaking away. Leaping to his feet, he ran for the window, but the ape-man was too quick for him, and before he could leap through the sash, a heavy hand fell upon his shoulder, and he was jerked back and hurled across the room to the opposite wall. There Tarzan followed him, and once again they locked, dealing each other terrific blows until Schneider, in a piercing voice, screamed, "Comrade! Comrade!" Tarzan grasped the man by the throat and drew his hunting knife. Schneider's back was against the wall, so that, though his knees wobbled, he was held erect by the ape-man. Tarzan brought the sharp point to the lower part of the German's abdomen. "Thus you slew my mate," he hissed in a terrible voice. "Thus you shall die." The girl staggered forward. "Oh God, no," she cried. "Not that. You are too brave. You cannot be such a beast as that." Tarzan turned at her. "No," he said. "You are right. I cannot do it. I am no German." And he raised the point of his blade and sunk it deep into the putrid heart of Hauptmann Fritz Schneider. putting a bloody period to the hunt's last gasping cry. "I did not do it. She is not." Then Tarzan turned toward the girl, held out his hand. "Give me that locket," he said. She pointed towards the dead officer. "He has it." Tarzan searched him and found the trinket. "Now you may give me the papers," he said to the girl, and without a word she handed him a folded document. For a long time he stood looking at her before he spoke again. "I came for you too," he said. "It would be difficult to take you back from here, and so I was going to kill you, as I have sworn to kill all your kind. But you were right when you said that I was not such a beast as that slayer of women. I could not slay him as he slew mine, nor can I slay you, who are a woman." He crossed to the window, raised the sash, and an instant later he had stepped out and disappeared into the night. And then Fraulein Bertha Kitcher stepped quickly to the corpse upon the floor, slipped her hand inside the blouse, and drew forth a little sheaf of papers, which she tucked into her waist before she went to the window and called for help. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Mike Vendetti. www.mikevendetti.com.
Chapter 7 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 7 When Blood Told. Tarzan of the Apes was disgusted. He had had the German spy Bertha Kircher in his power and had left her unscathed. It is true that he had slain Hauptmann Fritz Schneider, that Under Lieutenant von Goss had died at his hands, and that he had otherwise wreaked vengeance upon the men of the German company who had murdered, pillaged, and raped at Tarzan's bungalow in the Waziri country. There was still another officer to be accounted for, but him he could not find. It was Lieutenant Obergatz he still sought, though vainly, for at last he learned that the man had been sent upon some special mission. Whether in Africa or back to Europe, Tarzan's informant either did not know or would not divulge. But the fact that he had permitted sentiment to stay his hand when he might so easily have put Bertha Kircher out of the way in the hotel at Wilhelmsthal that night rankled in the ape-man's bosom. He was shamed by his weakness, and when he had handed the paper she had given him to the British Chief of Staff, even though the information it contained permitted the British to frustrate a German flank attack, he was still much dissatisfied with himself. And possibly the root of this dissatisfaction lay in the fact that he realized that were he again to have the same opportunity, he would still find it as impossible to slay a woman as it had been in Wilhelmsthal that night. Tarzan blamed this weakness, as he considered it, upon his association with the effeminizing influences of civilization, for in the bottom of his savage heart he held in contempt both civilization and its representatives, the men and women of the civilized countries of the world. Always was he comparing their weaknesses, their vices, their hypocrisies, and their little vanities with the open, primitive ways of his ferocious jungle mates. And all the while there battled in that same big heart with these forces another mighty force, Tarzan's love and loyalty for his friends of the civilized world. The ape-man, reared as he had been by savage beasts amid savage beasts, was slow to make friends. Acquaintances he numbered by the hundreds, but of friends he had few. These few he would have died for, as doubtless they would have died for him, but there were none of these fighting with the British forces in East Africa. And so, sickened and disgusted by the sight of man waging his cruel and inhuman warfare, Tarzan determined to heed the insistent call of the remote jungle of his youth. For the Germans were now on the run, and the war in East Africa was so nearly over that he realized that his further services would be of negligible value. Never regularly sworn into the service of the king, he was under no obligation to remain, now that the moral obligation had been removed, and so it was that he disappeared from the British camp as mysteriously as he had appeared a few months before. More than once had Tarzan reverted to the primitive, only to return again to civilization through love for his mate. But now that she was gone, he felt that this time he had definitely departed forever from the haunts of man, and that he should live and die a beast among beasts, even as he had been from infancy to maturity. Between him and his destination lay a trackless wilderness of untouched primeval savagery, where, doubtless in many spots, his would be the first human foot to touch the virgin turf. Nor did this prospect dismay the Tarmangani. Rather was it an urge and an inducement, for rich in his veins flowed that noble strain of blood that has made most of the earth's surface habitable for man. The question of food and water that would have risen paramount in the mind of an ordinary man contemplating such an excursion gave Tarzan little concern. The wilderness was his natural habitat, and woodcraft as inherent to him as breathing. Like other jungle animals, he could scent water from a great distance, and where you or I might die of thirst, the ape-man would unerringly select the exact spot at which to dig and find water. For several days, Tarzan traversed a country rich in game and watercourses. He moved slowly, hunting and fishing, or again fraternizing or quarreling with the other savage denizens of the jungle. Now it was little Manu, the monkey, who chattered and scolded at the mighty Tarmangani, and in the next breath warned him that Hista the snake lay coiled in the long grass just ahead. Of Manu, Tarzan inquired concerning the great apes. The Mangani was told that few inhabited this part of the jungle, and that even these were hunting farther to the north this season of the year. "But there is Bolgani," said Manu. "Would you like to see Bolgani?" Manu's tone was sneering, and Tarzan knew that it was because little Manu thought all creatures feared mighty Bolgani, the gorilla. Tarzan arched his great chest and struck it with a clenched fist. "I am Tarzan," he cried. "While Tarzan was yet a Balu, he slew a Bolgani. Tarzan seeks the Mangani, who are his brothers, but Bolgani he does not seek, so let Bolgani keep from the path of Tarzan." Little Manu the monkey was much impressed, for the way of the jungle is to boast and to believe. It was then that he condescended to tell Tarzan more of the Mangani. "They go there, and there, and there," he said, making a wide sweep with a brown hand first toward the north, then west, and then south again. "For there," and he pointed due west, "is much hunting, but between lies a great place where there is no food and no water, so they must go that way." And again he swung his hand through the half-circle that explained to Tarzan the great detour the apes made to come to their hunting ground to the west. That was all right for the Mangani, who are lazy and do not care to move rapidly. But for Tarzan, the straight road would be the best. He would cross the dry country and come to the good hunting in a third of the time that it would take to go far to the north and circle back again. And so it was that he continued on toward the west, and crossing a range of low mountains came in sight of a broad plateau, rock-strewn and desolate. Far in the distance he saw another range of mountains, beyond which he felt must lie the hunting ground of the Mangani. There he would join them and remain for a while before continuing on toward the coast and the little cabin that his father had built beside the landlocked harbor at the jungle's edge. Tarzan was full of plans. He would rebuild and enlarge the cabin of his birth, constructing storage houses where he would make the apes lay away food when it was plenty against the times that were lean, a thing no ape ever had dreamed of doing. And the tribe would remain always in the locality, and he would be king again, as he had in the past. He would try to teach them some of the better things that he had learned from man. Yet, knowing the ape mind as only Tarzan could, he feared that his labors would be for naught. The ape-man found the country he was crossing rough in the extreme, the roughest ever he had encountered. The plateau was cut by frequent canyons, the passages of which often entailed hours of wearing effort. The vegetation was sparse and of a faded brown color that lent to the whole landscape a most depressing aspect. Great rocks were strewn in every direction as far as the eye could see, lying partially embedded in an impalpable dust that rose in clouds about him at every step. The sun beat down mercilessly out of a cloudless sky. For a day Tarzan toiled across this now hateful land, and at the going down of the sun the distant mountains to the west seemed no nearer than at morn. Never a sign of a living thing had the ape-man seen, other than Ska, that bird of ill omen, that had followed him tirelessly since he had entered this parched waste. No littlest beetle that he might eat had given evidence that life of any sort existed here, and it was a hungry and thirsty Tarzan who lay down to rest in the evening. He decided now to push on during the cool of the night, for he realized that even mighty Tarzan had his limitations, and that where there was no food, one could not eat, and where there was no water, the greatest woodcraft in the world could find none. It was a totally new experience to Tarzan to find so barren and terrible a country in his beloved Africa. Even the Sahara had its oases, but this frightful world gave no indication of containing a square foot of hospitable ground. However, he had no misgivings but that he would fare forth into the wonder country of which little Manu had told him, though it was certain that he would do it with a dry skin and an empty belly. And so he fought on until daylight, when he again felt the need of rest. He was at the edge of another of those terrible canyons, the eighth he had crossed, whose precipitous sides would have taxed to the uttermost the strength of an untired man well fortified by food and water. And for the first time, as he looked down into the abyss, and then at the opposite side that he must scale, misgivings began to assail his mind. He did not fear death. With the memory of his murdered mate still fresh in his mind, he almost courted it. Yet strong within him was that primal instinct of self-preservation, the battling force of life that would keep him an active contender against the great reaper until, fighting to the very last, he should be overcome by a superior power. A shadow swung slowly across the ground beside him, and looking up, the ape-man saw Ska, the vulture, wheeling a wide circle above him. The grim and persistent harbinger of evil aroused the man to renewed determination. He arose and approached the edge of the canyon. Then, wheeling with his face turned upward toward the circling bird of prey, he bellowed forth the challenge of the bull ape. "I am Tarzan," he shouted, "Lord of the jungle. Tarzan of the Apes is not for Ska, eater of carrion. Go back to the lair of Dango and feed off the leavings of the hyenas, for Tarzan will leave no bones for Ska to pick in this empty wilderness of death. But before he reached the bottom of the canyon, he again was forced to the realization that his great strength was waning. And when he dropped exhausted at the foot of the cliff and saw before him the opposite wall that must be scaled, he bared his fighting fangs and growled. For an hour he lay resting in the cool shade at the foot of the cliff. All about him reigned utter silence, the silence of the tomb. No fluttering birds, no humming insects, no scurrying reptiles relieved the death-like stillness. This, indeed, was the Valley of Death. He felt the depressing influence of the horrible place settling down upon him. But he staggered to his feet, shaking himself like a great lion. For was he not still Tarzan, mighty Tarzan of the Apes? Yes, and Tarzan the mighty he would be until the last throb of that savage heart. As he crossed the floor of the canyon, he saw something lying close to the base of the side wall he was approaching. Something that stood out in startling contrast to all the surroundings, and yet seemed so much a part and parcel of the somber scene as to suggest an actor amid the settings of a well-appointed stage, and as though to carry out the allegory, the pitiless rays of flaming kudu topped the eastern cliff, picking out the thing lying at the foot of the western wall like a giant spotlight. And as Tarzan came nearer, he saw the bleached skull and bones of a human being, about which were remnants of clothing and articles of equipment, that as he examined them, filled the ape-man with curiosity, to such an extent that for a time he forgot his own predicament in contemplation of the remarkable story suggested by these mute evidences of a tragedy of a time long past. The bones were in a fair state of preservation, and indicated by their intactness that the flesh had probably been picked from them by vultures, as none was broken. But the pieces of equipment bore out the suggestion of their great age. In this protected spot, where there were no frosts and evidently but little rainfall, the bones might have lain for ages without disintegrating, for there were here no other forces to scatter or disturb them. Near the skeleton lay a helmet of hammered brass and a corroded breastplate of steel, while at one side was a long, straight sword in its scabbard and an ancient harquebus. The bones were those of a large man, a man of wondrous strength and vitality. Tarzan knew he must have been to have penetrated thus far through the dangers of Africa with such a ponderous, yet at the same time futile armament. The ape-man felt a sense of deep admiration for this nameless adventurer of a bygone day. What a brute of a man he must have been, and what a glorious tale of battle and kaleidoscopic vicissitudes of fortune must once have been locked within that whitened skull. Tarzan stooped to examine the shreds of clothing that still lay about the bones. Every particle of leather had disappeared, doubtless eaten by Ska. No boots remained, if the man had worn boots, but there were several buckles scattered about, suggesting that a great part of his trappings had been of leather, while just beneath the bones of one hand lay a metal cylinder about 8 inches long and 2 inches in diameter. As Tarzan picked it up, he saw that it had been heavily lacquered and had withstood the slight ravages of time so well as to be in as perfect a state of preservation today as it had been when its owner dropped into his last long sleep, perhaps centuries ago. As he examined it, he discovered that one end was closed with a friction cover, which a little twisting force soon loosened and removed, revealing within a roll of parchment which the ape-man removed and opened, disclosing a number of age-yellowed sheets, closely written upon in a fine hand, in a language which he guessed to be Spanish, but which he could not decipher. Upon the last sheet was a roughly drawn map, with numerous reference points marked upon it, all unintelligible to Tarzan, who, after a brief examination of the papers, returned them to their metal case, replaced the top, and was about to toss the little cylinder to the ground beside the mute remains of its former possessor, when some whim of curiosity unsatisfied prompted him to slip it into the quiver with his arrows, though as he did so, it was with the grim thought that possibly centuries hence it might again come to the sight of man beside his own bleached bones. And then, with a parting glance at the ancient skeleton, he turned to the task of ascending the western wall of the canyon. Slowly and with many rests, he dragged his weakening body upwards. Again and again he slipped back from sheer exhaustion, and would have fallen to the floor of the canyon but for merest chance. How long it took him to scale that frightful wall he could not have told. And when at last he dragged himself over the top, it was to lie weak and gasping, too spent to rise or even to move a few inches farther from the perilous edge of the chasm. At last he arose, very slowly and with evident effort, gaining his knees first and then staggering to his feet. Yet his indomitable will was evidenced by a sudden straightening of his shoulders and a determined shake of his head as he lurched forward on unsteady legs to take up his valiant fight for survival. Ahead he scanned the rough landscape for sign of another canyon, which he knew would spell inevitable doom. The western hills rose closer now, though weirdly unreal, as they seemed to dance in the sunlight, as though mocking him with their nearness at the moment that exhaustion was about to render them forever unattainable. Beyond them, he knew, must be the fertile hunting grounds of which Manu had told. Even if no canyon intervened, his chances of surmounting even low hills seemed remote, should he have the fortune to reach their base. But with another canyon, hope was dead. Above them, Ska still circled, and it seemed to the ape-man that the ill-omened bird hovered ever lower and lower, as though reading in the failing gait the nearing of the end, and through cracked lips Tarzan growled out his defiance. Mile after mile Tarzan of the Apes put slowly behind him, borne up by sheer force of will, where a lesser man would have lain down to die and rest forever tired muscles whose every move was an agony of effort. But at last his progress became practically mechanical. He staggered on with a dazed mind that reacted numbly to a single urge. On, on, on. The hills were now but a dim, ill-defined blur ahead. Sometimes he forgot that they were hills, and again he wondered vaguely why he must go on forever through all this torture, endeavoring to overtake them, the fleeing, elusive hills. Presently he began to hate them, and there formed within his half-delirious brain the hallucination that the hills were German hills, that they had slain someone dear to him, whom he could never quite recall, and that he was pursuing to slay them. This idea, growing, appeared to give him strength, a new and revivifying purpose, so that for a time he no longer staggered, but went forward steadily with head erect. Once he stumbled and fell. When he tried to rise, he found that he could not. that his strength was so far gone that he could only crawl forward on his hands and knees for a few yards, and then sink down again to rest. It was during one of these frequent periods of utter exhaustion that he heard the flap of dismal wings close above him. With his remaining strength, he turned himself over on his back to see Ska wheel quickly upward. With the sight, Tarzan's mind cleared for a while. Is the end so near as that? He thought. Does Ska know that I am so near gone that he dares come down and perch upon my carcass? And even then, a grim smile touched those swollen lips, as into the savage mind came a sudden thought, the cunning of the wild beast at bay. Closing his eyes, he threw a forearm across them to protect them from Ska's powerful beak, and then he lay very still and waited. It was restful lying there, for the sun was now obscured by clouds, and Tarzan was very tired. He feared that he might sleep, and something told him that if he did, he would never awaken, and so he concentrated all his remaining powers upon the one thought of remaining awake. Not a muscle moved. To Ska, circling above, it became evident the end had come, that at last he should be rewarded for his long vigil. Circling slowly, he dropped closer and closer to the dying man. Why did not Tarzan move? Had he indeed been overcome by the sleep of exhaustion? Or was Ska right? Had death at last claimed that mighty body? Was that great, savage heart stilled forever? It is unthinkable. Ska, filled with suspicions, circled warily. Twice he almost alighted upon the great naked breast, only to wheel suddenly away. But the third time, his talons touched the brown skin. It was as though the contact closed an electric circuit that instantaneously vitalized the quiet clod that had lain motionless so long. A brown hand swept downward from the brown forehead, and before Ska could raise a wing in flight, he was in the clutches of his intended victim. Ska fought, but he was no match for even a dying Tarzan, and a moment later the ape-man's teeth closed upon the carrion eater. The flesh was coarse and tough, and gave off an unpleasant odor and a worse taste, but it was food, and the blood was drink, and Tarzan, only an ape at heart, and a dying ape into the bargain, dying of starvation and thirst. Even mentally weakened as he was, the ape-man was still master of his appetite, and so he ate but sparingly, saving the rest. And then, feeling that he now could do so safely, he turned upon his side and slept. Rain, beating heavily upon his body, awakened him. Sitting up, he cupped his hands and caught the precious drops, which he transferred to his parched throat. Only a little he got at a time, but that was best. The few mouthfuls of Ska that he had eaten, together with the blood and rainwater and the sleep, had refreshed him greatly and put new strength into his tired muscles. Now he could see the hills again, and they were close, and though there was no sun, the world looked bright and cheerful, for Tarzan knew that he was saved. The bird that would have devoured him, and the providential rain, had saved him at the very moment that death seemed inevitable. Again partaking of the few mouthfuls of the unsavory flesh of Ska the vulture, the ape-man arose with something of his old force, and set out with steady gait toward the hills of promise, rising alluringly ahead. Darkness fell before he reached them, but he kept on until he felt the steeply rising ground that proclaimed his arrival at the base of the hills proper. and then he lay down and waited until morning should reveal the easiest passage to the land beyond. The rain had ceased, but the sky still was overcast so that even his keen eyes could not penetrate the darkness farther than a few feet. And there he slept, after eating again of what remained of ska, until the morning sun awakened him with a new sense of strength and well-being. And so at last he came through the hills out of the valley of death into a land of park-like beauty, rich in game. Below him lay a deep valley through the center of which dense jungle vegetation marked the course of a river, beyond which a primeval forest extended for miles to terminate at last at the foot of lofty snow-capped mountains. It was a land that Tarzan never had looked upon before, nor was it likely that the foot of another white man ever had touched it unless, possibly, in some long-gone day, the adventurer whose skeleton he had found bleaching in the canyon had traversed it. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Chapter 8 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 8. Tarzan and the Great Apes. 3 days the ape-man spent in resting and recuperating, eating fruits and nuts, and the smaller animals that were most easily bagged. And upon the 4th he set out to explore the valley and search for the great apes. Time was a negligible factor in the equation of life. It was all the same to Tarzan if he reached the west coast in a month or a year or 3 years. All the time was his in all Africa. His was absolute freedom. The last tie that had bound him to civilization and custom had been severed. He was alone, but he was not exactly lonely. The greater part of his life had been spent thus, and though there was no other of his kind, he was at all times surrounded by the jungle peoples, for whom familiarity had bred no contempt within his breast. The least of them interested him, and, too, there were those with whom he always made friends easily. And there were his hereditary enemies, whose presence gave a spice to life that might otherwise have become humdrum and monotonous. And so it was that on the 4th day he set out to explore the valley and search for his fellow apes. He had proceeded southward for a short distance when his nostrils were assailed by the scent of man, of Gomagani, the black man. There were many of them, and mixed with their scent was another scent, that of a she-Tarmangani. Swinging through the trees, Tarzan approached the authors of these disturbing scents. He came warily from the flank, but paying no attention to the wind, for he knew that man, with his dull senses, could apprehend him only through the eyes or ears, and then only when comparatively close. Had he been stalking Numa or Sheeta, he would have circled about until his quarry was upwind from him, thus taking practically all the advantage up to the very moment that he came within sight or hearing. But in the stalking of the dull-clawed man, he approached with almost contemptuous indifference, so that all the jungle about him knew that he was passing, all but the men he stalked. From the dense foliage of a great tree he watched them pass, a disreputable mob of blacks, some garbed in the uniform of German East African native troops, others wearing a single garment of the same uniform, while many had reverted to the simple dress of their forebears, approximating nudity. There were many black women with them, laughing and talking as they kept pace with the men, all of whom were armed with German rifles and equipped with German belts and ammunition. There were no white officers there, but it was nonetheless apparent to Tarzan that these men were from some German native command, and he guessed that they had slain their officers and taken to the jungle with their women, or had stolen some from native villages through which they must have passed. It was evident that they were putting as much ground between themselves and the coast as possible, and doubtless were seeking some impenetrable fastness of the vast interior, where they might inaugurate a region of terror among the primitively armed inhabitants, and by raiding, looting, and rape, grow rich in goods and women at the expense of the district upon which they settled themselves. Between two of the black women marched a slender white girl. She was hatless and with torn and disheveled clothing that had evidently once been a trim riding habit. Her coat was gone and her waist half torn from her body. Occasionally, and without apparent provocation, one or the other of the negresses struck or pushed her roughly. Tarzan watched through half-closed eyes. His first impulse was to leap among them and bear the girl from their cruel clutches. He had recognized her immediately, and it was because of this fact that he hesitated. What was it to Tarzan of the Apes what fate befell his enemy spy? He had been unable to kill her himself because of an inherent weakness that would not permit him to lay hands upon a woman, all of which, of course, had no bearing upon what others might do to her. That her fate would now be infinitely more horrible than the quick and painless death that the ape-man would have meted to her only interested Tarzan to the extent that the more frightful the end of a German, the more in keeping it would be with what they all deserved. And so he let the blacks pass with Fraulein Bertha Ketcher in their midst, or at least until the last struggling warrior suggested to his mind the pleasures of black baiting, an amusement and a sport in which he had grown ever more proficient since that long-gone day when Kuluga, the son of Mbonga, the chief, had cast his unfortunate spear at Kala, the ape-man's foster mother. The last man, who must have stopped for some purpose, was fully a quarter of a mile in rear of the party. He was hurrying to catch up when Tarzan saw him, and as he passed beneath the tree in which the ape-man perched above the trail, a silent noose dropped deftly about his neck. The main body still was in plain sight, and as the frightened man voiced a piercing shriek of terror, they looked back to see his body rise as though by magic straight into the air and disappear amidst the leafy foliage above. For a moment the blacks stood paralyzed by astonishment and fear, but presently the burly sergeant, Usanga, who led them, started back along the trail at a run, calling to the others to follow him. Loading their guns as they came, the blacks ran to succor their fellow, and at Usanga's command they spread into a thin line that presently entirely surrounded the tree into which their comrade had vanished. Usanga called but received no reply. Then he advanced slowly with rifle at the ready, peering up into the tree. He could see no one, nothing. The circle closed in until 50 blacks were searching among the branches with their keen eyes. What had become of their fellow? They had not seen him rise into the tree, and since then many eyes had been fastened upon the spot. Yet there was no sign of him. One more venturesome than his fellows volunteered to climb into the tree and investigate. He was gone but a minute or two, and when he dropped to earth again, he swore that there was no sign of a creature there. Perplexed, and by this time a bit awed, the blacks drew slowly away from the spot, and with many backward glances and less laughing continued upon their journey until, when about a mile beyond the spot at which their fellow had disappeared, those in the lead saw him peering from behind a tree at one side of the trail just in front of them. With shouts to their companions that he had been found, they ran forwards. But those who were first to reach the tree stopped suddenly and shrank back, their eyes rolling fearfully, first in one direction and then the other, as though they expected some nameless horror to leap out upon them. Nor was their terror without foundation. Impaled upon the end of a broken branch, the head of their companion was propped behind the tree so that it appeared to be looking out at them from the opposite side of the bowl. It was then that they wished to turn back, arguing that they had offended some demon of the wood upon whose preserve they had trespassed. But Usanga refused to listen to them, assuring them that inevitable torture and death awaited them should they return and fall again into the hands of their cruel German masters. At last his reasoning prevailed, to the end that a much subdued and terrified band moved in a compact mass, like a drove of sheep, forward through the valley, and there were no stragglers. It was a happy characteristic of the Negro race, which they hold in common with little children, that their spirits seldom remain depressed for a considerable length of time after the immediate cause of depression is removed. And so it was that in half an hour Usanga's band was again beginning to take on some extent of its former appearance of carefree lightheartedness. Thus were the heavy clouds of fear slowly dissipating when a turn in the trail brought them suddenly upon the headless body of their erstwhile companion, lying directly in their path, and they were again plunged into the depth of fear and gloomy forebodings. So utterly inexplicable and uncanny had the entire occurrence been, that there was not one of them who could find a ray of comfort penetrating the dead blackness of its ominous portent. What had happened to one of their number, each contrived as being a wholly possible fate for himself. In fact, quite his probable fate. If such a thing could happen in broad daylight, what frightful thing might not fall to their lot when night had enshrouded them in her mantle of darkness? They trembled in anticipation. The white girl in their midst was no less mystified than they, but far less moved, since sudden death was the most merciful fate to which she might now look forward. So far, she had been subjected to nothing worse than the petty cruelties of the women, while on the other hand, it had alone been the presence of the women that had saved her from worse treatment at the hands of some of the men, notably the brutal black sergeant, Usanga. His own woman was one of the party, a veritable giantess, a virago of the first magnitude, and she was evidently the only thing in the world of which Usanga stood in awe. Even though she was particularly cruel to the young woman, the latter believed that she was her sole protection from the degraded black tyrant. Late in the afternoon, the band came upon a small palisaded village of thatched huts set in a clearing in the jungle close beside a placid river. At their approach, the villagers came pouring out, and Usanga advanced with two of his warriors to palaver with the chief. The experiences of the day had so shaken the nerves of the black sergeant that he was ready to treat with these people rather than take their village by force of arms, as would ordinarily have been his preference. But now a vague conviction influenced him that there watched over this part of the jungle a powerful demon, who wielded miraculous power for evil against those who offended him. First, Usanga would learn how these villagers stood with this savage god, and if they had his goodwill, Usanga would be most careful to treat them with kindness and respect. At the palaver, it developed that the village chief had food, goats, and fowl, which he would be glad to dispose of for a proper consideration. But as the consideration would have meant parting with precious rifles and ammunition, or the very clothing from their backs, Usanga began to see that after all it might be forced upon him to wage war to obtain food. A happy solution was arrived at by a suggestion of one of his men, that the soldiers go forth the following day and hunt for the villagers, bringing them in so much fresh meat in return for their hospitality. This the chief agreed to, stipulating the kind and quantity of game to be paid in return for flour, goats, and fowl, and a certain number of huts that were to be turned over to the visitors. The details having been settled after an hour or more of that bickering argument of which the native African is so fond, the newcomers entered the village, where they were assigned to huts. Bertha Kitcher found herself alone in a small hut close to the palisade at the far end of the village street. And though she was neither bound nor guarded, she was assured by Usanga that she could not escape the village without running into almost certain death in the jungle, which the villagers assured them was infested by lions of great size and ferocity. "Be good to Usanga," he concluded, "and no harm will befall you. I will come again to see you after the others are asleep. Let us be friends." As the brute left her, the girl's frame was racked by a convulsive shudder as she sank to the floor of the hut and covered her face with her hands. She realized now why the women had not been left to guard her. It was the work of the cunning Usanga. But would not his woman suspect something of his intentions? She was no fool, and further being imbued with insane jealousy. She was ever looking for some overt act upon the part of her even lord. Bertha Kitcher felt that only she might save her, and that she would save her if word could be gotten to her. But how? Left alone and away from the eyes of her captors for the first time since the previous night, the girl immediately took advantage of the opportunity to assure herself that the papers she had taken from the body of Hauptmann Fritz Schneider were still safely sewn inside one of her undergarments. Alas, what value could they now ever be to her beloved country? But habit and loyalty were so strong within her that she still clung to the determined hope of eventually delivering the little packet to her chief. The natives seemed to have forgotten her existence. No one came near the hut, not even to bring her food. But she could hear them at the other end of the village laughing and yelling, and knew that they were celebrating with food and native beer, knowledge which only increased her apprehension. To be prisoner in a native village in the very heart of an unexplored region of Central Africa, the only white woman among a band of drunken Negroes, the very thought appalled her. Yet there was a slight promise in the fact that she had so far been unmolested. The promise that they might, indeed, have forgotten her, and that soon they might become so hopelessly drunk as to be harmless. Darkness had fallen and still no one came. The girl wondered if she dared venture forth in search of Naratu, Usanga's woman, for Usanga might not forget that he had promised to return. No one was near as she stepped out of the hut and made her way toward the part of the village where the revelers were making merry about a fire. As she approached, she saw the villagers and their guests squatting in a large circle about the blaze, before which a half-dozen naked warriors leaped and bent and stamped in some grotesque dance. Pots of food and gourds of drink were being passed about among the audience. Dirty hands were plunged into the food pots and the captured portions devoured so greedily that one might have thought the entire community had been upon the point of starvation. The gourds they held to their lips until the beer ran down their chins, and the vessels were wrestled from them by greedy neighbors. The drink had now begun to take noticeable effect upon most of them, with the result that they were beginning to give themselves up to utter and licentious abandon. As the girl came nearer, keeping in the shadow of the huts, looking for Naratu, she was suddenly discovered by one upon the edge of the crowd, a huge woman, who rose shrieking and came toward her. From her aspect, the white girl thought that the woman meant literally to tear her to pieces. So utterly wanton and uncalled for was the attack that it found the girl entirely unprepared. And what would have happened had not a warrior interfered may only be guessed. And then Usanga, noting the interruption, came lurching forward to question her. "What do you want?" he cried. "Food and drink? Come with me." And he threw an arm about her and dragged her toward the circle. "No," she cried, "I want Naratu." "Where is Naratu?" This seemed to sober the black for a moment, as though he had temporarily forgotten his better half. He cast quick, fearful glances about, and then, evidently assured that Naratu had noticed nothing, He ordered the warrior who was still holding the infuriated black woman from the white girl to take the latter back to her hut and remain there on guard over her. First appropriating a gourd of beer for himself, the warrior motioned the girl to precede him, and thus guarded she returned to her hut. The fellow squatting down just outside the doorway, where he confined his attentions for some time to the gourd. Bertha Kitcher sat down at the far side of the hut, awaiting she knew not what impending fate. She could not sleep, so filled was her mind with wild schemes of escape, though each new one must always be discarded as impractical. Half an hour after the warrior had returned her to her prison, he rose and entered the hut, where he tried to engage in conversation with her. Groping across the interior, he leaned his short spear against the wall and sat down beside her. As he talked, he edged closer and closer until at last he could reach out and touch her. Shrinking, she drew away. "Don't touch me," she cried. "I will tell Usanga if you do not leave me alone, and you know what he will do to you." The man only laughed drunkenly, and reaching out his hand, grabbed her arm and dragged her toward him. She fought and cried aloud for Usanga, and at the same instant the entrance to the hut was darkened by the form of a man. "What is the matter?" shouted the newcomer in the deep tones that the girl recognized as belonging to the black sergeant. He had come, but would she be any better off? She knew that she would not unless she could play upon Usanga's fear of his woman. When Usanga found what had happened, he kicked the warrior out of the hut and bade him begone. And when the fellow had disappeared, muttering and grumbling, the sergeant approached the white girl. He was very drunk, so drunk that several times she succeeded in eluding him, and twice she pushed him so violently away that he stumbled and fell. Finally he became enraged, and rushing upon her, seized her in his long ape-like arms. Striking at his face with clenched fists, she tried to protect herself and drive him away. She threatened him with the wrath of Naratu, and at that he changed his tactics and began to plead. And as he argued with her, promising her safety and eventual freedom, the warrior he had kicked out of the hut made his staggering way to the hut occupied by Naratu. Usanga, finding that pleas and promises were as unavailing as threats, at last lost both his patience and his head. Seizing the girl roughly, and simultaneously there burst into the hut a raging demon of jealousy. Naratu had come, kicking, scratching, striking, biting. She routed the terrified Usanga in short order, and so obsessed was she by her desire to inflict punishment upon her unfaithful lord and master that she quite forgot the object of his infatuation. Bertha Kitcher heard her screaming down the village streets at Usanga's heels, and trembled at the thought of what lay in store for her at the hands of these two. For she knew that tomorrow at the latest Naratu would take out upon her the full measure of her jealous hatred, after she had spent her first wrath upon Usanga. The two had departed but a few minutes when the warrior guard returned. He looked into the hut and then entered. "No one will stop me now, white woman," he growled as he stepped quickly across the hut toward her. Tarzan of the Apes, feasting well upon a juicy haunch from Bara the deer, was vaguely conscious of a troubled mind. He should have been at peace with himself and all the world, for was he not in his native element, surrounded by game in plenty and rapidly filling his belly with the flesh he loved best? But Tarzan of the Apes was haunted by the picture of a slight young girl being shoved and struck by brutal negresses, and in imagination could see her now camped in this savage country, a prisoner among degraded blacks. Why was it so difficult to remember that she was only a hated German and a spy? Why would the fact that she was a woman and white always obtrude itself upon his consciousness? He hated her as he hated all her kind, and the fate that was sure to be hers was no more terrible than she, in common with all her people, deserved. The matter was settled, and Tarzan composed himself to think of other things. Yet the picture would not die. It rose in all its details and annoyed him. He began to wonder what they were doing to her and where they were taking her. He was very much ashamed of himself, as he had been after the episode in Williamsthal, when his weakness had permitted him to spare this spy's life. Was he to be thus weak again? No. Night came, and he settled himself in an apple tree to rest until morning. But sleep would not come. Instead came the vision of a white girl being beaten by black women, and again of the same girl at the mercy of the warriors somewhere in that dark and forbidding jungle. With a growl of anger and self-contempt, Tarzan rose, shook himself, and swung from his tree to that adjoining, and thus through the lower terraces. He followed the trail that Usanga's party had taken earlier in the afternoon. He had little difficulty, as the band had followed a well-beaten path, and when toward midnight the stench of a native village assailed his delicate nostrils, he guessed that his goal was near, and that presently he should find her whom he sought. Prowling stealthily, as prowls Numa the lion, stalking a wary prey, Tarzan moved noiselessly about the palisade, listening and sniffing. At the rear of the village, he discovered a tree whose branches extended over the top of the palisade, and a moment later, he had dropped quietly into the village. From hut to hut he went, searching with keen ears and nostrils, some confirming evidence of the presence of the girl, and at last, faint and almost obliterated by the odor of the gomangani, he found it hanging like a delicate vapor about a small hut. The village was quiet now, for the last of the beer and the food had been disposed of, and the blacks lay in their huts overcome by stupor, yet Tarzan made no noise that even a sober man keenly alert might have heard. He passed around to the entrance of the hut and listened. From within came no sound, not even the low breathing of one awake. Yet he was sure that the girl had been here, and perhaps was even now, and so he entered, slipping in as silently as a disembodied spirit. For a moment he stood motionless, just within the entranceway, listening. No, there was no one here. Of that he was sure, but he would investigate. As his eyes became accustomed to the greater darkness within the hut, an object began to take form. That presently outlined itself as a human form supine upon the floor. Tarzan stepped closer and leaned over to examine it. It was the dead body of a naked warrior from whose chest protruded a short spear. Then he searched carefully every square foot of the remaining floor space, and at last returned to the body again, where he stooped and smelled the heft of the weapon that had slain the black. A slow smile touched his lips. That and a slight movement of his head betokened that he understood. A rapid search of the balance of the village assured him that the girl had escaped, and a feeling of relief came over him that no harm had befallen her. That her life was equally in jeopardy in the savage jungle to which she must have flown did not impress him as it would have you or me, since to Tarzan the jungle was not a dangerous place. He considered one safer there than in Paris or London by night. He had entered the trees again and was outside the palisade when there came faintly to his ears from far beyond the village an old familiar sound. Balancing lightly upon a swaying branch, he stood a graceful statue of a forest god, listening intently. For a minute he stood thus, and then there broke from his lips the long, weird cry of ape calling to ape, and he was away through the jungle, toward the sound of the booming drum of the anthropoids, leaving behind him an awkward and terrified village of cringing blacks, who would forever after connect that eerie cry with the disappearance of their white prisoner and the death of their fellow warrior. Bertha Kitcher, hurrying through the jungle along a well-beaten game trail, thought only of putting as much distance as possible between herself and the village before daylight could permit pursuit of her. Whither she was going she did not know, nor was it a matter of great moment, since death must be her lot sooner or later. Fortune favored her that night, for she passed unscathed through as savage and lion-ridden an area as there is in all Africa, a natural hunting ground which the white man has not yet discovered, where deer and antelope and zebra, giraffe and elephant, buffalo, rhinoceros, and the other herbivorous animals of Central Africa abound, unmolested by none but their natural enemies, the great cats, which, lured here by easy prey and immunity from the rifles of big game hunters, swarm the district. She had fled for an hour or two, perhaps, when her attention was arrested by the sound of animals moving about, muttering, growling close ahead. Assured that she had covered a sufficient distance to ensure her a good start in the morning before the blacks could take her trail, and fearful of what the creatures might be, she climbed into a large tree with the intention of spending the balance of the night there. She had no sooner reached a safe and comfortable branch when she discovered that the tree stood upon the edge of a small clearing that had been hidden from her by the heavy undergrowth upon the ground below. And simultaneously she discovered the identity of the beast she had heard. In the center of the clearing below her, clearly visible in the bright moonlight, she saw fully 20 large man-like apes, great shaggy fellows who went upon their hind feet with only slight assistance from the knuckles of their hands. Moonlight glanced from their glossy coats, the numerous great-tipped hairs, imparting a sheen that made the hideous creatures almost magnificent in their appearance. The girl had watched them but a minute or two when the little band was joined by others, coming singly and in groups until there were fully 50 of the great brutes gathered there in the moonlight. Among them were young apes and several little ones clinging tightly to their mother's shaggy shoulders. Presently the group parted to form a circle about what appeared to be a small, flat-topped mound of earth in the center of the clearing. Squatting close about this mound were 3 old females, armed with short, heavy clubs with which they presently began to pound upon the flat top of the earth mound, which gave forth a dull, booming sound. And almost immediately the other apes commenced to move about restlessly, weaving in and out aimlessly, until they carried the impression of a moving mass of great black maggots. The beating of the drum was in a slow, ponderous cadence, at first without time, but presently settling into a heavy rhythm to which the apes kept time with measured tread and swaying bodies. Slowly the mass separated into 2 rings, the outer of which was composed of shes and the very young, the inner of mature bulls. The former ceased to move and squatted upon their haunches, while the bulls now moved slowly about in a circle, the center of which was the drum, and all now in the same direction. It was then that there came faintly to the ears of the girl from the direction of the village she had recently quitted a weird and high-pitched cry. The effect upon the apes was electrical. They stopped their movements and stood in attitudes of intent listening for a moment, and then one fellow, huger than his companions, raised his face to the heavens and in a voice that sent the cold shudders through the girl's slight frame, answered the far-off cry. Once again the beaters took up their drumming and the slow dance went on. There was a certain fascination in the savage ceremony that held the girl spellbound, and as there seemed little likelihood of her being discovered, she felt that she might as well remain the balance of the night in her tree and resume her flight by the comparatively greater safety of daylight. Assuring herself that her packet of papers was safe, she sought as comfortable a position as possible among the branches, and settled herself to watch the weird proceedings in the clearing below her. Half an hour passed, during which the cadence of the drum increased gradually. Now the great bull that had replied to the distant call leaped from the inner circle to dance alone between the drummers and the other bulls. He leaped and crouched and leaped again, now growling and barking, again stopping to raise his hideous face to Goro, the moon, and beating upon his shaggy breast, uttered a piercing scream, the challenge of the bull ape. Had the girl but known it. He stood thus in the full glare of the great moon, motionless after screaming forth his weird challenge. In the setting of the primeval jungle and the circling apes, a picture of primitive savagery and power, a mightily muscled Hercules out of the dawn of life. When from close behind her the girl heard an answering scream, and an instant later saw an almost naked white man drop from a nearby tree into the clearing. Instantly the apes became a roaring, snarling pack of angry beasts. Bertha Kitcher held her breath. What maniac was this who dared approach these frightful creatures in their own haunts, alone against 50? She saw the brown-skinned figure bathed in moonlight walk straight toward the snarling pack. She saw the symmetry and the beauty of that perfect body, its grace, its strength, its wondrous proportioning. And then she recognized him. It was the same creature whom she had seen carry Major Schneider from General Kraut's headquarters, the same who had rescued her from Numa the lion, the same whom she had struck down with the butt of her pistol and escaped when he would have returned her to her enemies, the same who had slain Hauptmann Fritz Schneider and spared her life that night in Wilmstal. Fear-filled and fascinated, she watched him as he neared the apes. She heard sounds issue from his throat, sounds identical with those uttered by the apes. And though she could scarce believe the testimony of her own ears, she knew that this godlike creature was conversing with the brutes in their own tongue. Tarzan halted just before he reached the sheaves of the outer circle. "I am Tarzan of the Apes," he cried. "You do not know me because I am of another tribe, but Tarzan comes in peace, or he comes to fight. Which shall it be? Tarzan will talk with your king." And so saying, he pushed straight toward the sheaves and the young one, who now gave way before him, making a narrow lane through which he passed toward the inner circle. Sheaves and balus growled and bristled as he passed closer, but none hindered him, and thus he came to the inner circle of bulls. Here bared fangs menaced him, and growling faces hideously contorted. "I am Tarzan," he repeated. "Tarzan comes to dance the dum-dum with his brothers. Where is your king?" Again he pressed forward, and the girl in the tree clapped her palms to her cheeks as she watched wide-eyed this madman going to frightful death. In another instant they would be upon him, rending and tearing until that perfect form had been ripped to shreds. But again the ring parted, and though the apes roared and menaced him, they did not attack. And at last he stood in the inner circle close to the drum and faced the great king ape. Again he spoke. "I am Tarzan of the Apes," he cried. "Tarzan comes to live with his brothers. He will come in peace and live in peace, or he will kill. But he has come, and he will stay. Which shall Tarzan dance? The dum-dum in peace with his brothers, or shall Tarzan kill first?" "I am Golat of the Apes," screamed the large bull. "I kill, I kill, I kill!" And with a sudden roar he charged the Tarmangani. The ape-man, as the girl watched him, seemed entirely unprepared for the charge, and she looked to see him borne down and slain at the first rush. The great bull was almost upon him, with huge hands outstretched to seize him before Tarzan made a move. But when he did move, his quickness would have put Ara, the lightning, to shame. As darts forward the head of Hista the snake, so darted forward the left hand of the man-beast as he seized the left wrist of his antagonist. A quick turn, and the bull's right arm was locked beneath the right arm of his foe in a jiu-jitsu hold that Tarzan had learned among civilized men. A hold with which he might easily break the great bones, a hold that left the ape helpless. "I am Tarzan of the Apes," screamed the ape-man. Shall Tarzan dance in peace, or shall Tarzan kill? I kill, I kill, I kill, shrieked Golot. With the quickness of a cat, Tarzan swung the king ape over one hip and sent him sprawling to the ground. I am Tarzan, king of all the apes, he shouted. Shall it be peace? Golot, infuriated, leapt to his feet and charged again, shouting his war cry, I kill, I kill, I kill. And again Tarzan met him with a sudden hold that the stupid bull, being ignorant of, could not possibly avert. A hold and a throw that brought a scream of delight from the interested audience and suddenly filled the girl with doubts as to the man's madness. Evidently, he was quite safe among the apes, for she saw him swing Golot to his back and then catapult him over his shoulder. The king ape fell upon his head and lay very still. I am Tarzan of the Apes, cried the ape-man. I come to dance the dum-dum with my brothers. And he made a motion to the drummers, who immediately took up the cadence of the dance where they had dropped off to watch their king slay the foolish Tarmangani. It was then that Golot raised his head and slowly crawled to his feet. Tarzan approached him. I am Tarzan of the Apes, he cried. Shall Tarzan dance the dum-dum with his brothers now? Or shall he kill first? Golot raised his bloodshot eyes to the face of the Tarmangani. Gagoda, he cried. Tarzan of the Apes will dance the dum-dum with his brothers, and Golot will dance with him. And then the girl saw the savage man leaping, bending, and stamping with the savage apes in the ancient rite of the dum-dum. His roars and growls were more beastly than the beasts. His handsome face was distorted with savage ferocity. He beat upon his great breast and screamed forth his challenge as his smooth brown hide brushed the shaggy coats of his fellows. It was weird, it was wonderful, and in its primitive savagery it was not without beauty, the strange scene she looked upon. Such a scene as no other human being probably had ever witnessed. And yet, withal, it was horrible. As she gazed spellbound, a stealthy movement in the tree behind her caused her to turn her head, and there, back of her, blazing in the reflected moonlight, shone two great yellow-green eyes. Sheeta, the panther, had found her out. The beast was so close that it might have reached out and touched her with a great taloned paw. There was no time to think, no time to weigh chances or to choose alternatives. Terror-inspired impulse was her guide as with a loud scream she leaped from the tree into the clearing. Instantly the apes, now maddened by the effects of the dancing in the moonlight, turned to note the cause of the interruption. They saw this she-Tarmangani helpless and alone, and they started for her. Sheeta the panther, knowing that not even Numa the lion, unless maddened by starvation, dares meddle with the great apes at their dum-dum, had silently vanished into the night, seeking his supper elsewhere. Tarzan, turning with the other apes toward the cause of the interruption, saw the girl, recognized her, and also her peril. Here again, might she die at the hands of others? But why consider it? He knew that he could not permit it. And though the acknowledgment shamed him, it had to be admitted. The leading shes were almost upon the girl when Tarzan leaped among them, and with heavy blows scattered them to right and left. And then, as the bulls came to share the kill, they thought this new ape thing was about to make that he might steal all the flesh for himself. They found him facing them with an arm thrown about the creature as though to protect her. This is Tarzan's she, he said. Do not harm her. It was the only way he could make them understand that they must not slay her. He was glad that she could not interrupt the words. It was humiliating enough to make such a statement to wild apes about his hated enemy. So once again, Tarzan of the Apes was forced to protect a Hun. Growling, he muttered to himself in extenuation, She is a woman, and I am not a German. She is a woman, and I am not a German, so it could not be otherwise. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Mike Vendetti, Florence, Colorado, www.mikevendetti.com. Chapter 9 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs, Chapter 9. Dropped from the Sky. Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick, Royal Air Service, was on reconnaissance. A report, or it would be better to say a rumor, had come to the British headquarters in German East Africa that the enemy had landed in force on the west coast and was marching across the dark continent to reinforce their colonial troops. In fact, the new army was supposed to be no more than 10 or 12 days' march to the west. Of course, the thing was ridiculous, preposterous, but preposterous things often happen in war. And anyway, no good general permits the least rumor of enemy activity to go uninvestigated. Therefore, Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick flew low toward the west, searching with keen eyes for signs of a Hun army. Vast forests unrolled beneath him in which a German army corps might have lain concealed, so dense was the overhanging foliage of the great trees. Mountain, meadowland, and desert passed in lovely panorama, but never a sight of a man had the young lieutenant. Always hoping that he might discover some sign of their passage, a discarded lorry, a broken limber, or an old campsite, he continued farther and farther into the west until well into the afternoon. Above a tree-dotted plain, through the center of which flowed a winding river, he determined to turn about and start for camp. It would take straight flying at top speed to cover the distance before dark. But as he had ample gasoline and a trustworthy machine, there was no doubt in his mind that he could accomplish his aim. It was then that his engine stalled. He was too low to do anything but land, and that immediately, while he had the more open country accessible. For directly east of him was the vast forest into which a stalled engine could only have plunged him into certain injury and probable death. And so he came down in the meadowland near the winding river and there started to tinker with his motor. As he worked, he hummed a tune, some music hall air that had been popular in London the year before, so that one might have thought him working in the security of an English flying field surrounded by innumerable comrades, rather than alone in the heart of an unexplored African wilderness. It was typical of the man that he should be wholly indifferent to his surroundings, although his looks entirely belied any assumption that he was of particularly heroic strain. Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick was fair-haired, blue-eyed, slender, with a rosy, boyish face that might have been molded more by an environment of luxury, indolence, and ease than the most strenuous exigencies of life's sterner requirements. And not only was the young lieutenant outwardly careless of the immediate future and of his surroundings, but actually so. That the district might be infested by countless enemies seemed not to have occurred to him in the remotest degree. He bent assiduously to the work of correcting the adjustment that had caused his motor to stall without so much as an upward glance at the surrounding country. The forest to the east of him and the most distant jungle that bordered the winding river might have harbored an army of bloodthirsty savages, but neither could elicit even a passing show of interest on the part of Lieutenant Smith Oldwick. And even had he looked, it is doubtful if he would have seen the score of figures crouching in the concealment of the undergrowth at the forest edge. There are those who are reputed to be endowed with that which is sometimes, for want of a better appellation, known as a sixth sense, a species of intuition which apprises them of the presence of an unseen danger. The concentrated gaze of a hidden observer provokes a warning sensation of nervous unrest in such as these. But though 20 pairs of savage eyes were gazing fixedly at Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick, the fact aroused no response sensation of impending danger in his placid breast. He hummed peacefully, and, his adjustment completed, tried out his motor for a minute or two, then shut it off and descended to the ground with the intention of stretching his legs and taking a smoke before continuing his return flight to camp. Now, for the first time, he took note of his surroundings, to be immediately impressed by both the wilderness and the beauty of the scene. In some respects, the tree-dotted meadowland reminded him of a park-like English forest, and the wild beasts and savage men could ever be a part of so quiet a scene seemed the remotest of contingencies. Some gorgeous blooms upon a flowering shrub at a little distance from his machine caught the attention of his aesthetic eye, and as he puffed upon his cigarette, he walked over to examine the flowers more closely. As he bent above them, he was probably some 100 yards from his plane, and it was at this instant that Numbo, chief of the Wambo, chose to leap from his ambush and lead his warriors in a sudden rush upon the white man. The young Englishman's first imitation of danger was a chorus of savage yells from the forest behind him. Turning, he saw a score of naked black warriors advancing rapidly toward him. They moved in a compact mass, and as they approached more closely, their rate of speed noticeably diminished. Lieutenant Smith Oldwick realized at a quick glance that the direction of their approach and their proximity had cut off all chances of retreating to his plane, and he also understood that their attitude was entirely warlike and menacing. He saw that they were armed with spears and bows and arrows, and he felt quite confident that notwithstanding the fact that he was armed with a pistol, they could overcome him with the first rush. What he did not know about their tactics was that at any show of resistance they would fall back, which is the nature of the native Negroes, but that after numerous advances and retreats, during which they would work themselves into a frenzy of rage by much shrieking, leaping, and dancing, they would eventually come to the point of a determined and final assault. Numambo was in the forefront, a fact which, taken in connection with his considerably greater size and more warlike appearance, indicated him as the natural target, and it was at Numambo that the Englishman aimed his first shot. Unfortunately for him, he missed his target. As the killing of the chief might have permanently dispersed the others, the bullet passed Numambo to lodge in the breast of a warrior behind him, and as the fellow lunged forward with a scream, the others turned and retreated. But to the lieutenant's chagrin, they ran in the direction of the plane instead of back toward the forest, so that he was still cut off from reaching his machine. Presently they stopped and faced him again. They were talking loudly and gesticulating, and after a moment one of them leaped into the air, brandishing his spear and uttering savage war cries which soon had their effect upon his fellows, so that it was not long ere all of them were taking part in the wild show of savagery, which would bolster their waning courage and presently spur them on to another attack. The second charge brought them closer to the Englishman, and though he dropped another with his pistol, it was not before 2 or 3 spears had been launched at him. He now had 5 shots remaining, and there were still 18 warriors to be accounted for, so that unless he could frighten them off, it was evident that his fate was sealed, that they must pay the price of 1 life for every attempt to take his, had its effect upon them, and they were longer now in initiating a new rush, and when they did, it was more skillfully ordered than those that had preceded it. For they scattered into 3 bands, which, partially surrounding him, came simultaneously toward him from different directions, and though he emptied his pistol with good effect, they reached him at last. They seemed to know that his ammunition was exhausted, for they circled close about him now, with the evident intention of taking him alive. since they might easily have riddled him with their sharp spears, with perfect safety to themselves. For 2 or 3 minutes they circled about him until, at a word from Numabo, they closed in simultaneously, and though the slender young lieutenant struck out to right and left, he was soon overwhelmed by superior numbers and beaten down by the hafts of spears in brawny hands. He was all but unconscious when they finally dragged him to his feet, and after securing his hands behind his back, pushed him roughly along ahead of them towards the jungle. As the guard prodded him along the narrow trail, Lieutenant Smith Oldwick could not but wonder why they had wished to take him alive. He knew that he was too far inland for his uniform to have any significance to this native tribe, to whom no inkling of the war probably ever had come, and he could only assume that he had fallen into the hands of the warriors of some savage potentate, upon whose royal caprice his fate would hinge. They had marched for perhaps half an hour when the Englishman saw ahead of him, in a little clearing upon the bank of the river, the thatched roofs of native huts, showing above the crude but strong palisade. And presently he was ushered into a village street, where he was immediately surrounded by a throng of women and children and warriors. Here he was soon the center of an excited mob whose intent seemed to be to dispatch him as quickly as possible. The women were more venomous than the men, striking and scratching him wherever they could reach him, until at last Numabo, the chief, was obliged to interfere to save his prisoner for whatever purpose he was detained. As the warriors pushed the crowd back, opening a space through which the white man was led toward a hut, Lieutenant Smith Oldwick saw coming from the opposite end of the village a number of Negroes wearing odds and ends of German uniforms. He was not a little surprised at this, and his first thought was that he had at last come in contact with some portion of the army which was rumored to be crossing from the west coast, and for signs of which he had been searching. A rueful smile touched his lips as he contemplated the unhappy circumstances which surrounded the accession of this knowledge, for, though he was far from being without hope, he realized that only by the merest chance could he escape these people and regain his machine. Among the partially uniformed blacks was a huge fellow in the tunic of a sergeant, and as this man's eyes fell upon the British officer, a loud cry of exultation broke from his lips, and immediately his followers took up the cry and pressed forward to beat the prisoner. "Where did you get the Englishman?" asked Usanga, the black sergeant of the chief Numabo. "Are there many more of him?" "He came down from the sky," replied the native chief, "in a strange thing which flies like a bird, and which frightened us very much at first. But we watched for a long time and saw that it did not seem to be alive, and when this white man left it, we attacked him, and though he killed many of my warriors, we took him. For the Wamambos are brave men and great warriors." Usanga's eyes went wide. "He flew here through the sky?" he asked. "Yes," said Numabo. "In a great thing which resembled a bird, he flew down out of the sky. The thing is still where it came down, close to the 4 trees near the second bend in the river. We left it there, because not knowing what it was, we were afraid to touch it. And it is still there, if it has not flown away again." "It cannot fly," said Usanga, "without this man in it. It is a terrible thing which filled the hearts of our soldiers with terror, for it flew over our camps at night and dropped bombs upon us. It is well that you captured this white man, Numabo, for with this great bird he would have flown over your village tonight and killed all your people. These Englishmen are very wicked white men." "He will fly no more," said Numabo. "It is not intended that a man should fly through the air. Only wicked demons do such things as that, and Numabo, the chief, will see that this white man does not do it again." And with these words he pushed the young officer roughly toward a hut in the center of the village, where he was left under the guard of 2 stalwart warriors. For an hour or more the prisoner was left to his own devices, which consisted in vain and unremitting attempts to loosen the strands which fettered his wrists. and then he was interrupted by the appearance of the black sergeant Usanga, who entered his hut and approached him. "What are you going to do with me?" asked the Englishman. "My country is not at war with these people. You speak their language. Tell them that I am not an enemy, that my people are the friends of the black people, and that they must let me go in peace." Usanga laughed. "They do not know an Englishman from a German," he replied. "It is nothing to them what you are, except that you are a white man and an enemy." "Then why did they take me alive?" asked the lieutenant. "Come," said Usanga, and he led the Englishman to the doorway of the hut. "Look," he said, and pointed a black forefinger toward the end of the village street where a wider space between the huts left a sort of plaza. Here Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick saw a number of negresses engaged in laying faggots around a stake and in preparing fires beneath a number of large cooking vessels. The sinister suggestion was only too obvious. Usanga was eyeing the white man closely, but if he expected to be rewarded by any signs of fear, he was doomed to disappointment, and the young lieutenant merely turned toward him with a shrug. "Really now, do you beggars intend eating me?" "Not my people," replied Usanga. "We do not eat human flesh, but the Wambambos do. It was they who will eat you, but we will kill you for the feast, Englishman." The Englishman remained standing in the doorway of the hut, an interesting spectator of the preparations for the coming orgy that was horribly to terminate his earthly existence. It can hardly be assumed that he felt no fear. If he did, he hid it perfectly beneath an impenetrable mask of coolness. Even the brutal Usanga must have been impressed by the bravery of his victim, since, though he had come to abuse and possibly to torture the helpless prisoner, he now did neither, contenting himself merely with berating whites as a race, and Englishmen especially, because of the terror the British aviators had caused Germany's native troops in East Africa. "No more," he concluded. "Will your great bird fly over our people, dropping death among them from the skies? Usanga will see to that." And he walked abruptly away toward a group of his own fighting men, who were congregated near the stake where they were laughing and joking with the women. A few minutes later the Englishman saw them pass out of the village gate, and once again his thoughts reverted to various futile plans for escape. Several miles north of the village, on a little rise of ground close to the river where the jungle, halting at the base of a knoll, had left a few acres of grassy land sparsely wooded, a man and a girl were busily engaged in constructing a small boma, in the center of which a thatched hut already had been erected. They worked almost in silence, with only an occasional word of direction or interrogation between them. Except for a loincloth, the man was naked, his smooth skin tanned to a deep brown by the action of sun and wind. He moved with the graceful ease of a jungle cat, and when he lifted heavy weights the action seemed as effortless as the rising of empty hands. When he was not looking at her, and it was seldom that he did, the girl found her eyes wandering toward him, and at such times there was always a puzzled expression upon her face, as though she found in him an enigma which she could not solve. As a matter of fact, her feelings toward him were not untinged with awe, since in the brief period of their association she had discovered in this handsome godlike giant the attributes of the Superman and the savage beast closely intermingled. At first she had felt only that unreasoning feminine terror which her unhappy position naturally induced. To be alone in the heart of an unexplored wilderness of Central Africa with a savage wild man was in itself sufficiently appalling. But to feel also that this man was a blood enemy, that he hated her and her kind, and that in addition thereto, he owed her a personal grudge for an attack she had made upon him in the past, left no loophole for any hope that he might accord her even the minutest measure of consideration. She had seen him first months since, when he had entered the headquarters of the German High Command in East Africa and carried off the luckless Major Schneider, of whose fate no hint had ever reached the German officers, and she had seen him again upon that occasion when he had rescued her from the clutches of the lion, and after explaining to her that he had recognized her in the British camp, had made her prisoner. It was then that she had struck him down with the butt of her pistol and escaped. That he might seek no personal revenge for her act had been evidenced in Williamsthal, the night that he had killed Hauptmann Fritz Schneider and left without molesting her. No, she could not fathom him. He hated her, and at the same time he had protected her, as had been evidenced again when he had kept the great apes from tearing her to pieces after she had escaped from the Wasimbu village to which Usanga, the black sergeant, had brought her a captive. But why was he saving her? For what sinister purpose could this savage enemy be protecting her from the other denizens of this cruel jungle? She tried to put from her mind the possible fate which awaited her, yet it persisted in obtruding itself upon her thoughts, though always she was forced to admit that there was nothing in the demeanor of the man to indicate that her fears were well grounded. She judged him perhaps by the standards other men had taught her, and because she looked upon him as a savage creature, she felt that she could not expect more of chivalry from him than was to be found in the breasts of the civilized men of her acquaintance. Fraulein Bertha Kitcher was by nature a companionable and cheerful character. She was not given to morbid forebodings, and above all things she craved the society of her kind and the interchange of thought, which is one of the marked distinctions between man and the lower animals. Tarzan, on the other hand, was sufficient unto himself. Long years of semi-solitude among creatures whose powers of oral expression are extremely limited had thrown him almost entirely upon his own resources for entertainment. His active mind was never idle, but because his jungle mates could neither follow nor grasp the vivid train of imagings that his man-mind wrought, he had long since learned to keep them to himself, and so now he found no need for confiding them in others. This fact, linked with that of his dislike for the girl, was sufficient to seal his lips for other than necessary conversation, and so they worked on together in comparative silence. Bertha Kitcher, however, was nothing if not feminine, and she soon found that having someone to talk to who would not talk was extremely irksome. Her fear of the man was gradually departing, and she was full of 1,000 unsatisfied curiosities as to his plans for the future in so far as they related to her, as well as more personal questions regarding himself, since she could not but wonder as to his antecedents and his strange and solitary life in the jungle, as well as his friendly intercourse with the savage apes among which she had found him. With the waning of her fears, she became sufficiently emboldened to question him, and so she asked him what he intended doing after the hut and boma were completed. "I am going to the west coast where I was born," replied Tarzan. "I do not know when. I have all my life before me, and in the jungle there is no reason for haste. We are not forever running as fast as we can from one place to another as you are in the outer world. When I have been here long enough, I will go on toward the west. But first I must see that you have a safe place in which to sleep, and that you have learned how to provide yourself with necessities. That will take time." "You are going to leave me alone here?" cried the girl. Her tones marked the fear with the prospect induced. "You are going to leave me here alone in this terrible jungle, a prey to wild beasts and savage men, hundreds of miles from a white settlement, and in a country which gives every evidence of never having been touched by the foot of civilized men?" "Why not?" asked Tarzan. "I did not bring you here. Would one of your men accord any better treatment to an enemy woman?" "Yes," she exclaimed, "they certainly would. No man of my race would leave a defenseless white woman alone in this horrible place." Tarzan shrugged his shoulders. The conversation seemed profitless, and it was further distasteful to him for the reason that it was carried on in German, a tongue which he detested as much as he did the people who spoke it. He wished that the girl spoke English, and then it occurred to him that, as he had never seen her in disguise in the British camp carrying on her nefarious work as a German spy, she probably did speak English, and so he asked her. "Of course I speak English," she exclaimed. "But I did not know that you did." Tarzan looked in wonderment, but made no comment. He only wondered why the girl should have any doubts as to the ability of an Englishman to speak English. And then suddenly it occurred to him that she probably looked upon him merely as a beast of the jungle, who by accident had learned to speak German through frequenting the district which Germany had colonized. It was there only that she had seen him, and so she might not know that he was an Englishman by birth, and that he had a home in British East Africa. It was as well, he thought, that she knew little of him, as the less she knew, the more he might learn from her as to her activities on behalf of the Germans and of the German spy system, of which she was a representative. And so it occurred to him to let her continue to think that he was only what he appeared to be, a savage denizens of the savage jungle, a man of no race and no country, hating all white men impartially. And this, in truth, was what she did think of him. It explained perfectly his attacks upon Major Schneider and the Major's brother, Hauptmann Fritz. Again, they worked on in silence upon the boma, which was now nearly completed, the girl helping the man to the best of her small ability. Tarzan could not but note with grudging approval the spirit of helpfulness she manifested in the oft-times painful labor of gathering and arranging the thorn bushes which constituted the temporary protection against roaming carnivores. Her hands and arms gave bloody token of the sharpness of the numerous points that had lacerated her soft flesh. And even though she were an enemy, Tarzan could not but feel compunction that he had permitted her to do this work. And at last he bade her stop. "Why?" she asked. "It is no painful to me than it must be to you, and as it is solely for my protection that you are building this boma, there is no reason why I should not do my share." "You are a woman," replied Tarzan. "This is not a woman's work. If you wish to do something, take those gourds I brought this morning and fill them with water at the river. You may need it while I am away." "While you are away," she said. "You are going away?" "When the boma is built, I am going out for meat," he replied. "Tomorrow I will go again and take you and show you how you may make your own kills after I am gone." Without a word, she took the gourds and walked toward the river. As she filled them, her mind was occupied with painful forebodings of the future. She knew that Tarzan had passed a death sentence upon her, and that the moment that he left her, her doom was sealed, for it could be but a question of time, a very short time, before the grim jungle would claim her. For how could a lone woman hope successfully to combat the savage forces of destruction which constituted so large a part of existence in the jungle? So occupied was she with the gloomy prophecies that she had neither ears nor eyes for what went on about her. Mechanically she filled the gourds, and taking them up, turned slowly to retrace her steps to the boma, only to voice immediately a half-stifled scream and shrink back from the menacing figure looming before her and blocking her way to the hut. Golden, the king ape, hunting a little apart from his tribe, had seen the woman go to the river for water, and it was he who confronted her when she turned back with her filled gourds. Golden was not a pretty creature when judged by the standards of civilized humanity, though the shes of his tribe and even Golden himself considered his glossy black coat, shot with silver, his huge arms dangling to his knees, his bullet head sunk between his mighty shoulders, marks of great personal beauty. His wicked bloodshot eyes and broad nose, his ample mouth, and great fighting fangs only enhanced the claim of this Adonis of the forest upon the affection of his shes. Doubtless, in the little savage brain, there was a well-formed conviction that this strange she belonging to the Tarmangani must look with admiration upon so handsome a creature as Golden, for there could be no doubt in the mind of any that his beauty entirely eclipsed such as the hairless white ape might lay claim to. But Bertha Kitcher saw only a hideous beast, a fierce and terrible caricature of a man. Could Golad have known what passed through her mind, he must have been terribly chagrined, though the chances are that he would have attributed it to a lack of discernment on her part. Tarzan heard the girl's cry and, looking up, saw at a glance the cause of her terror. Leaping lightly over the boma, he ran swiftly toward her as Golad lumbered closer to the girl, the while he voiced his emotions in low gutturals which, while in reality the most amicable of advances, sounded to the girl like the growling of an enraged beast. As Tarzan drew nearer, he called aloud to the ape, and the girl heard from the human lips the same sound that had fallen from those of the anthropoid. "I will not harm your she," Golad called to Tarzan. "I know it," replied the ape-man, "but she does not. She is like Numa and Sheeta, who do not understand our talk. She thinks you came to harm her." By this time Tarzan was beside the girl. "He will not harm you," he said to her. "You need not be afraid. This ape has learned his lesson. He has learned that Tarzan is lord of the jungle. He will not harm that which is Tarzan's." The girl cast a quick glance at the man's face. It was evident to her that the words he had spoken meant nothing to him, and that the assumed proprietorship over her was, like the boma, only another means for her protection. "But I'm afraid of him," she said. "You must not show your fear. You will be often surrounded by these ones. At such times you will be safest. Before I leave you, I will give you the means of protecting yourself against them should one of them chance to turn upon you. If I were you, I would seek their society. Few are the animals of the jungle that dare attack the great apes when there are several of them together. If you let them know that you are afraid of them, they will take advantage of it, and your life will be constantly menaced. The Shis especially would attack you, and I will let them know that you have the means of protecting yourself and of killing them. If necessary, I will show you how, and then they will respect and fear you." "I will try," said the girl, "but I'm afraid that it will be difficult. He is the most frightful creature I've ever seen." Tarzan smiled. "Doubtless he thinks the same of you," he said. By this time the other apes had entered the clearing, and they were now the center of a considerable group, among which were several bulls, some young Shis, and some older ones with their little balus clinging to their backs or frolicking around their feet. Though they had seen the girl the night of the dum-dum, when Sheeta had forced her to leap from her concealment into the arena where the apes were dancing, they still evinced a great curiosity regarding her. Some of the Shis came very close and plucked at her garments, commenting upon them to one another in their strange tongue. The girl, by the exercise of all the willpower she could command, succeeded in passing through the ordeal without evincing any of the terror and revulsion that she felt. Tarzan watched her closely, a half smile upon his face. He was not so far removed from recent contact with civilized people that he could not realize the torture that she was undergoing. But he felt no pity for this woman of a cruel enemy who doubtless deserved the worst suffering that could be meted to her. Yet, notwithstanding his sentiments toward her, he was forced to admire her fine display of courage. Suddenly he turned to the apes. "Tarzan goes to hunt for himself and his she," he said. "The she will remain here," and he pointed toward the hut. "See that no member of the tribe harms her. Do you understand?" The apes nodded. "We will not harm her," said Golad. "No," said Tarzan, "you will not. For if you do, Tarzan will kill you." And then, turning to the girl, "Come," he said. "I am going to hunt now. You had better remain at the hut. The apes have promised not to harm you. I will leave my spear with you. It will be the best weapon you can have in case you should need to protect yourself. But I doubt if you will be in any danger for the short time I am away." He walked with her as far as the boma, and when she had entered he closed the gap with thorn bushes and turned away toward the forest. She watched him moving across the clearing, noting the easy cat-like tread and the grace of every movement that harmonized so well with the symmetry and perfection of his figure. At the forest edge, she saw him swing lightly into a tree and disappear from view, and then, being a woman, she entered the hut, throwing herself upon the ground, burst into tears. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Mike Vendetti, Florence, Colorado. www.mikevendetti.com. Chapter 10 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 10. In the Hands of the Savages. Tarzan sought Broa the deer, or Horta the boar. For all of the jungle animals, he doubted if any would prove more palatable to the white woman. But though his keen nostrils were ever on the alert, he traveled far without being rewarded with even the faintest scent, spoor of the game he sought. Keeping close to the river where he hoped to find a Bara or Horta approaching or leaving a drinking place, he came at last upon the strong odor of the Wasimbu village, and being ever ready to pay his hereditary enemies, the Komagani, an undesired visit, he swung into a detour and came up in the rear of the village. From a tree which overhung the palisade, he looked down into the street, where he saw the preparations going on which his experience told him indicated the approach of one of those frightful feasts, the pièce de résistance, of which is human flesh. One of Tarzan's chief divertissements was the baiting of blacks. He realized more keen enjoyment through annoying and terrifying them than from any other source of amusement the grim jungle offered. To rob them of their feast in some way that would strike terror to their hearts would give them the keenest pleasure, and so he searched the village with his eyes for some indication of the whereabouts of the prisoner. His view was circumscribed by the dense foliage of the trees in which he sat, and so that he might obtain a better view, he climbed further aloft and moved cautiously out upon a slender branch. Tarzan of the Apes possessed a woodcraft scarcely short of the marvelous, but even Tarzan's wondrous senses were not infallible. The branch upon which he made his way outward from the bole was no smaller than many that had borne his weight upon countless other occasions. Outwardly it appeared strong and healthy, and was in full foliage. Nor could Tarzan know that close to the stem a burrowing insect had eaten away half the heart of the solid wood beneath the bark. So when he reached the point far out upon the limb, it snapped close to the bole of the tree without warning. Below him were no larger branches that he might clutch, and as he lunged downward, his foot caught in a looped creeper, so that he turned completely over and alighted on the flat of his back in the center of the village street. At the sound of the breaking limb and the crashing body falling through the branches, the startled blacks scurried to their huts for weapons, and when the bravest of them emerged, they saw the still form of an almost naked white man lying where he had fallen. Emboldened by the fact that he did not move, they approached more closely, and when their eyes discovered no signs of the others of his kind in the tree, they rushed forward with a dozen warriors, stood about him with ready spears. At first they thought that the falling had killed him, but upon closer examination they discovered that the man was only stunned. One of the warriors was for thrusting a spear through his heart, but Numabo the chief would not permit it. "Bind him," he said. "We will feed well tonight." So they bound his hands and feet with thongs of gut and carried him into the hut where Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick awaited his fate. The Englishman had also been bound hand and foot by this time for fear that at the last moment he might escape and rob them of their feast. A great crowd of natives were gathered about the hut, attempting to get a glimpse of the new prisoner. But Numabo doubled the guard before the entrance for fear that some of his people, in the exuberance of their savage joy, might rob the others of the pleasures of the death dance which would precede the killing of the victims. The young Englishman had heard the sound of Tarzan's body crashing through the tree to the ground and the commotion in the village which immediately followed, and now, as he stood with his back against the wall of the hut, he looked upon the fellow prisoner that the blacks carried in and laid upon the floor with mixed feelings of surprise and compassion. He realized that he had never seen a more perfect specimen of manhood than that of the unconscious figure before him, and he wondered to what sad circumstances the man owed his capture. It was evident that the new prisoner was himself as much a savage as his captors, if apparel and weapons were any criterion by which to judge. Yet it was also equally evident that he was a white man, and from his well-shaped head and clean-cut features, that he was not one of the unhappy half-wits who so often revert to savagery even in the heart of civilized communities. As he watched the man, he presently noticed that his eyelids were moving. Slowly they opened, and a pair of gray eyes looked blankly about. With returning consciousness, the eyes assumed their natural expression of keen intelligence, and a moment later, with an effort, the prisoner rolled over upon his side and drew himself to a sitting position. He was facing the Englishman, and as his eyes took in the bound ankles and arms drawn tightly behind the other's back, a slow smile lighted his features. "They will fill their bellies tonight," he said. The Englishman grinned. "From the fuss they made," he said, "the beggars must be awfully hungry. They like to have eaten me alive when they brought me in. How did they get you?" Tarzan shrugged his head ruefully. "It was my own fault," he replied. "I deserved to be eaten. I crawled out upon a branch that would not bear my weight, and when it broke, instead of alighting on my feet, I caught my foot in a trailer and came down on my head. Otherwise, they would not have taken me alive." "Is there no escape?" asked the Englishman. "I have escaped them before," replied Tarzan, "and I have seen others escape them. I have seen a man taken away from the stake after a dozen spear thrusts had pierced his body and the fire had been lighted about his feet." Lieutenant Smith Oldwick shuddered. "God!" he exclaimed, "I hope I don't have to face that. I believe I could stand anything but the thought of the fire. I should hate like the devil to go into a funk before the devils at the last moment." "Don't worry," said Tarzan. "It doesn't last long, and you won't funk. It is really not half as bad as it sounds. There is only a brief period of pain before you lose consciousness. I've seen it many times before. It is as good a way to go as another. We must die sometime. What difference whether it be tonight, tomorrow night, or a year hence? Just so that we have lived, and I have lived." "Your philosophy may be all right, old top," said the young lieutenant, "but I can't say that it is exactly satisfying." Tarzan laughed. "Roll over here," he said, "where I can get at your bonds with my teeth." The Englishman did as he was bid, and presently Tarzan was working at the thongs with his strong white teeth. He felt them giving slowly beneath his efforts. In another moment they would part, and then it would be a comparatively simple thing for the Englishman to remove the remaining bonds from Tarzan and himself. It was then that one of the guards entered the hut. In an instant he saw what the new prisoner was doing, and raising his spear, struck the ape-man a vicious blow across the head with its shaft. Then he called in the other guards, and together they fell upon the luckless men, kicking and beating them unmercifully, after which they bound the Englishman more securely than before and tied both men fast on opposite sides of the hut. When they had gone, Tarzan looked across at his companion in misery. "While there is life," he said, "there is hope." But he grinned as he voiced the ancient truism. Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick returned the other's smile. "I fancy," he said, "that we are getting short on both. It must be close to supper time now." Zutag hunted alone far from the balance of the tribe of Golat, the great ape. Zutag, Big Neck, was a young bull but recently arrived at maturity. He was large, powerful, and ferocious, and at the same time far above the average of his kind in intelligence, as was denoted by a fuller and less receding forehead. Already Golat saw in this young ape a possible contender for the laurels of his kingship, and consequently the old bull looked upon Zutag with jealousy and disfavor. It was for this reason, possibly as much as another, that Zutag hunted so often alone, but it was his utter fearlessness that permitted him to wander far afield, away from the protection which numbers gave the great apes. One of the results of this habit was a greatly increased resourcefulness, which found him constantly growing in intelligence and powers of observation. Today he had been hunting toward the south, and was returning along the river upon a path he often followed because it led to the village of Gomangani, whose strange and almost ape-like actions and peculiar manners of living had aroused his interest and curiosity. As he had done upon other occasions, he took up his position in a tree, from which he could overlook the interior of the village and watch the blacks at their vocations in the street below. Zutag had scarcely more than established himself in his tree when, with the blacks, he was startled by the crashing of Tarzan's body from the branches of another jungle giant to the ground within the palisade. He saw the Negroes gather about the prostrate form and later carry it into the hut, and once he rose to his full height upon the limb where he had been squatting and raised his face to the heavens to scream out a savage protest and a challenge, for he had recognized in the brown-skinned Tarmangani the strange white ape who had come among them a night or two before in the midst of their dum-dum, and who was so easily mastering the greatest among them, had won the savage respect and admiration of this fierce young bull. But Zutag's ferocity was tempered by a certain native cunning and caution. Before he had voiced his protest, there formed in his mind the thought that he would like to save this wonderful white ape from the common enemy of the Gomangani, and so he screamed forth no challenge, wisely determining that more could be accomplished by secrecy and stealth than by force of muscle and fang. At first he thought to enter the village alone and carry off the Tarmangani, but when he saw how numerous were the warriors and that several sat directly before the entrance to the lair into which the prisoner had been carried, it occurred to him that this was work for many rather than one, and so, as silently as he had come, he slipped away through the foliage toward the north. The tribe was still loitering about the clearing where stood the hut that Tarzan and Bertha Kitcher had built. Some were idly searching for food just within the forest's edge, while others squatted beneath the shade of trees within the clearing. The girl had emerged from the hut, her tears dried, and was gazing anxiously toward the south into the jungle where Tarzan had disappeared. Occasionally she cast suspicious glances in the direction of the huge shaggy anthropoids about her. How easy it would be for one of these great beasts to enter the boma, slay her. How helpless she was. Even with the spear that the white man had left her, she realized as she noted for the 1,000th time the massive shoulders, the bull necks, and the great muscles gliding so easily beneath the glossy coats. Never, she thought, had she seen such personifications of brute power as were represented by these mighty bulls. Those huge hands would snap her futile spear as she might snap a match in two, while their lightest blow would crush her into insensibility and death. It was while she was occupied with these depressing thoughts that there dropped suddenly into the clearing from the trees upon the south the figure of a mighty young bull. At that time all of the apes looked much alike to Bertha Kitcher. nor was it until some time later that she realized that each differed from the others in individual characteristics of face and figure, as do individuals of the human races. Yet even then she could not help but note the wondrous strength and agility of this great beast, and as he approached, she even found herself admiring the sheen of his heavy black silver-shot coat. It was evident that the newcomer was filled with suppressed excitement. His demeanor and bearing proclaimed this even from afar, nor was the girl the only one to note it. For as they saw him coming, many of the apes arose and advanced to meet him, bristling and growling as is their way. Golot was among the latter, and he advanced stiffly with the hairs upon his neck and down his spine erect, uttering low growls and baring his fighting fangs. For who might say whether Zutag came in peace or otherwise? The old king had seen other young apes come thus in his day, filled with a sudden resolution to wrest the kingship from their chief. He had seen bulls about to run amok burst thus suddenly from the jungle upon the members of the tribe, and so Golot took no chances. Had Zutag come indolently, feeding as he came, he might have entered the tribe without arousing notice or suspicion. But when one comes thus perceptibly, evidently bristling with some emotion out of the ordinary, let all apes beware. There was a certain amount of preliminary circling, growling, and sniffing, stiff-legged and stiff-haired, before each side discovered that the other had no intention of initiating an attack. And then Zutag told Golot what he had seen among the lairs of the Gomangani. Golot grunted in disgust and turned away. Let the white ape take care of himself, he said. He is a great ape, said Zutag. He came to live in peace with the tribe of Golot. Let us save him from the Gomangani. Golot grunted again and continued to move away. Zutag will go alone and get him, cried the young ape, if Golot is afraid of the Gomangani. The king ape wheeled in anger, growling loudly and beating upon his breast. Golot is not afraid, he screamed. But he will not go, for the white ape is not of his tribe. Go yourself and take the Tarmangani's she with you, if you wish so much to save the white ape. Zutag will go, replied the younger bull, and he will take the Tarmangani she and all the bulls of Golot who are not cowards. And so saying, he cast his eyes inquiringly about at the other apes. Who will go with Zutag to fight the Gomangani and bring away our brother? He demanded. 8 young bulls in the full prime of their vigor pressed forward to Zutag's side, but the old bulls, with the conservatism and caution of many years upon their gray shoulders, shook their heads and waddled away after Golot. Good, cried Zutag. We want no old she's to go with us to fight the Gomangani, for that is the work of the fighters of the tribe. The old bulls paid no attention to his boasted words, but the 8 who had volunteered to accompany him were filled with self-pride, so that they stood around vaingloriously, beating upon their breasts, baring their fangs and screaming their hideous challenge until the jungle reverberated to the horrid sound. All this time Bertha Kitcher was a wide-eyed and terrified spectator to what she thought could end only in a terrific battle between these frightful beasts. And when Zutag and his followers began screaming forth their fearsome challenge, the girl found herself trembling in terror. For of all the sounds of the jungle, there is none more awe-inspiring than that of the great bull ape, when he issues his challenge or shrieks forth his victory cry. If she had been terrified before, she was almost paralyzed with fear now, as she saw Zutag and his apes turn toward the boma and approach her. With the agility of a cat, Zutag leaped completely over the protecting wall and stood before her. Valiantly she held her spear before her, pointing it at his breast. He commenced to jabber and gesticulate, and even with her scant acquaintance with the ways of the anthropods, she realized that he was not menacing her, for there was little or no baring of fighting fangs, and his whole expression and attitude was one of attempting to explain a knotty problem or plead a worthy cause. At last he became evidently impatient. With a sweep of one great paw, he struck the spear from her hand, and coming close, seized her by the arm, but not roughly. She shrank away in terror, and yet some sense within her seemed to be trying to assure her that she was in no danger from this great beast. Zutag jabbered loudly, ever and again pointing into the jungle toward the south and moving toward the boma, pulling the girl with him. He seemed almost frantic in his efforts to explain something to her. He pointed toward the boma, herself, and then to the forest, and then, at last, as though by a sudden inspiration, he reached down and, seizing the spear, repeatedly touched it with his forefinger and again pointed toward the south. Suddenly it dawned upon the girl that what the ape was trying to explain to her related in some way to the white man whose property they thought she was. Possibly her grim protector was in trouble, and with this thought firmly established, she no longer held back, but started forward, as though to accompany the young bull. At the point in the boma where Tarzan had blocked the entrance, she entered to pull away the thorn bushes, and then Zutag saw what she was doing. He fell to and assisted her, so that presently they had an opening through the boma, through which she passed with the great ape. Immediately Zutag and his 8 apes started off rapidly toward the jungle, so rapidly that Bertha Kitcher would have had to run at top speed to keep up with them. This she realized she could not do, and so was forced to lag behind, much to the chagrin of Zutag, who constantly kept running back and urging her to greater speed. Once he took her by the arm and tried to draw her along. Her protests were of no avail, since the beast could not know that they were protests. Nor did he desist until she caught her foot in some tangled grass and fell to the ground. Then indeed was Zutag furious and growled hideously. His apes were waiting at the edge of the forest for him to lead them. He suddenly realized that this poor weak she could not keep up with them, and that if they traveled at her slow rate, they might be too late to render assistance to the Tarmangani. And so, without more ado, the giant anthropod picked up Bertha Kitcher bodily from the ground and swung her to his back. Her arms were about his neck, and in this position he seized her wrists in one great paw, so that she could not fall off, and started at a rapid rate to join his companions. Dressed as she was in riding breeches, with no entangling skirts to hinder or catch upon passing shrubbery, she soon found that she could cling tightly to the back of the mighty bull, and when a moment later he took to the lower branches of the trees, she closed her eyes and clung to him in terror, lest she be precipitated to the ground below. That journey through the primeval forest with the 9 great apes will live in the memory of Bertha Kitcher for the balance of her life, as clearly defined as the moment of its enactment. The first overwhelming wave of fear having passed, she was at last able to open her eyes and view her surroundings with increased interest, and presently the sensation of terror slowly left her, to be replaced by one of comparative security, when she saw the ease and surety with which these great beasts traveled through the trees. And later her admiration for the young bull increased as it became evident that even burdened with her additional weight, he moved more rapidly and with no greater signs of fatigue than his unburdened fellows. Not once did Zutag pause until he came to a stop among the branches of a tree, no great distance from the native village. They could hear the noises of the life within the palisade, the laughing and shouting of the Negroes, and the barking of dogs. And through the foliage the girl caught glimpses of the village from which she had so recently escaped. She shuddered to think of the possibility of having to return to it, and of possible recapture, and she wondered why Zutag had brought her here. Now the apes advanced slowly once more, and with great caution, moving as noiselessly through the trees as the squirrels themselves, until they reached a point where they could easily overlook the palisade and the village street below. Zutag squatted upon a great branch close to the hole of the tree, and by loosening the girl's arms from about his neck indicated that she was to find a footing for herself, and when she had done so, he turned toward her and pointed repeatedly at the open doorway of a hut upon the opposite side of the street below them. By various gestures, he seemed to be trying to explain something to her, and at last she caught at the germ of his idea, that her white man was a prisoner there. Beneath them was the roof of a hut, into which she saw that she could easily drop. But what she could do after she had entered the village was beyond her. Darkness was already falling, and the fires beneath the cooking pots had been lighted. The girl saw the stake in the village street and the piles of faggots about it, and in terror she suddenly realized the portent of these grisly preparations. Oh, if she but only had some sort of a weapon that might give her even a faint hope, some slight advantage against the blacks. Then she would not hesitate to venture into the village in an attempt to save the man who had upon 3 different occasions saved her. She knew that he hated her, and yet strong within her breast burned the sense of her obligation to him. She could not fathom him. Never in her life had she seen a man at once so paradoxical and dependable. In many of his ways, he was more savage than the beasts with which he associated, and yet, on the other hand, he was as chivalrous as a knight of old. For several days she had been lost with him in the jungle, absolutely at his mercy, yet she had come to trust him implicitly in his honor. That any fear she had of him was rapidly disappearing. On the other hand, that he might be hideously cruel was evidenced to her by the fact that he was planning to leave her alone in the midst of the frightful dangers which menaced her by night and by day. Zutag was evidently waiting for darkness to fall before carrying out whatever plans he had matured in his savage little brain. For he and his fellows sat quietly in the tree about her, watching the preparations of the blacks. Presently it became apparent that some altercation had arisen among the Negroes, for a score or more of them were gathered around one who appeared to be their chief, and all were talking and gesticulating heatedly. The argument lasted for some 5 or 10 minutes, when suddenly the little knot broke and 2 warriors ran to the opposite side of the village, from whence they presently returned with a large stake, which they soon set up beside the one already in place. The girl wondered what the purpose of the second stake might be, nor did she have long to wait for an explanation. It was quite dark by this time, the village being lighted by the fitful glare of many fires, and now she saw a number of warriors approach and enter the hut Zutag had been watching. A moment later they reappeared, dragging between them 2 captives, one of whom the girl immediately recognized as her protector, and the other as an Englishman in the uniform of an aviator. This, then, was the reason for the 2 stakes. Arising quickly, she placed a hand upon Zutag's shoulder and pointed down into the village. "Come," she said, as if she had been talking to one of her own kind, and with the word she swung lightly to the roof of the hut below. From there to the ground but was a short drop, and a moment later she was circling the hut upon the side furthest from the fires, keeping in the dense shadows where there was little likelihood of being discovered. She turned once to see Zutag was directly behind her, and could see his huge bulk looming up in the dark, while beyond was another one of his 8. Doubtless they had all followed her, and this fact gave her a greater sense of security and hope than she had before experienced. Pausing beside the hut next to the street, she peered cautiously around the corner. A few inches from her was the open doorway of the structure, and beyond, farther down the village street, the blacks were congregating about the prisoners, who were already being bound to the stakes. All eyes were centered upon the victims, and there was only the remotest chance that she and her companions would be discovered until they were close upon the blacks. She wished, however, that she might have some sort of a weapon with which to lead the attack, for she could not know, of course, for a certainty whether the great apes would follow her or not. hoping that she might find something within the hut. She slipped quickly around the corner and into the doorway, and after her, one by one, came the 9 bulls. Searching quickly about the interior, she presently discovered a spear, and armed with this, she again approached the entrance. Tarzan of the Apes and Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick were bound securely to their respective stakes. Neither had spoken for some time. The Englishman turned his head so that he could see his companion in misery. Tarzan stood straight against his stake. His face was entirely expressionless, in so far as either fear or anger were concerned. His countenance portrayed bored indifference, though both men knew that they were about to be tortured. "Goodbye, old top," whispered the young lieutenant. Tarzan turned his eyes in the direction of the other and smiled. "Goodbye," he said. "If you want to get it over in a hurry, inhale the smoke and flames as rapidly as you can." "Thanks," replied the aviator, and though he made a wry face, he drew himself up very straight and squared his shoulders. The women and children had seated themselves in a wide circle about the victims, while the warriors, hideously painted, were forming slowly to commence the dance of death. Again Tarzan turned to his companion. "If you'd like to spoil their fun," he said, "don't make any fuss, no matter how much you suffer. If you can carry on to the end without changing the expression upon your face or uttering a single word, you will deprive them of all the pleasure of this part of the entertainment. Goodbye again, and good luck." The young Englishman made no reply, but it was evident from the set of his jaws that the Negroes would get little enjoyment out of him. The warriors were circling now. Presently Numabo would draw first blood with his sharp spear, which would be the signal for the beginning of the torture, after a little of which the faggots would be lighted under the feet of the victims. Closer and closer danced the hideous chief, his yellow, sharp-filed teeth showing in the firelight between his thick red lips. Now bending double, now stamping furiously upon the ground, now leaping into the air, he danced step by step in the narrowing circle that would presently bring him within spear reach of his intended feast. At last the spear reached out and touched the ape-man on the breast, and when it came away, a little trickle of blood ran down the smooth brown hide, and almost simultaneously there broke from the outer periphery of the expectant audience a woman's shriek, which seemed a signal for a series of hideous screaming, growlings, and barkings, and a great commotion upon that side of the circle. The victims could not see the cause of the disturbance, but Tarzan did not have to see, for he knew by the voices of the apes the identity of the disturbers. He only wondered what had brought them, and what the purpose of the attack, for he could not believe that they had come to rescue him. The Mumbo and his warriors broke quickly from the circle of their dance, to see, pushing toward them through the ranks of their screaming and terrified people, the very white girl who had escaped them a few nights before, and at her back what appeared to their surprised eyes a veritable horde of the huge and hairy forest men, upon whom they looked with considerable fear and awe. Striking to right and left with his heavy fists, tearing with his great fangs, came Zutag, the young bull, while at his heels, emulating his example, surged his hideous apes. Quickly they came through the old men and women and children, for straight toward Numabo and his warriors the girl led them. It was then that they came within range of Tarzan's vision, and he saw with unmixed surprise who it was that led the apes to his rescue. To Zutag he shouted, "Go for the big bulls while she unbinds me." And to Bertha Kitcher, "Quick, cut these bonds, the apes will take care of the blacks." Turning from her advance, the girl ran to his side. She had no knife, and the bonds were tied tightly, but she worked quickly and coolly, and as Zutag and his apes closed with the warriors, she succeeded in loosening Tarzan's bonds sufficiently to permit him to extricate his own hands, so that in another minute he had freed himself. "Now unbind the Englishman," he cried. and leaping forward ran to join Zutag and his fellows in their battle against the blacks. Numabo and his warriors, realizing how the relatively small numbers of the apes against them had made a determined stand, and with spears and other weapons were endeavoring to overcome the invaders. 3 of the apes were already down, killed, or mortally wounded, when Tarzan, realizing that the battle must eventually go against the apes unless some means could be found to break the morale of the Negroes, cast about him for some means of bringing about the desired end. And suddenly his eye lighted upon a number of weapons which he knew would accomplish the result. A grim smile touched his lips as he snatched a vessel of boiling water from one of the fires and hurled it full in the faces of the warriors. Screaming with terror and pain, they fell back, though Numabo urged them to rush forward. Scarcely had the first cauldron of boiling water spilled its contents upon them ere Tarzan deluged them with a second, nor was there any third needed to send them shrieking in every direction to the security of their huts. By the time Tarzan had recovered his own weapons, the girl had released the young Englishman, and with the 6 remaining apes, the 3 Europeans moved slowly through the village gate, the aviator arming himself with a spear discarded by one of the scalded warriors as they eagerly advanced toward the outer darkness. Numabo was unable to rally the now thoroughly terrified and painfully burned warriors, so that rescued and rescuers passed out of the village into the blackness of the jungle without further interference. Tarzan strode through the jungle in silence. Beside him walked Zutag, the great ape, and behind them strung the surviving anthropoids, followed by Fräulein Bertha Kitcher and Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick, the latter a thoroughly astonished and mystified Englishman. In all his life, Tarzan of the Apes had been obliged to acknowledge but few obligations. He won his way through his savage world by the might of his own muscle, the superior keenness of his 5 senses, and his God-given power to reason. Tonight the greatest of all obligations had been placed upon him. His life had been saved by another, and Tarzan shook his head and growled, for it had been saved by one whom he hated above all others. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Mike Vendetti, Florence, Colorado. www.mikevendetti.com.
Chapter 11 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty on the central coast of California. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 11. Finding the Airplane. Tarzan of the Apes, returning from a successful hunt with the body of Bara, the deer, across one sleek brown shoulder, paused in the branches of a great tree at the edge of a clearing and gazed ruefully at 2 figures walking from the river to the boma-encircled hut a short distance away. The ape-man shook his tousled head and sighed. His eyes wandered toward the west, and his thoughts to the faraway cabin by the landlocked harbor of the great water that washed the beach of his boyhood home, to the cabin of his long-dead father, to which the memories and treasures of a happy childhood lured him. Since the loss of his mate, a great longing had possessed him to return to the haunts of his youth, to the untracked jungle wilderness, where he had lived the life he loved best, long before man had invaded the precincts of his wild stamping grounds. There he hoped, in a renewal of the old life under the old conditions, to win surcease from sorrow and perhaps some measure of forgetfulness. But the little cabin and the landlocked harbor were many long, weary marches away, and he was handicapped by the duty which he felt he owed the 2 figures walking in the clearing before him. One was a young man in a worn and ragged uniform of the British Royal Air Forces. The other, a young woman, in the even more disreputable remnants of what once had been trim riding togs. A freak of fate had thrown these three radical different types together. One was a savage, almost naked beast man. One, an English army officer. And the woman, she whom the ape-man knew and hated as a German spy. How he was to get rid of them, Tarzan could not imagine unless he accompanied them upon the weary march back to the East Coast. A march that would necessitate his once more retracing the long, weary way he already had covered towards his goal. Yet what else could be done? These two had neither the strength, endurance, nor jungle craft to accompany him through the unknown country to the west. Nor did he wish them with him. The man he might have tolerated, but he could not even consider the presence of the girl in the far-off cabin, which had in a way become sacred to him through his memories, without a growl or anger rising to his lips. There remained then but the one way, since he could not desert them. He must move by slow and irksome marches back to the East Coast, or at least to the first white settlement in that direction. He had, it is true, contemplated leaving the girl to her fate, but that was before she had been instrumental in saving him from torture and death at the hands of the Black Wazambos. He chafed under the obligation she had put upon him, but no less did he acknowledge it, and as he watched the two, the rueful expression upon his face was lightened by a smile as he thought of the helplessness of them. What a puny thing indeed was man! How ill-equipped to combat the savage forces of nature, and of nature's jungle. Why, even the tiny Baloo of the tribe of the Golak, the great ape, was better fitted to survive than these, for Baloo could at least escape the numerous creatures that menaced its existence, while with the possible exception of Kota the tortoise, none moved so slowly as did helpless and feeble man. Without him, these two doubtless would starve in the midst of plenty, should they by some miracle escape the other forces of destruction which constantly threatened them. That morning Tarzan had brought them fruit, nuts, and plantain, and now he was bringing them the flesh of his kill, while the best they might do was to fetch water from the river. Even now, as they walked across the clearing toward the boma, they were in utter ignorance of the presence of Tarzan near them. They did not know that his sharp eyes were watching them, nor that other eyes, less friendly, were glaring at them from a clump of bushes close beside the boma entrance. They did not know these things, but Tarzan did. No more than they could he see the creature crouching in the concealment of the foliage, yet he knew that it was there, and what it was, and what its intentions, precisely as well as though it had been lying in the open. A slight movement of the leaves at the top of a single stem had apprised him of the presence of the creature there, for the movement was not that imparted by the wind. It came from the pressure at the bottom of the stem, which communicates in a different movement to the leaves than does the wind passing among them, as anyone who lived his lifetime in the jungle well knows. And the same wind that passed through the foliage of the bush brought to the ape-man's sensitive nostrils indisputable evidence of the fact that Sheeta, the panther, waited there for the two returning from the river. They had covered half the distance to the boma entrance when Tarzan called to them to stop. They looked in surprise in the direction from which his voice had come to see him drop lightly to the ground and advance toward them.
"Come slowly toward me,"
he called to them.
"Do not run, for if you do, Sheeta will charge."
They did as he bid, their faces filled with questioning wonderment. "What do you mean?" asked the young Englishman. "Who is Sheeta?" But for answer, the ape-man suddenly hurled the carcass of Bara the deer to the ground and leaped quickly toward them, his eyes upon something in their rear. And then it was that the two turned and learned the identity of Sheeta, for behind them was a devil-faced cat charging rapidly toward them. Sheeta, with rising anger and suspicion, had seen the ape-man leap from the tree and approach the quarry. His life experiences, backed by instinct, told him that the Tarmangani was about to rob him of his prey, and as Sheeta was hungry, He had no intention of being thus easily deprived of the flesh he already considered his own. The girl stifled an involuntary scream as she saw the proximity of the fanged fury bearing down upon them. She shrank close to the man and clung to him, and all unarmed and defenseless as he was, the Englishman pushed her behind him and, shielding her with his body, stood squarely in the face of the panther's charge. Tarzan noted the act, and though accustomed as he was to acts of courage, he experienced a thrill from the hopelessness and futile bravery of the man. The charging panther moved rapidly, and the distance which had separated the bush in which he had concealed himself from the objects of his desire was not great. In the time that one might understandingly read a dozen words, the strong-limbed cat could have covered the entire distance and made his kill. Yet if Sheeta was quick, quick too was Tarzan. The English lieutenant saw the ape-man flash by him like the wind. He saw the great cat veer in his charge as though to elude the naked savage rushing to meet him, as it was evidently Sheeta's intention to make good his kill before attempting to protect it from Tarzan. Lieutenant Smith Oldwick saw these things, and then with increasing wonder he saw the ape-man swerve too, and leap for the spotted cat as a football player leaps for a runner. He saw the strong, brown arms encircling the body of the carnivore, the left arm in front of the beast's left shoulder, and the right arm behind his right foreleg, and with the impact, the two together rolling over and over upon the turf. He heard the snarls and growls of bestial combat, and it was with a feeling of no little horror that he realized that the sounds coming from the human throat of the battling man could scarce be distinguished from those of the panther. The first momentary shock of terror over, the girl released her grasp upon the Englishman's arm. "Cannot we do something?" she asked. "Cannot we help him before the beast kills him?" The Englishman looked upon the ground for some missile with which to attack the panther, and then the girl uttered an exclamation and started at a run toward the hut. "Wait there," she called over her shoulder. "I will fetch the spear that he left me." Smith Oldwick saw the raking talons of the panther searching for the flesh of the man, and the man on his part straining every muscle and using every artifice to keep his body out of range of them. The muscles of his arms knotted under the brown hide. The veins stood out upon his neck and forehead as with ever-increasing power he strove to crush the life from the great cat. The ape-man's teeth were fastened in the back of Sheeta's neck, and now he succeeded in encircling the beast's torso with his legs, which he crossed and locked beneath the cat's belly. Leaping and snarling, Sheeta sought to dislodge the ape-man's hold upon him. He hurled himself upon the ground and rolled over and over. He reared upon his hind legs and threw himself backwards, but always the savage creature upon his back clung tenaciously to him, and always the mighty brown arms crushed tighter and tighter about his chest. And then the girl, panting from her quick run, returned with the short spear Tarzan had left her as her sole weapon of protection. She did not wait to hand it to the Englishman, who ran forward to receive it, but brushed past him and leaped into close quarters beside the growling, tumbling mass of yellow fur and smooth brown hide. Several times she attempted to press the point home into the cat's body, but on both occasions the fear of endangering the ape-man caused her to desist. But at last the two lay motionless for a moment as the carnivore sought a moment's rest from the strenuous exertions of battle, and then it was that Bertha Kircher pressed the point of the spear to the tawny side and drove it deep into the savage heart. Tarzan rose from the dead body of Sheeta and shook himself after the manner of beasts that are entirely clothed with hair. Like many other of his traits and mannerisms, this was the result of environment rather than heredity or reversion. And even though he was outwardly a man, the Englishman and the girl were both impressed with the naturalness of the act. It was as though Numa, emerging from a fight, had shaken himself to straighten his rumpled mane and coat. And yet, too, there was something uncanny about it, as there had been when the savage growls and hideous snarls issued from those clean-cut lips. Tarzan looked at the girl. a quizzical expression upon his face. Again she had placed him under obligations to her, and Tarzan of the Apes did not wish to be obligated to a German spy. Yet in his honest heart he could not but admit a certain admiration for her courage, a trait which always greatly impressed the ape-man. He himself the personification of courage.
Here is the kill,
He said, picking up the carcass of Bara from the ground.
You will want to cook your portion, I presume. But Tarzan does not spoil his meat with fire.
They followed him to the boma, where he cut several pieces of meat from the carcass for them, retaining a joint for himself. The young lieutenant prepared a fire, and the girl presided over the primitive culinary rites of their simple meal. As she worked some little way apart from them, the lieutenant and the ape-man watched her. She is wonderful, is she not? Murmured Smith Oldwick.
She is a German and a spy.
The Englishman turned quickly upon him. What do you mean? He cried.
I mean what I say,
replied the ape-man.
She is a German and a spy.
I do not believe it, exclaimed the aviator.
You do not have to,
Tarzan assured him.
It is nothing to me what you believe. I saw her in the conference with the Boche general and his staff at the camp near Tabeta. They all knew her and called her by name, and she handed him a paper. The next time I saw her, she was inside the British lines and disguised. And again, I saw her bearing word to a German officer at Wilhelmsthal. She is a German and a spy, but she is a woman, and therefore I cannot destroy her.
You really believe that what you say is true? Asked the young lieutenant. My God, I cannot believe it. She is so sweet and brave and good. The ape-man shrugged his shoulders.
She is brave,
he said,
but even Pamba, the rat, must have some good quality. But she is what I have told you, and therefore I hate her, and you should hate her.
Lieutenant Harry Percy Smith Oldwick buried his face in his hands. God forgive me, he said at last. I cannot hate her. The ape-man cast a contemptuous look at his companion and arose.
Tarzan goes again to hunt,
he said.
You have enough food for 2 days. By that time, he will return.
The two watched him until he had disappeared in the foliage of the trees at the further side of the clearing. When he had gone, the girl felt a vague sense of apprehension that she never experienced when Tarzan was present. The invisible menaces lurking in the grim jungle seemed more real and much more imminent now that the ape-man was no longer near. While he had been there, talking with them, the little thatched hut and its surrounding thorn boma had seemed as safe a place as the world might afford. She wished that he had remained. 2 days seemed an eternity in contemplation. 2 days of constant fear. 2 days, every moment of which would be fraught with danger. She turned toward her companion. I wish he had remained, she said. I always feel so much safer when he is near. He is very grim and very terrible, and yet I feel safer with him than any other man I've ever known. He seems to dislike me, and yet I know that he would let no harm befall me. I cannot understand him. Neither do I understand him, replied the Englishman, but I know this much. Our presence here is interfering with his plans. He would like to be rid of us, and I half imagine that he rather hopes to find when he returns that we have succumbed to one of the dangers which must always confront us in this savage land. I think that we should try to return to the white settlements. This man does not want us here, nor is it reasonable to assume that we could long survive in such a savage wilderness. I have traveled and hunted in several parts of Africa, but never have I seen or heard of any single locality so overrun with savage beasts and dangerous natives. If we set out for the east coast at once, we would be in but little more danger than we are here, and if we could survive a day's march, I believe that we will find the means of reaching the coast in a few hours. For my plane must still be in the same place that I landed just before the blacks captured me. Of course, there is no one here who could operate it, nor is there any reason why they should have destroyed it. As a matter of fact, The natives would be so fearful and suspicious of so strange and incomprehensible a thing that the chances are they would not dare approach it. Yes, it must be where I left it, and all ready to carry us safely to the settlements. But we cannot leave, said the girl, until he returns. We could not go away like that without thanking him or bidding him farewell. We are under too great obligations to him. The man looked at her in silence for a moment. He wondered if she knew how Tarzan felt toward her, and then he himself began to speculate upon the truth of the ape-man's charges. The longer he looked at the girl, the less easy was it to entertain the thought that she was an enemy spy. He was upon the point of asking her point blank, but he could not bring himself to do so. Finally determining to wait until time and longer acquaintance should reveal the truth or falsity of the accusation. I believe, he said as though there had been no pause in their conversation, that the man would be more than glad to find us gone when he returns. It is not necessary to jeopardize our lives for 2 more days in order that we may thank him, however much we may appreciate his services to us. You have more than balanced your obligations to him. From what he told me, I feel that you especially should not remain here any longer. The girl looked up at him in astonishment. What do you mean? She asked. I do not like to tell, said the Englishman, digging nervously at the turf with the point of a stick, but you have my word that he would rather you were not here. Tell me what he said, she insisted. I have a right to know. Lieutenant Smith Oldwood squared his shoulders and raised his eyes to those of the girl. He said that he hated you, he blurted. He has only aided you at all from a sense of duty because you're a woman. The girl paled and then flushed. I will be ready to go, she said, in just a moment. We had better take some of this meat with us. There's no telling when we will be able to get more. And so the two set out down the river toward the south. The man carried the short spear that Tarzan had left with the girl, while she was entirely unarmed, except for a stick she had picked up from among those left after the building of the hut. Before departing, she had insisted that the man leave a note for Tarzan, thanking him for his care of them and bidding him goodbye. This they left pinned into the inside wall of the hut with a little sliver of wood. It was necessary that they be constantly on the alert, since they never knew what might confront them at the next turn of the winding jungle trail, or what might lie concealed in the tangled bushes at either side. There was also the ever-present danger of meeting some of Numumbo's black warriors, and as the village lay directly in their line of march, there was the necessity for making a wide detour before they reached it in order to pass around it without being discovered. I'm not so much afraid of the native blacks, said the girl, as I am of Usanga and his people. He and his men were all attached to a German native regiment. They brought me along with them when they deserted, either with the intention of holding me ransom or selling me into the harem of one of the black sultans of the north. Usanga is much more to be feared than Numumbo, for he has had the advantage of European military training and is armed with more or less modern weapons and ammunition. It is lucky for me, remarked the Englishman, that it was the ignorant Numumbo who discovered and captured me rather than the worldly wise Usanga. He would have felt less fear of the giant flying machine and would have known only too well how to wreck it. Let us pray that the black sergeant has not discovered it, said the girl. They made their way to a point which they guessed was about a mile above the village. Then they turned into the trackless tangle of undergrowth to the east. So dense was the verdure at many points that it was with the utmost difficulty that they wormed their way through, sometimes on hands and knees, and again by clambering over numerous fallen tree trunks, interwoven with dead limbs and living branches were the tough and rope-like creepers, which formed a tangled network across their path. South of them, in an open meadowland, a number of black warriors were gathered about an object which elicited much wondering comment. The blacks were clothed in fragments of what had once been uniforms of a native German command. They were a most unlovely band, and chief among them in authority and repulsiveness was the black sergeant Usanga. The object of their interest was a British aeroplane. Immediately after the Englishman had been brought to Namambo's village, Usanga had gone out in search of the plane, prompted partially by curiosity and partially by the intention to destroy it. But when he had found it, some new thought had deterred him from carrying out his design. The thing represented considerable value, as he well knew, and it occurred to him that in some way he might turn his prize to profit. Every day he had returned to it, and while at first it had filled him with considerable awe, he eventually came to look upon it with the accustomed eye of a proprietor, so that he now clambered into the fuselage and even advanced so far as to wish that he might learn to operate it. What a feat it would be indeed to fly like a bird far above the highest treetop. How it would fill his less favored companions with awe and admiration if Usanga could but fly. So great would be the respect of all the tribesmen throughout the scattered villages of the great interior, they would look upon him as little less than a god. Usanga rubbed his palms together and smacked his thick lips. Then indeed would he be very rich, for all the villages would pay tribute to him, and he could even have as many as 12 wives. With that thought, however, came a mental picture of Naratu, the black termagant, who ruled him with an iron hand. Usanga made a wry face and tried to forget the extra 12 wives. But the lure of the idea remained and appealed so strongly to him that he presently found himself reasoning most logically that a god would not be much of a god with less than 24 wives. He fingered the instruments and the control, half hoping and half fearing that he would alight upon the combination that would put the machine in flight. Often he had watched the British airmen soaring above the German lines, and it looked so simple. He was quite sure that he could do it himself, if there was somebody who could but once show him how. There was, of course, always the hope that the white man, who came in the machine and who had escaped from Numambo's village, might fall into Usanga's hands, and then indeed would he be able to learn how to fly. It was in this hope that Usanga spent so much time in the vicinity of the plane, reasoning as he did that eventually the white man would return in search of it. And at last he was rewarded, for upon this very day, after he had quit the machine and entered the jungle with his warriors, he heard voices to the north. And when he and his men had hidden in the dense foliage upon either side of the trail, Usanga was presently filled with elation by the appearance of the British officer and the white girl whom the black sergeant had coveted and who had escaped him. The Negro could scarce restrain a shout of elation, for he had not hoped that fate would be so kind as to throw these two whom he most desired into his power at the same time. As the two came down the trail, all unconscious of impending danger, the man was explaining that they must be very close to the point at which the plane had landed. Their entire attention was centered on the trail directly ahead of them, as they momentarily expected it to break into the meadowland, where they were sure they would see the plane that would spell life and liberty for them. The trail was broad, and they were walking side by side, so that at a sharp turn the park-like clearing was revealed to them simultaneously with the outlines of the machine they sought. Exclamations of relief and delight broke from their lips, and at the same instant Usanga and his black warriors rose from the bushes all about them. End of chapter 11, read by Marty on the Central Coast of California.
Chapter 12 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Wilsius. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 12. The girl was almost crushed by terror and disappointment. To have been thus close to safety, and then to have all hope snatched away by a cruel stroke of fate, seemed unendurable. The man was disappointed too, but more he was angry. He noted the remnants of the uniforms upon the blacks, and immediately he demanded to know where were their officers. "They cannot understand you," said the girl, and so in the bastard tongue that is the medium of communication between the Germans and the blacks of their colony, she repeated the white man's question. Usanga grinned. "You know where they are, white woman," he replied. "They are dead, and if this white man does not do as I tell him, he too will be dead." "What do you want of him?" asked the girl. "I want him to teach me how to fly like a bird," replied Usanga. Bertha Kircher looked her astonishment, but repeated the demand to the lieutenant. The Englishman meditated for a moment. "He wants to learn to fly, does he?" he repeated. "Ask him if he will give us our freedom if I teach him to fly." The girl put the question to Usanga, who, degraded, cunning, and entirely unprincipled, was always perfectly willing to promise anything, whether he had any intentions of fulfilling his promises or not, and so immediately assented to the proposition. "Let the white man teach me to fly," he said, "and I will take you back close to the settlements of your people, but in return for this I shall keep the great bird," and he waved a black hand in the direction of the aeroplane. When Bertha Kircher had repeated Usanga's proposition to the aviator, the latter shrugged his shoulders, and with a wry face finally agreed. "I fancy there is no other way out of it," he said. "In any event, the plane is lost to the British government. If I refuse the black scoundrel's request, there is no doubt but what he will make short work of me, with the result that the machine will lie here until it rots. If I accept his offer, it will at least be the means of assuring your safe return to civilization, and that," he added, "is worth more to me than all the planes in the British air service." The girl cast a quick glance at him. These were the first words he'd addressed to her that might indicate that his sentiments toward her were more than those of a companion in distress. She regretted that he had spoken as he had, and he too regretted it almost instantly, as he saw the shadow cross her face and realized that he had unwittingly added to the difficulties of her already almost unbearable situation. "Forgive me," he said quickly. "Please forget what that remark implied. I promise you that I will not offend again, if it does offend you, until we are both safely out of this mess." She smiled and thanked him, but the thing had been said and could never be unsaid, and Bertha Kircher knew, even more surely than as though he had fallen upon his knees and protested undying devotion, that the young English officer loved her. Usanga was for taking his first lesson in aviation immediately. The Englishman attempted to dissuade him, but immediately the black became threatening and abusive, since, like all those who are ignorant, he was suspicious that the intentions of others were always ulterior unless they perfectly coincided with his wishes. "All right, old top," muttered the Englishman. "I will give you the lesson of your life," and then, turning to the girl, persuade him to let you accompany us. "I shall be afraid to leave you here with these devilish scoundrels." But when she put the suggestion to Usanga, the black immediately suspected some plan to thwart him, possibly to carry him against his will back to the German masters he had traitorously deserted, and, glowering at her savagely, he obstinately refused to entertain the suggestion. "The white woman will remain here with my people," he said. "They will not harm her unless you fail to bring me back safely." "Tell him," said the Englishman, "that if you are not standing in plain sight in this meadow when I return, I will not land, but will carry Usanga back to the British camp and have him hanged." Usanga promised that the girl would be in evidence upon the return, and took immediate steps to impress upon his warriors that under penalty of death they must not harm her. Then, followed by the other members of his party, he crossed the clearing toward the plain with the Englishman. Once seated within what he already considered his new possession, the black's courage began to wane, and when the motor was started and the great propeller commenced to whir, he screamed to the Englishman to stop the thing and permit him to alight. But the aviator could neither hear nor understand the black above the noise of the propeller and exhaust. By this time the plane was moving along the ground, and even then Usanga was upon the verge of leaping out, and would have done so had he been able to unfasten the strap from around his waist. Then the plane rose from the ground, and in a moment soared gracefully in a wide circle until it topped the trees. The black sergeant was in a veritable collapse of terror. He saw the earth dropping rapidly from beneath him. He saw the trees and river, and at a distance the little clearing with the thatched huts of Numabo's village. He tried hard not to think of the results of a sudden fall to the rapidly receding ground below. He attempted to concentrate his mind upon the 24 wives which this great bird most assuredly would permit him to command. Higher and higher rose the plane, swinging in a wide circle above the forest, river, and meadowland, and presently, much to his surprise, Usanga discovered that his terror was rapidly waning, so that it was not long before there was forced upon him a consciousness of utter security, and then it was that he began to take notice of the manner in which the white man guided and manipulated the plane. After half an hour of skillful maneuvering, the Englishman rose rapidly to a considerable altitude, and then suddenly, without warning, he looped and flew with the plane inverted for a few seconds. "I said I'd give this beggar the lesson of his life," he murmured, as he heard, even above the whir of the propeller, the shriek of the terrified Negro. A moment later, Smith Oldwick had righted the machine and was dropping rapidly toward the earth. He circled slowly a few times above the meadow, until he had assured himself that Bertha Kircher was there, and apparently unharmed. Then he dropped gently to the ground so that the machine came to a stop a short distance from where the girl and the warriors awaited them. It was a trembling and ashen-hued Usanga who tumbled out of the fuselage, for his nerves were still on edge as a result of the harrowing experience of the loop. Yet with terra firma once more underfoot, he quickly regained his composure. Strutting about with great show and braggadocio, he strove to impress his followers with the mere nothingness of so trivial a feat as flying bird-like thousands of yards above the jungle, though it was long until he had thoroughly convinced himself by the force of autosuggestion that he had enjoyed every instant of the flight and was already far advanced in the art of aviation. So jealous was the black of his new-found toy that he would not return to the village of Numabo, but insisted on making camp close beside the plane, lest in some inconceivable fashion it should be stolen from him. For 2 days they camped there, and constantly during daylight hours Usanga compelled the Englishman to instruct him in the art of flying. Smith Oldwick, in recalling the long months of arduous training he had undergone himself before he had been considered sufficiently adept to be considered a finished flyer, smiled at the conceit of the ignorant African who was already demanding that he be permitted to make a flight alone. "If it was not for losing the machine," the Englishman explained to the girl, "I'd let the bounder take it up and break his fool neck, as he would do inside of 2 minutes." However, he finally persuaded Usanga to bide his time for a few more days of instruction. But in the suspicious mind of the Negro, there was a growing conviction that the white man's advice was prompted by some ulterior motive, that it was in the hope of escaping with the machine himself by night that he refused to admit that Usanga was entirely capable of handling it alone, and therefore in no further need of help or instruction. And so in the mind of the black there formed a determination to outwit the white man. The lure of the 24 seductive wives proved in itself a sufficient incentive, and thereto was added to his desire for the white girl, whom he had long since determined to possess. It was with these thoughts in mind that Usanga lay down to sleep in the evening of the second day. Constantly, however, the thought of Naratu and her temper arose to take the keen edge from his pleasant imaginings. If he could but rid himself of her. The thought having taken form persisted, but always it was more than outweighed by the fact that the black sergeant was actually afraid of his woman, so much afraid of her in fact that he would not have dared to attempt to put her out of the way unless he could do so secretly while she slept. However, as one plan after another was conjured by the strength of his desires, he at last hit upon one which came to him almost with the force of a blow and brought him sitting upright among his sleeping companions. When morning dawned, Usanga could scarce wait for an opportunity to put his scheme into execution, and the moment that he had eaten, he called several of his warriors aside and talked with them for some moments. The Englishman, who usually kept an eye on his black captor, saw now that the latter was explaining something in detail to his warriors, and from his gestures and his manner, it was apparent that he was persuading them to some new plan as well as giving them instructions as to what they were to do. Several times, too, he saw the eyes of the Negroes turned upon him, and once they flashed simultaneously toward the white girl. Everything about the occurrence, which in itself seemed trivial enough, aroused in the mind of the Englishman a well-defined apprehension that something was afoot that boded ill for him and for the girl. He could not free himself of the idea, and so he kept a still closer watch over the black, although, as he was forced to admit to himself, he was quite powerless to avert any fate that lay in store for them. Even the spear that he had had when captured had been taken away from him, so that now he was unarmed and absolutely at the mercy of the black sergeant and his followers. Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick did not have long to wait before discovering something of Usanga's plan, for almost immediately after the sergeant finished giving his instructions, a number of warriors approached the Englishman, while 3 went directly to the girl. Without a word of explanation, the warriors seized the young officer and threw him to the ground upon his face. For a moment he struggled to free himself and succeeded in landing a few heavy blows among his assailants, but he was too greatly outnumbered to hope to more than delay them in the accomplishment of their object, which he soon discovered was to bind him securely hand and foot. When they had finally secured him to their satisfaction, they rolled him over on his side, and then it was he saw Bertha Kircher had been similarly trussed. Smith Oldwick lay in such a position that he could see nearly the entire expanse of meadow and the aeroplane a short distance away. Usanga was talking to the girl, who was shaking her head in vehement negatives. "What is he saying?" called the Englishman. "He's going to take me away in the plane," the girl called back. "He's going to take me farther inland, to another country where he says that he will be king, and I am to be one of his wives." And then, to the Englishman's surprise, she turned a smiling face toward him. "But there is no danger," she continued, "for we shall both be dead within a few minutes. Just give him time enough to get the machine under way, and if he can rise 100 feet from the ground, I shall never need fear him more." "God!" cried the man, "is there no way you can dissuade him? Promise him anything that you want. I have money, more money than that poor fool could imagine there was in the whole world. With it he can buy anything the money will purchase, fine clothes, and food and women, all the women he wants. Tell him this, and tell him that if he will spare you, I will give him my word that I will fetch it all to him." The girl shook her head. "It is useless," she said. "He would not understand, and if he did understand, he would not trust you. The blacks are so unprincipled themselves that they can imagine no such thing as principle or honor in others, and especially do these blacks distrust an Englishman, whom the Germans have taught them to believe are the most treacherous and degraded of people. No, it is better thus. I am sorry that you cannot go with us, for if he goes high enough, my death will be much easier than that which probably awaits you." Usanga had been continually interrupting their brief conversation in an attempt to compel the girl to translate it to him, for he feared that they were concocting some plan to thwart him, and to quiet and appease him, she told him that the Englishman was merely bidding her farewell and wishing her good luck. Suddenly she turned to the black. "Will you do something for me?" she asked. "If I go willingly with you?" "What is it you want?" he inquired. "Tell your men to free the white man after we are gone. He can never catch us. That is all I ask of you. If you will grant him his freedom and his life, I will go willingly with you." "You will go with me anyway," growled Usanga. "It is nothing to me whether you go willingly or not. I am going to be a great king, and you will do whatever I tell you to do." He had in mind that he would start properly with this woman. There should be no repetition of his harrowing experience with Naratu. This wife and the 24 others should be carefully selected and well trained. Hereafter, Usanga would be master in his own house. Bertha Kircher saw that it was useless to appeal to the brute, and so she held her peace, though she was filled with sorrow in contemplating the fate that awaited the young officer, scarce more than a boy, who had impulsively revealed his love for her. At Usanga's order, one of the blacks lifted her from the ground and carried her to the machine, and after Usanga had clambered aboard, they lifted her up and he reached down and drew her into the fuselage, where he removed the thongs from her wrists and strapped her into her seat, and then took his own directly ahead of her. The girl turned her eyes toward the Englishman. She was very pale, but her lips smiled bravely. "Goodbye," she cried. "Goodbye and God bless you," he called back, his voice the least bit husky, and then, "The thing I wanted to say, may I say it now? We are so very near the end." Her lips moved, but whether they voiced consent or refusal he did not know, for the words were drowned in the whir of the propeller. The black had learned his lesson sufficiently well so that the motor was started without bungling, and the machine was soon under way across the meadowland. A groan escaped the lips of the distracted Englishman as he watched the woman he loved being carried to almost certain death. He saw the plane tilt and the machine rise from the ground. It was a good takeoff, as good as Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick could make himself. But he realized that it was only so by chance. At any instant the machine might plunge to earth, and even if, by some miracle of chance, the black could succeed in rising above the treetops and make a successful flight, there was not one chance in 100,000 that he could ever land again without killing his fair captive and himself. But what was that? His heart stood still. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Jeff Wilsius. Chapter 13 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Wilsius. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 13, Usanga's Reward. For 2 days, Tarzan of the Apes had been hunting leisurely to the north, and swinging in a wide circle, he had returned to within a short distance of the clearing where he had left Bertha Kircher and the young lieutenant. He had spent the night in a large tree that overhung the river only a short distance from the clearing, and now in the early morning hours he was crouching at the water's edge waiting for an opportunity to capture Pisa the fish, thinking that he would take it back with him to the hut where the girl could cook it for herself and her companion. Motionless as a bronze statue was the wily ape-man, for well he knew how wary is Pisa the fish. The slightest movement would frighten him away, and only by infinite patience might he be captured at all. Tarzan depended upon his own quickness and the suddenness of his attack, for he had no bait or hook. His knowledge of the ways of the denizens of the water told him where to wait for Pisa. It might be a minute, or it might be an hour before the fish would swim into the little pool above which he crouched, but sooner or later one would come. That the ape-man knew, so with the patience of the beast of prey, he waited for his quarry. At last there was a glint of shiny scales. Pisa was coming. In a moment he would be within reach, and then with the swiftness of light, 2 strong brown hands would plunge into the pool and seize him. But just as the moment that the fish was about to come within reach, there was a great crashing in the underbrush behind the ape-man. Instantly Pisa was gone, and Tarzan, growling, had wheeled about to face whatever creature might be menacing him. The moment that he turned, he saw that the author of the disturbance was Zu Tang. "What does Zu Tang want?" asked the ape-man. "Zu Tang comes to the water to drink," replied the ape. "Where is the tribe?" asked Tarzan. "They are hunting for pasangs and scimitines farther back in the forest," replied Zu Tang. "And the Tarmangani, she and Bull?" asked Tarzan. "Are they safe?" "They have gone away," replied Zu Tang. "Kudu has come out of his lair twice since they left." "Did the tribe chase them away?" asked Tarzan. "No," replied the ape. "We did not see them go. We do not know why they left." Tarzan swung quickly through the trees toward the clearing. The hut and boma were as they had left them, but there was no sign of either the man or the woman. Crossing the clearing, he entered the boma and then the hut. Both were empty, and his trained nostrils told him that they had been gone for at least 2 days. As he was about to leave the hut, he saw a paper pinned upon the wall with a sliver of wood, and taking it down he read, "After what you told me about Miss Kircher, and knowing that you dislike her, I feel that it is not fair to her and to you that we should impose longer upon you. I know that our presence is keeping you from continuing your journey to the west coast, and so I have decided that it is better for us to try and reach the white settlements immediately without imposing further upon you. We both thank you for your kindness and protection. If there was any way that I might repay the obligation I feel, I should be only too glad to do so." It was signed by Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick. Tarzan shrugged his shoulders, crumpled the note in his hand, and tossed it aside. He felt a certain sense of relief from responsibility, and was glad that they had taken the matter out of his hands. They were gone and would forget, but somehow he could not forget. He walked out across the boma and into the clearing. He felt uneasy and restless. Once he started toward the north in response to a sudden determination to continue his way to the west coast. He would follow the winding river toward the north a few miles, where its course turned to the west, and then on toward its source across the wooded plateau and up into the foothills and the mountains. Upon the other side of the range, he would search for a stream running downward toward the west coast, and thus following the rivers he would be sure of game and water in plenty. But he did not go far. A dozen steps perhaps, and he came to a sudden stop. "He is an Englishman," he muttered, "and the other is a woman. They can never reach the settlements without my help. I could not kill her with my own hands when I tried, and if I let them go on alone, I will have killed her just as surely as though I had run my knife into her heart. No," and again he shook his head, "Tarzan of the Apes is a fool and a weak old woman," and he turned back toward the south. Manu the monkey had seen the 2 Tarmangani pass 2 days before. Chattering and scolding, he told Tarzan all about it. They had gone in the direction of the village of the Gomangani. That much had Manu seen with his own eyes. So the ape-man swung on through the jungle in a southerly direction, and though with no concentrated effort to follow the spoor of those he trailed, he passed numerous evidences that they had gone this way. Faint suggestions of their scent spoor clung lightly to leaf or branch or bole that one or the other had touched, or in the earth of the trail their feet had trod, and where the way wound through the gloomy depth of dank forest, the impress of their shoes still showed occasionally in the damp mass of decaying vegetation that floored the way. An inexplicable urge spurred Tarzan to increasing speed. The same still small voice that had chided him for having neglected them seemed constantly whispering that they were in dire need of him now. Tarzan's conscience was troubling him, which accounted for the fact that he had compared himself to a weak old woman. For the ape-man, reared in savagery and inured to hardships and cruelty, disliked to admit any of the gentler traits that in reality were his birthright. The trail made a detour to the east of the village of the Wamabos, and then returned to the wide elephant path nearer to the river, where it continued in a southerly direction for several miles. At last there came to the ears of the ape-man a peculiar, whirring, throbbing sound. For an instant he paused, listening intently. "An aeroplane," he muttered, and hastened forward at greatly increased speed. When Tarzan of the Apes finally reached the edge of the meadowland where Smith Oldwick's plane had landed, he took in the entire scene in one quick glance and grasped the situation, although he could scarce give credence to the things he saw. Bound and helpless, the English officer lay upon the ground at one side of the meadow, while around him stood a number of the black deserters from the German command. Tarzan had seen these men before, and knew who they were. Coming toward him down the meadow was an aeroplane piloted by the black Usanga, and in the seat behind the pilot was the white girl, Bertha Kircher. How it befell that the ignorant savage could operate the plane, Tarzan could not guess, nor had the time in which to speculate upon the subject. His knowledge of Usanga, together with the position of the white man, told him that the black sergeant was attempting to carry off the white girl. Why he should be doing this, when he had her in his power, and had also captured and secured the only creature in the jungle who might wish to defend her, in so far as the black could know, Tarzan could not guess, for he knew nothing of Usanga's 24 dream wives, nor of the black's fear of the horrid temper of Naratu, his present mate. He did not know, then, that Usanga had determined to fly away with the white girl never to return, and to put so great a distance between himself and Naratu that the latter could never find him again. But it was this very thing that was in the black's mind, although not even his own warriors guessed it. He had told them that he would take the captive to a sultan of the north, and there obtain a great price for her, and that when he returned they should have some of the spoils. These things Tarzan did not know. All he knew was what he saw, a Negro attempting to fly away with a white girl. Already the machine was slowly leaving the ground. In a moment more it would rise swiftly out of reach. At first Tarzan thought of fitting an arrow to his bow and slaying Usanga, but as quickly he abandoned the idea, because he knew that the moment the pilot was slain, the machine, running wild, would dash the girl to death among the trees. There was but one way in which he might hope to succor her, a way which if he failed must send him to instant death, and yet he did not hesitate in an attempt to put it into execution. Usanga did not see him, being too intent upon the unaccustomed duties of a pilot, but the blacks across the meadow saw him, and they ran forward with loud and savage cries and menacing rifles to intercept him. They saw a giant white man leap from the branches of a tree to the turf and race rapidly toward the plane. They saw him take a long grass rope from about his shoulders as he ran. They saw the noose swinging in an undulating circle above his head. They saw the white girl in the machine glance down and discover him. 20 feet above the running ape-man soared the huge plane. The open noose shot up to meet it, and the girl, half guessing the ape-man's intentions, reached out and caught the noose, and bracing herself, clung tightly to it with both hands. Simultaneously, Tarzan was dragged from his feet, and the plane lurched sideways in response to the new strain. Usanga clutched wildly at the control, and the machine shot upward at a steep angle. Dangling at the end of the rope, the ape-man swung pendulum-like in space. The Englishman, lying bound upon the ground, had been a witness of all these happenings. His heart stood still as he saw Tarzan's body hurtling through the air toward the treetops among which it seemed he must inevitably crash. But the plane was rising rapidly, so that the beast-man cleared the topmost branches. Then slowly, hand over hand, he climbed toward the fuselage. The girl, clinging desperately to the noose, strained every muscle to hold the great weight dangling at the lower end of the rope. Usanga, all unconscious of what was going on behind him, drove the plane higher and higher into the air. Tarzan glanced downward. Below him the treetops and the river passed rapidly to the rear, and only a slender grass rope and the muscles of a frail girl stood between him and the death yawning there thousands of feet below. It seemed to Bertha Kircher that the fingers of her hands were dead. The numbness was running up her arms to her elbows. How much longer could she cling to the straining strands she could not guess. It seemed to her that those lifeless fingers must relax at any instant, and then, when she had about given up hope, she saw a strong brown hand reach up and grasp the side of the fuselage. Instantly the weight upon the rope was removed, and a moment later Tarzan of the Apes raised his body above the side and threw a leg over the edge. He glanced forward at Usanga, and then, placing his mouth close to the girl's ear, he cried, "Have you ever piloted a plane?" The girl nodded a quick affirmative. "Have you the courage to climb up there beside the black and seize the control while I take care of him?" The girl looked toward Usanga and shuddered. "Yes," she replied, "but my feet are bound." Tarzan drew his hunting knife from its sheath and, reaching down, severed the thongs that bound her ankles. Then the girl unsnapped the strap that held her to her seat. With one hand, Tarzan grasped the girl's arm and steadied her as the two crawled slowly across the few feet which intervened between the two seats. A single, slight tip of the plane would have cast them both into eternity. Tarzan realized that only through a miracle of chance could they reach Usanga and effect the change in pilots, and yet he knew that that chance must be taken, for in the brief moments since he had first seen the plane, he had realized that the black was almost without experience as a pilot, and that death surely awaited them in any event, should the black sergeant remain at the control. The first intimation Usanga had that all was not well with him was when the girl slipped suddenly to his side and grasped the control, and at the same instant, steel-like fingers seized his throat. A brown hand shot down with a keen blade and severed the strap about his waist, and giant muscles lifted him bodily from his seat. Usanga clawed the air and shrieked, but he was helpless as a babe. Far below, the watchers in the meadow could see the aeroplane careening in the sky, for with the change of control, it had taken a sudden dive. They saw it right itself, and turning in a short circle, return in their direction. But it was so far above them, and the light of the sun was so strong, that they could see nothing of what was going on within the fuselage. But presently, Lieutenant Smith Oldwick gave a gasp of dismay, as he saw a human body plunge downward from the plane. Turning and twisting in midair, it fell with ever-increasing velocity, and the Englishman held his breath as the thing hurtled toward them. With a muffled thud, it flattened upon the turf near the center of the meadow. And when at last the Englishman could gain the courage to again turn his eyes upon it, he breathed a fervent prayer of thanks, for the shapeless mass that lay upon the blood-stained turf was covered with an ebon hide. Usanga had reaped his reward. Again and again the plane circled above the meadow. The blacks, at first dismayed at the death of their leader, were now worked to a frenzy of rage and a determination to be avenged. The girl and the ape-man saw them gather in a knot about the body of their fallen chief. They saw, as they circled above the meadow, the black fists shaken at them, and the rifles brandishing a menace toward them. Tarzan still clung to the fuselage directly behind the pilot's seat. His face was close beside Bertha Kircher's, and at the top of his voice, above the noise of the propeller, engine, and exhaust, he screamed a few words of instruction into her ear. As the girl grasped the significance of his words, she paled, but her lips set in a hard line, and her eyes shone with a sudden fire of determination as she dropped the plane to within a few feet of the ground and at the opposite end of the meadow from the blacks, and then at full speed bore down upon the savages. So quickly the plane came that Usanga's men had no time to escape it after they realized its menace. It touched the ground just as it struck among them and mowed through them, a veritable juggernaut of destruction. When it came to rest at the edge of the forest, the ape-man leaped quickly to the ground and ran toward the young lieutenant, and as he went he glanced at the spot where the warriors had stood, ready to defend himself if necessary. But there was none there to oppose him. Dead and dying, they lay strewn for 50 feet along the turf. By the time Tarzan had freed the Englishman, the girl joined them. She tried to voice her thanks to the ape-man, but he silenced her with a gesture. "You saved yourself," he insisted, "for had you been unable to pilot the plane, I could not have helped you. And now," he said, "you two have the means of returning to the settlements. The day is still young. You can easily cover the distance in a few hours if you have sufficient petrol." He looked inquiringly toward the aviator. Smith Oldwick nodded his head affirmatively. "I have plenty," he replied. "Then go at once," said the ape-man. "Neither of you belong in the jungle." A slight smile touched his lips as he spoke. The girl and the Englishman smiled too. "This jungle is no place for us, at least," said Smith Oldwick, "and it is no place for any other white man. Why don't you come back to civilization with us?" Tarzan shook his head. "I prefer the jungle," he said. The aviator dug his toe into the ground, and still looking down, blurted something which he evidently hated to say. "If it is a matter of living, old top, he said. Or money, or, you know. Tarzan laughed. No, he said. I know what you are trying to say. It is not that. I was born in the jungle. I have lived all my life in the jungle, and I shall die in the jungle. I do not wish to live or die elsewhere. The others shook their heads. They could not understand him. Go, said the ape-man. The quicker you go, the quicker you will reach safety. They walked to the plane together. Smith Oldwick pressed the ape-man's hand and clambered into the pilot's seat. Goodbye, said the girl as she extended her hand to Tarzan. Before I go, won't you tell me you don't hate me anymore? Tarzan's face clouded. Without a word, he picked her up and lifted her to her place behind the Englishman. An expression of pain crossed Bertha Kircher's face. The motor started, and a moment later the two were being borne rapidly toward the east. In the center of the meadow stood the ape-man watching them. It is too bad that she is a German and a spy, he said, for she is very hard to hate. End of chapter 13. Recording by Jeff Wilsius.
Chapter 14 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Mason. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 14, The Black Lion. Numa, the lion, was hungry, and he had come out of the desert country to the east into a land of plenty, but though he was young and strong, the wary grass eaters had managed to elude his mighty talons each time he had thought to make a kill. Numa the lion was hungry and very savage. For 2 days he had not eaten, and now he hunted in the ugliest of humors. No more did Numa roar forth a rumbling challenge to the world, but rather he moved silent and grim, stepping softly that no cracking twig might betray his presence to the keen-eared quarry he sought. Fresh was the spoor of Bara, the deer, that Numa picked up in the well-beaten game trail he was following. No hour had passed since Bara had come this way. The time could be measured in minutes, and so the great lion redoubled the cautiousness of his advance as he crept stealthily in pursuit of his quarry. A light wind was moving through the jungle aisles, and it wafted down now to the nostrils of the eager carnivore the strong scent spoor of the deer, exciting his already avid appetite to a point where it became a gnawing pain. Yet Numa did not permit himself to be carried away by his desires into any premature charge such as recently lost him the juicy meat of Paco the zebra. Increasing his gait but slightly, he followed the tortuous windings of the trail until suddenly, just before him, where the trail wound around the bole of a huge tree, he saw a young buck moving slowly ahead of him. Numa judged the distance with his keen eyes, glowing now like two terrible spots of yellow fire in his wrinkled, snarling face. He could do it. This time he was sure. One terrific roar that would paralyze the poor creature ahead of him into momentary inaction, and a simultaneous charge of lightning-like rapidity, and Numa the lion would feed. The sinuous tail, undulating softly at its tufted extremity, whipped suddenly erect. It was the signal for the charge, and the vocal organs were shaped for the thunderous roar when, as lightning out of a clear sky, Sheeta, the panther, leapt suddenly into the trail between Numa and the deer. A blundering charge made Sheeta, for with the first crash of his spotted body through the foliage verging the trail, Bara gave a single startled backward glance and was gone. The roar that was intended to paralyze the deer broke horribly from the deep throat of the great cat, an angry roar of rage against the meddling Sheeta who had robbed him of his kill, and the charge that was intended for Bara was launched against the panther. But here too Numa was doomed to disappointment, for with the first notes of his fearsome roar Sheeta, considering well the better part of valor, leapt into a nearby tree. A half hour later it was a thoroughly furious Numa who came unexpectedly upon the scent of man. Heretofore the lord of the jungle had disdained the unpalatable flesh of the despised man-thing. Such meat was only for the old, the toothless, and the decrepit who no longer could make their kills among the fleet-footed grass-eaters. Bara, the deer, Horta, the boar, and, best and wariest, Paco, the zebra, were for the young, the strong, the agile, but Numa was hungry, hungrier than he ever had been in the 5 short years of his life. What if he was a young, powerful, cunning, and ferocious beast? In the face of hunger, the great leveler, he was the old, the toothless, and the decrepit. His belly cried aloud in anguish, and his jowls slavered for flesh. Zebra or deer or man, what mattered it, so that it was warm flesh, red with the hot juices of life? Even Dango, the hyena, eater of offal, would, at the moment, have seemed a tidbit to Numa. The great lion knew the habits and frailties of man. Though he never before had hunted man for food, he knew the despised Gomangani was the slowest, the most stupid, and the most defenseless of creatures. No woodcraft, no cunning, no stealth was necessary in hunting of man, nor had Numa any stomach for either delay or silence. His rage had become an almost equally consuming passion with his hunger, so that now, as his delicate nostrils appraised him of the recent passage of man, he lowered his head and rumbled forth a thunderous roar, and at a swift walk, careless of the noise he made, set forth upon the trail of his intended quarry. Majestic and terrible, regally careless of his surroundings, the king of beasts strode down the beaten trail. The natural caution that is inherent to all creatures of the wild had deserted him. What had he, lord of the jungle, to fear, and with only a man to hunt, what need of caution? And so he did not see or scent what a more wary Numa might readily have discovered until, with a cracking of twigs and a tumbling of earth, he was precipitated into a cunningly devised pit that the wily Wamabos had excavated for just this purpose in the center of the game trail. Tarzan of the Apes stood in the center of the clearing, watching the plane shrinking to diminutive toy-like proportions in the eastern sky. He had breathed a sigh of relief as he saw it rise safely with the British Flier and Fraulein Bertha Kircher. For weeks he had felt the hampering responsibility of their welfare in this savage wilderness, where their utter helplessness would have rendered them easy prey for savage carnivores or the cruel Wamabos. Tarzan of the Apes loved unfettered freedom, and now that these two were safely off his hands, he felt that he could continue upon his journey toward the west coast and the long, untenanted cabin of his dead father. And yet, as he stood there watching the tiny speck in the east, another sigh heaved his broad chest. Nor was it a sigh of relief, but rather a sensation which Tarzan had never expected to feel again, and which he now disliked to admit even to himself. It could not be possible that he, the jungle bred, who had renounced forever the society of man to return to his beloved beasts of the wilds, could be feeling anything akin to regret at the departure of these two, or any slightest loneliness now that they were gone. Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick Tarzan had liked, but the woman whom he had known as a German spy he had hated, though he never found it in his heart to slay her as he had sworn to slay all Huns. He had attributed this weakness to the fact that she was a woman, although he had been rather troubled by the apparent inconsistency of his hatred for her and his repeated protection of her when danger threatened. With an irritable toss of his head, he wheeled suddenly towards the west, as though by turning his back upon the fast disappearing plane he might expunge thoughts of its passengers from his memory. At the edge of the clearing he paused. A giant tree loomed directly ahead of him, and as though actuated by sudden and irresistible impulse, he leapt into the branches and swung himself with ape-like agility to the topmost limbs that would sustain his weight. There, balancing lightly upon a swaying bough, he sought in the direction of the eastern horizon for the tiny speck that would be the British plane bearing away from him the last of his own race and kind that he expected ever again to see. At last, his keen eyes picked up the ship flying at a considerable altitude far in the east. For a few seconds he watched it speeding evenly eastward, when, to his horror, he saw the speck dive suddenly downward. The fall seemed interminable to the watcher, and he realized how great must have been the altitude of the plane before the drop commenced. Just before it disappeared from sight, its downward momentum appeared to abate suddenly, but it was still moving rapidly at a steep angle when it finally disappeared from view behind the far hills. For half a minute the ape-man stood noting distant landmarks that he judged might be in the vicinity of the fallen plane. for no sooner had he realized that these people were again in trouble than his inherent sense of duty to his own kind impelled him once more to forego his plans and seek to aid them. The ape-man feared, from what he judged of the location of the machine, that it had fallen among the almost impassable gorges of the arid country just beyond the fertile basin that was bounded by the hills to the east of him. He had crossed that parched and desolate country of the dead himself, and he knew from his own experience and the narrow escape he had had from succumbing to its relentless cruelty no lesser than man could hope to win his way to safety from any considerable distance within its borders. Vividly he recalled the bleached bones of the long-dead warrior on the bottom of the precipitous gorge that had all but proved a trap for him as well. He saw the helmet of hammered brass and the corroded breastplate of steel and the long straight sword in its scabbard and the ancient harquebus, mute testimonials to the mighty physique and the warlike spirit of him who had somehow won, thus illy caparisoned and pitifully armed, to the center of savage, ancient Africa. And he saw the slender English youth and the slight figure of the girl cast into the same fateful trap from which this giant of old had been unable to escape, cast there wounded and broken, perhaps, if not killed. His judgment told him that the latter possibility was probably the fact, and yet there was a chance that they might have landed without fatal injuries, and so, upon this slim chance, he started out upon what he knew would be an arduous journey, fraught with many hardships and unspeakable peril, that he might attempt to save them if they still lived. He had covered a mile, perhaps, when his quick ears caught the sound of rapid movement along the game trail ahead of him. The sound, increasing in volume, proclaimed the fact that whatever caused it was moving in his direction and moving rapidly. Nor was it long before his trained senses convinced him that the footfalls were of those of Bara, the deer, in rapid flight. Inextricably confused in Tarzan's character with the attributes of man and of beast. Long experience had taught him that he fights best or travels fastest who is best nourished, and so, with few exceptions, Tarzan could delay his most urgent business to take advantage of an opportunity to kill and feed. This perhaps was a predominant beast trait in him. The transformation from an English gentleman, impelled by the most humanitarian motives, to that of a wild beast crouching in the concealment of dense brush, ready to spring upon his approaching prey, was instantaneous. And so, when Bara came, escaping the clutches of Numa and Sheeta, his terror and his haste precluded the possibility of his sensing that other equally formidable foe lying in ambush for him. Abreast of the ape-man came the deer. A light brown body shot from the concealing verdure of the bush. Strong arms encircled the sleek neck of the young buck, and powerful teeth fastened themselves into the soft flesh. Together the two rolled over in the trail, and a moment later the ape-man rose, and with one foot upon the carcass of the kill, raised his voice in the victory cry of the bull ape. Like an answering challenge came suddenly to the ears of the ape-man the thunderous roar of a lion, a hideous, angry roar in which Tarzan thought that he discerned a note of surprise and terror. In the breast of the wild things of the jungle, as in the breast of their more enlightened brothers and sisters of the human race, the characteristic of curiosity is well developed, nor was Tarzan far from innocent of it. The peculiar note of the roar of its hereditary enemy aroused a desire to investigate, and so, throwing the carcass of Bara the deer across his shoulder, the ape-man took to the lower terraces of the forest and moved quickly in the direction from which the sound had come, which was in line with the trail he had set out upon. As the distance lessened, the sounds increased in volume, which indicated that he was approaching a very angry lion, and presently, where a jungle giant overspread the broad game trail that countless thousands of hoofed and padded feet had worn and trampled into a deep furrow during perhaps countless ages, he saw beneath him the lion pit of the Wamabos, and in it, leaping futilely for freedom, such a lion as even Tarzan of the Apes never before had beheld. A mighty beast it was that glared up at the ape-man, large, powerful, and young, with a huge black mane and a coat so much darker than any Tarzan ever had seen that in the depths of the pit it looked almost black. A black lion! Tarzan, who had been upon the point of taunting and reviling his captive foe, was suddenly turned to open admiration for the beauty of the splendid beast. What a creature! How, by comparison, the ordinary forest lion was dwarfed into insignificance. Here indeed was one worthy to be called king of beasts. With his first sight of the great cat, the ape-man knew that he had heard no note of terror in that initial roar. Surprise, doubtless, but the vocal cords of that mighty throat never had reacted to fear. With growing admiration came a feeling of quick pity for the hapless situation of the great brute rendered futile and helpless by the wiles of the Gomangani. Enemy though the beast was, he was less an enemy to the ape-man than those blacks who had trapped him, for though Tarzan of the Apes claimed many fast and loyal friends among certain tribes of African natives, there were others of degraded character and bestial habits that he looked upon with utter loathing, and of such were the human flesh-eaters of Numabo, the chief. For a moment, Numa the lion glared ferociously at the naked man-thing upon the tree limb above him. Steadily, those yellow-green eyes bored into the clear eyes of the ape-man, and then the sensitive nostrils caught the scent of the fresh blood of Bara, and the eyes moved to the carcass lying across the brown shoulder, and there came from the carnivorous depths of savage throat a low whine. Tarzan of the Apes smiled. As unmistakably as though a human voice had spoken, the lion had said to him, "I am hungry. Even more than hungry. I am starving." And the ape-man looked down upon the lion beneath him and smiled, a slow, quizzical smile, and then he shifted the carcass from his shoulder to the branch before him, and drawing the long blade that had been his father's, deftly cut off a hind quarter and, wiping the bloody blade upon Bara's smooth coat, he returned it to its scabbard. Numa, with watering jaws, looked up at the tempting meat and whined again, and the ape-man smiled down upon him with his slow smile, and, raising the hind quarter in his strong brown hands, buried his teeth in the tender, juicy flesh. For the third time, Numa, the lion, uttered a low, pleading whine, and then, with a rueful and disgusted shake of his head, Tarzan of the Apes raised the balance of the carcass of Bara the deer and hurled it to the famished beast below. "Old woman," muttered the ape-man. "Tarzan has become a weak old woman. Presently he would shed tears because he has killed Bara, the deer. He cannot see Numa, his enemy, go hungry because Tarzan's heart is turning to water by contact with the soft, weak creatures of civilization." But yet he smiled, nor was he sorry that he had given way to the dictates of a kindly impulse. As Tarzan tore the flesh from that portion of the kill he had retained for himself, his eyes were taking in each detail of the scene below. He saw the avidity with which Numa devoured the carcass. He noted with growing admiration the finer points of the beast and also the cunning construction of the trap. The ordinary lion pit with which Tarzan was familiar had stakes embedded in the bottom. Upon those sharpened points the hapless lion would be impaled. But this pit was not so made. Here the short stakes were set at intervals of about a foot around the walls near the top, their sharpened points inclining downward, so that the lion had fallen unhurt into the trap, but could not leap out because each time he essayed it, his head came in contact with the sharp end of a stake above him. Evidently, then, the purpose of the Wamabos was to capture a lion alive. As this tribe had no contact whatsoever with white men, insofar as Tarzan knew, their motive was doubtless due to a desire to torture the beast to death, that they might enjoy to the utmost his dying agonies. Having fed the lion, it presently occurred to Tarzan that his act would be futile were he to leave the beast to the mercies of the blacks. And then too it occurred to him that he could derive more pleasure through causing the blacks discomfiture than by leaving Numa to his fate. But how was he to release him? By removing two stakes there would be left plenty of room for the lion to leap from the pit, which was not of any great depth. However, what assurance had Tarzan that Numa would not leap out instantly? The way to freedom was open, and before the ape-man could gain the safety of the trees. Regardless of the fact that Tarzan felt no such fear of the lion as you and I might experience under like circumstances, he yet was imbued with this sense of caution that is necessary to all creatures of the wild if they are to survive. Should necessity require, Tarzan could face Numa in battle, although he was not so egotistical as to think that he could best a full-grown lion in mortal combat other than through accident or the utilization of the cunning of his superior man mind. To lay himself liable to death futilely, he would have considered as reprehensible as to have shunned danger in time of necessity. But when Tarzan elected to do a thing, he usually found the means to accomplish it. He had now fully determined to liberate Numa, and having so determined, he would accomplish it even though it entailed considerable personal risk. He knew that the lion would be occupied with his feeding for some time, but he also knew that while feeding he would be doubly resentful of any fancied interference. Therefore, Tarzan must work with caution. Coming to the ground at the side of the pit, he examined the stakes, and as he did so was rather surprised to note that Numa gave no evidence of anger at his approach. Once he turned a searching gaze upon the ape-man for a moment and then returned to the flesh of Bara. Tarzan felt the stakes and tested them with his weight. He pulled upon them with the muscles of his strong arms, presently discovering that by working them back and forth he could loosen them. And then a new plan was suggested to him, so that he fell to work excavating with his knife at a point above where one of the stakes was embedded. The loam was soft and easily removed, and it was not long until Tarzan had exposed that part of one of the stakes which was embedded in a wall of the pit to almost its entire length, leaving only enough embedded to prevent the stake from falling into the excavation. Then he turned his attention to the adjoining stake, and soon it similarly exposed, after which he threw the noose of his grass rope over the two and swung quickly to the branch of the tree above. Here he gathered in the slack of his rope and, bracing himself against the bole of the tree, pulled steadily upward. Slowly the stakes rose from the trench in which they were embedded, and with them rose Numa's suspicion and growling. Was this some new encroachment upon his rights and his liberties? He was puzzled, and like all lions, being short of temper, he was irritated. He had not minded it when the Tarmangani squatted at the verge of the pit and looked down upon him, for had not this Tarmangani fed him? But now something else was afoot, and the suspicion of the wild beast was aroused. As he watched, however, Numa saw the stakes rise slowly to an erect position, tumble against each other, and then fall backwards out of his sight upon the surface of the ground above. Instantly the lion grasped the possibilities of the situation, and, too, perhaps he sensed the fact that the man-thing had deliberately opened a way for his escape. Seizing the remains of Bara in his great jaws, Numa the lion leapt agilely from the pit of the Wamabus, and Tarzan of the Apes melted into the jungles to the east. On the surface of the ground, or through the swaying branches of the trees, the spoor of man or beast was an open book to the ape-man, but even his acute senses were baffled by the spoorless trail of the airship. Of what good were eyes or ears, with a sense of smell in following a thing whose path had lain through the shifting air thousands of feet above the treetops? Only upon his sense of direction could Tarzan depend in his search for the fallen plane. He could not even judge accurately at the distance it might lie from him, and he knew that from the moment that it disappeared beyond the hills it might have traveled a considerable distance at right angles to its original course before it crashed to the earth. If its occupants were killed or badly injured, the ape-man might search futilely in their immediate vicinity for some time before finding them. There was but one thing to do, and that was to travel to a point as close as possible to where he judged the plane had landed, and then to follow in ever-widening circles until he picked up their scent spoor, and this he did. Before he left the Valley of Plenty, he made several kills and carried the choicest cuts of meat with him, leaving all the dead weight of bones behind. The dense vegetation of the jungle terminated at the foot of the western slope, growing less and less abundant as he neared the summit beyond, which was a sparse growth of sickly scrub and sunburned grasses, with here and there a gnarled and hardy tree that had withstood the vicissitudes of an almost waterless existence. From the summit of the hills, Tarzan's keen eyes searched the arid landscape before him. In the distance, he discerned the ragged, tortuous lines that marked the winding course of the hideous gorges which scored the broad plain at intervals. The terrible gorges that had so nearly claimed his life in punishment for his temerity in attempting to invade the sanctity of their ancient solicitude. For 2 days Tarzan sought futilely for some clue to the whereabouts of the machine or its occupants. He cached portions of his kills at different points, building cairns of rock to mark their locations. He crossed the first deep gorge and circled far beyond it. Occasionally he stopped and called aloud, listening for some response, but only silence rewarded him, a sinister silence that his cries only accentuated. Late in the evening of the second day, he came to the well-remembered gorge in which lay the clean-picked bones of the ancient adventurer, and here, for the first time, Ska the vulture picked up his trail. "Not this time, Ska," cried the ape-man in a taunting voice, "for now indeed is Tarzan, Tarzan. Before, you stalked the grim skeleton of a Tarmangani, and even then you lost. Waste not your time upon Tarzan of the Apes in the full of his strength." But still Ska the vulture circled and soared above him, and the ape-man, notwithstanding his boast, felt a shudder of apprehension. Through his brain ran a persistent and doleful chant to which he involuntarily set two words, repeated over and over again in horrible monotony: "Ska knows, Ska knows," until, shaking himself in anger, he picked up a rock and hurled it at the grim scavenger. Lowering himself over the precipitous side of the gorge, Tarzan half clambered and half slid to the sandy floor beneath. He had come upon the rift at almost the exact spot at which he had clambered from it weeks before, and there he saw, just as he had left it, just, doubtless, as it had lain for centuries, the mighty skeleton in his mighty armor. As he stood looking down upon this grim reminder that another man of might had succumbed to the cruel powers of the desert, he was brought to a startled attention by the report of a firearm, the sound of which came from the depths of the gorge to the south of him, and reverberated along the steep walls of the narrow rift. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Dan Mason of Midland, Michigan.
Chapter 15 of Tarzan the Untamed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Tarzan the Untamed by Edgar Burroughs. Chapter 15. Mysterious Footprints. As the British plane piloted by Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick rose above the jungle wilderness where Bertha Kircher's life had so often been upon the point of extinction, and sped toward the east, the girl felt a sudden contraction of the muscles in her throat. She tried very hard to swallow something that was not there. It seemed strange to her that she should feel regret in leaving behind her such hideous perils, and yet it was plain to her that such was the fact, for she was also leaving behind something beside the dangers that had menaced her, a unique figure that had entered her life and for which she felt an unaccountable attraction. Before her in the pilot's seat sat an English officer and gentleman whom, she knew, loved her, and yet she dared to feel regret in his company at leaving the stamping ground of a wild beast. Lieutenant Smith Oldwick, on his part, was in the seventh heaven of elation. He was in possession again of his beloved ship. He was flying swiftly in the direction of his comrades and his duty, and with him was the woman he loved. The fly in the ointment, however, was the accusation Tarzan had made against this woman. He had said that she was a German and a spy, and from the heights of bliss the English officer was occasionally plunged to the depths of despair in contemplation of the inevitable, were the ape-man's charges to prove true. He found himself torn between sentiments of love and honor. On the one hand, he could not surrender the woman he loved to the certain fate that must be meted out to her if she were in truth an enemy's spy, while on the other it would be equally impossible for him as an Englishman and an officer to give her aid or protection. The young man contented himself therefore with repeated mental denials of her guilt. He tried to convince himself that Tarzan was mistaken, and then he conjured upon the screen of recollection the face of the girl behind him. He was doubly reassured that those lines of sweet femininity and character, those clear and honest eyes, could not belong to one of the hated alien race. And so they sped toward the east, each wrapped in his own thoughts. Below them they saw the dense vegetation of the jungle give place to the scantier growth upon the hillside, and then before them spread the wide expanse of arid wastelands marked by the deep scarring of the narrow gorges that long-gone rivers had cut there in some forgotten age. Shortly after they passed the summit of the ridge which formed the boundary between the desert and the fertile country, Scar the vulture, winging his way at a high altitude towards his eyrie, caught sight of a strange new bird of gigantic proportions encroaching upon the preserves of his aerial domain. Whether the intent to give battle to the interloper or merely impelled by curiosity, Scar rose suddenly upward to meet the plane. Doubtless he misjudged the speed of the newcomer, but be that as it may, the tip of the propeller blade touched him, and simultaneously many things happened. The lifeless body of Scar, torn and bleeding, dropped plummet-like toward the ground. A bit of splintered spruce drove backward to strike the pilot on the forehead. The plane shuddered and trembled, and as Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick sank forward in momentary unconsciousness, the ship dived headlong toward the earth. Only for an instant was the pilot unconscious, but that instant almost proved their undoing. When he awoke to a realization of their peril, it was also to discover that his motor had stalled. The plane had attained frightful momentum, and the ground seemed too close for him to hope to flatten out in time to make a safe landing. Directly behind him was a deep rift in the plateau, a narrow gorge, the bottom of which appeared comparatively level and sand-covered. In the brief instant in which he must reach a decision, the safest plan seemed to attempt a landing in the gorge, and this he did, but not without considerable damage to the plane and a severe shaking up for himself and his passenger. Fortunately, neither of them was injured, but their condition seemed indeed a hopeless one. It was a grave question as to whether the man could repair his plane and continue the journey, and it seemed equally questionable as to their ability either to proceed on foot to the coast or retrace their way to the country they had just left. The man was confident that they could not hope to cross the desert country to the east in the face of thirst and hunger, while behind them in the Valley of Plenty lay almost equal danger in the form of carnivores and the warlike natives. After the plane came to its sudden and disastrous stop, Smith Oldwick turned quickly to see what the effect of the accident had been on the girl. He found her pale but smiling, and for several seconds the two sat looking at each other in silence. "This is the end?" the girl asked. The Englishman shook his head. "It is the end of the first leg, anyway," he replied. "But you can't hope to make repairs here," she said dubiously. "No," he said, "not if they amount to anything, but I may be able to patch it up. I will have to look her over a bit first. Let us hope there is nothing serious. It's a long, long way to the Tanga Railway." "We would not get far," said the girl, a slight note of hopelessness in her tone. "Entirely unarmed as we are, it would be little less than a miracle if we covered even a small fraction of the distance." "But we are not unarmed," replied the man. "I have an extra pistol here that the beggars didn't discover," and removing the cover of a compartment he drew forth an automatic. Bertha Kircher leaned back in her seat and laughed aloud, a mirthless, half-hysterical laugh. "That pop gun!" she exclaimed. "What earthly good would it do, other than to infuriate any beast of prey you might happen to hit with it?" Smith Oldwick looked rather crestfallen. "But it is a weapon," he said. "You will have to admit that, and certainly I could kill a man with it." "You could if you happened to hit him," said the girl, "or the thing didn't jam. Really, I haven't much faith in an automatic. I have used them myself." "Oh, of course," he said ironically, "an express rifle would be better, for who knows but we might meet an elephant here in the desert." The girl saw that he was hurt, and she was sorry, for she realized that there was nothing he would not do in her service or protection, and that it was through no fault of his that he was so illy armed. Doubtless, too, he realized as well as she the futility of his weapon, and he had only called attention to it in the hope of reassuring her and lessening her anxiety. "Forgive me," she said. "I did not mean to be nasty, but this accident is the proverbial last straw. It seems to me that I have borne all that I can. Though I was willing to give my life in the service of my country, I did not imagine that my death agonies would be so long drawn out, for I realize now that I have been dying for many weeks." "What do you mean?" he exclaimed. "What do you mean by that? You are not dying? There is nothing the matter with you?" "Oh, not that," she said. "I did not mean that. What I mean is that At the moment the black sergeant Usanga and his renegade German native troops captured me and brought me inland, my death warrant was signed. Sometimes I have imagined that a reprieve has been granted. Sometimes I have hoped that I might be on the verge of winning a full pardon. But really, in the depths of my heart, I have known that I should never live to regain civilization. I have done my bit for my country, and though it was not much, I can at least go with the realization that it was the best I was able to offer. All that I can hope for now, all that I ask for, is a speedy fulfillment of the death sentence. I do not wish to linger any more, to face constant terror and apprehension. Even physical torture will be preferable to what I have passed through. I have no doubt that you consider me a brave woman, but really my terror has been boundless. The cries of the carnivores at night fill me with a dread so tangible that I am in actual pain. I feel the rending talons in my flesh, and the cruel fangs munching upon my bones. It is as real to me as though I were actually enduring the horrors of such a death. I doubt if you can understand it. Men are so different. Yes, he said, I think I can understand it, and because I understand, I can appreciate more than you imagine the heroism you have shown in your endurance of all that you have passed through. There can be no bravery where there is no fear. A child might walk into a lion's den, but it would take a very brave man to go to its rescue. Thank you, she said, but I am not brave at all, and now I am very much ashamed of my thoughtlessness of your own feelings. I will try and take a new grip upon myself, and we will both hope for the best. I will help you all I can if you will tell me what I may do. The first thing, he replied, is to find out just how serious our damage is, and then to see what we can do in the way of repairs. For 2 days Smith Oldwick worked upon the damaged plane, worked in the face of the fact that from the first he realized the case was hopeless, and at last he told her. I knew it, she said, but I believe that I felt much as you must have, that however futile our efforts here might be, it would be infinitely as fatal to attempt to retrace our way to the jungle we just left, or to go on toward the coast. You know, and I know, that we could not reach the Tanga Railway on foot. We should die of thirst and starvation before we had covered half the distance, and if we returned to the jungle, even were we able to reach it, it would be but to court an equally certain, though different, fate. So we might as well sit here and wait for death as to uselessly waste our energies in what we know would be a futile attempt at escape? He asked. No, she replied, I shall never give up like that. What I meant was that it was useless to attempt to reach either of the places where we know that there is food and water in abundance, so we must strike out in a new direction. Somewhere there may be water in this wilderness, and if there is, the best chance of our finding it would be to follow this gorge downward. We have enough food and water left, if we are careful of it, for a couple of days, and in that time we might stumble upon a spring, or possibly even reach the fertile country which we know lies to the south. When Usanga brought me to the Wamabo country from the coast, he took a southerly route along which there was usually water and game in plenty. It was not until we neared our destination that the country became overrun with carnivores. So there is hope if we reach the fertile country south of us that we can manage to pull through to the coast. The man shook his head dubiously. We can try it, he said. Personally, I do not fancy sitting here waiting for death. Smith Oldwick was leaning against the ship, his dejected gaze directed upon the ground at his feet. The girl was looking south down the gorge in the direction of their one slender chance of life. Suddenly she touched him on the arm. Look, she whispered. The man raised his eyes quickly in the direction of her gaze to see the massive head of a great lion who was regarding them from beyond a rocky projection at the first turning of the gorge. Phew! He exclaimed. The beggars are everywhere. They do not go far from water, do they? Asked the girl hopefully. I should imagine not, he replied. A lion is not particularly strong on endurance. Then he is the harbinger of hope, she exclaimed. The man laughed. Cute little harbinger of hope, he said. Reminds me of Cock Robin heralding spring. The girl cast a quick glance at him. Don't be silly, and I don't care if you do laugh. He fills me with hope. It is probably mutual, replied Smith Oldwick, as we doubtless fill him with hope. The lion, evidently having satisfied himself as to the nature of the creatures before him, advanced slowly now in their direction. "Come," said the man, "let's climb aboard," and he helped the girl over the side of the ship. "Can't he get in here?" she asked. "I think he can," said the man. "You are reassuring," she returned. "I don't feel so." He drew his pistol. "For heaven's sake," she cried, "don't shoot at him with that thing. You might hit him." "I don't intend to shoot at him, but I might succeed in frightening him away if he attempts to reach us here. Haven't you ever seen a trainer work with lions? He carries a silly little pop gun loaded with blank cartridges. With that and a kitchen chair he subdues the most ferocious of beasts." "But you haven't a kitchen chair," she reminded him. "No," he said, "government is always muddling things. I have always maintained that airplanes should be equipped with kitchen chairs." Bertha Kircher laughed as evenly and with as little hysteria as though she were moved by the small talk of an afternoon tea. Numa, the lion, came steadily toward them. His attitude seemed more that of curiosity than of belligerency. Close to the side of the ship he stopped and stood gazing up at them. "Magnificent, isn't he?" exclaimed the man. "I never saw a more beautiful creature," she replied, "nor one with such a dark coat. Why, he's almost black." The sound of their voices seemed not to please the lord of the jungle, for he suddenly wrinkled his great face into deep furrows as he bared his fangs beneath snarling lips and gave vent to an angry growl. Almost simultaneously he crouched for a spring, and immediately Smith Oldwick discharged his pistol into the ground in front of the lion. The effect of the noise upon Numa seemed but to enrage him further, and with a horrid roar he sprang for the author of the new and disquieting sound that had outraged his ears. Simultaneously Lieutenant Harold Percy Smith Oldwick bolted nimbly out of the cockpit on the opposite side of his plane, calling the girl to follow his example. The girl, realizing the futility of leaping to the ground, chose the remaining alternative and clambered to the top of the upper plane. Numa, unaccustomed to the idiosyncrasies of construction of an airship, and having gained the forward cockpit, watched the girl clamber out of his reach without at first endeavoring to prevent her. Having taken possession of the plane, his anger seemed suddenly to leave him, and he made no immediate move toward following Smith Oldwick. The girl, realizing the comparative safety of her position, had crawled to the outer edge of the wing and was calling to the man to try and reach the opposite end of the upper plane. It was this scene upon which Tarzan of the Apes looked as he rounded the bend of the gorge above the plane after the pistol shot had attracted his attention. The girl was so intent upon watching the efforts of the Englishman to reach a place of safety, and the latter was so busily occupied in attempting to do so, that neither at once noticed the silent approach of the ape-man. It was Numa who first noticed the intruder. The lion immediately evinced his displeasure by directing toward him a snarling countenance and a series of warning growls. His action called the attention of the two upon the upper plane to the newcomer, eliciting a stifled "Thank God" from the girl, even though she could scarce credit the evidence of her own eyes that it was indeed the savage man, whose presence always assured her of safety, who had come so providentially in the nick of time. Almost immediately both were horrified to see Numa leap from the cockpit and advance upon Tarzan. The ape-man, carrying his stout spear in readiness, moved deliberately onward to meet the carnivore, which he had recognized as the lion of the Wasimbu's pit. He knew from the manner of Numa's approach what neither Bertha Kircher nor Smith Oldwick knew, that there was more of curiosity than belligerency in it, and he wondered if in that great head there might not be a semblance of gratitude for the kindness that Tarzan had done him. There was no question in Tarzan's mind but that Numa recognized him, for he knew his fellows of the jungle well enough to know that while they ofttimes forgot certain sensations more quickly than man, there were others which remain in their memories for years. A well-defined scent spoor might never be forgotten by a beast if it had first been sensed under unusual circumstances, and so Tarzan was confident that Numa's nose had already reminded him of all the circumstances of their brief connection. Love of the sporting chance is inherent in the Anglo-Saxon race, and it was not now Tarzan of the Apes, but rather John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, who smilingly welcomed the sporting chance which he must take to discover how far-reaching was Numa's gratitude. Smith Oldwick and the girl saw the two nearing each other. The former swore softly beneath his breath, while he nervously fingered the pitiful weapon at his hip. The girl pressed her open palms to her cheeks as she leaned forward in stony-eyed, horror-stricken silence. While she had every confidence in the prowess of the godlike creature who thus dared brazenly to face the king of beasts, she had no false conception of what must certainly happen when they met. She had seen Tarzan battle with Sheeta the panther, and she had realized then that, powerful as the man was, it was only agility, cunning, and chance that placed him upon anywhere near an equal footing with his savage adversary, and that of the three factors upon his side, chance was the greatest. She saw the man and the lion stop simultaneously, not more than a yard apart. She saw the beast's tail whipping from side to side, and she could hear his deep-throated growls rumbling from his cavernous breast. But she could read correctly neither the movement of the lashing tail nor the notes of the growl. To her they seemed to indicate nothing but bestial rage, while to Tarzan of the Apes they were conciliatory and reassuring in the extreme. And then she saw Numa move forward again until his nose touched the man's naked leg, and she closed her eyes and covered them with her palms. For what seemed an eternity she waited for the horrid sound of the conflict which she knew must come, but all she heard was an explosive sigh of relief from Smith Oldwick and a half-hysterical, "By Jove, just fancy it!" She looked up to see the great lion rubbing his shaggy head against the man's hip, and Tarzan's free hand entangled in the black mane as he scratched Numa the lion behind a back-laid ear. Strange friendships are often formed between the lower animals of different species, but less often between man and the savage Felidae, because of the former's inherent fear of the great cats. And so, after all, therefore, the friendship so suddenly developed between the savage lion and the savage man was not inexplicable. As Tarzan approached the plain, Numa walked at his side, and when Tarzan stopped and looked up at the girl and the man, Numa stopped also. "I had about given up hope of finding you," said the ape-man, "and it is evident that I found you just in time." "But how did you know we were in trouble?" asked the English officer. "I saw your plane fall," replied Tarzan. "I was watching you from a tree beside the clearing where you took off. I didn't have much to locate you by other than the general direction, but it seems that you volplaned a considerable distance toward the south after you disappeared from my view behind the hills. I have been looking for you further toward the north. I was just about to turn back when I heard your pistol shot. Is your ship beyond repair?" "Yes," replied Smith Oldwick, "it is hopeless." "What are your plans, then? What do you wish to do?" Tarzan directed his question to the girl. "We want to reach the coast," she said, "but it seems impossible now." "I should have thought so a little while ago," replied the ape-man, "but if Numa is here, there must be water within a reasonable distance. I ran across this lion 2 days ago in the Wamabo country. I liberated him from one of their pits. To have reached this spot he must have come by some trail unknown to me. At least I crossed no game trail and no spoor of any animal after I came over the hills out of the fertile country." "From which direction did he come upon you?" "It was from the south," replied the girl. "We thought too that there must be water in that direction." "Let's find out then," said Tarzan. "But how about the lion?" asked Smith Oldwick. "That we will have to discover," replied the ape-man, "and we can only do so if you will come down from your perch." The officer shrugged his shoulders. The girl turned her gaze upon him to note the effect of Tarzan's proposal. The Englishman grew suddenly very white, but there was a smile upon his lips as without a word he slipped over the edge of the plain and clambered to the ground behind Tarzan. Bertha Kircher realized that the man was afraid, nor did she blame him, and she also realized the remarkable courage that he had shown in thus facing a danger that was very real to him. Numa, standing close to Tarzan's side, raised his head and glared at the young Englishman, growled once, and looked up at the ape-man. Tarzan retained a hold upon the beast's mane and spoke to him in the language of the great apes. To the girl and Smith Oldwick the growling gutturals falling from the human lips sounded uncanny in the extreme, but whether Numa understood them or not, they appeared to have the desired effect upon him, as he ceased growling. and as Tarzan walked to Smith Oldwick's side, Numa accompanied him, nor did he offer to molest the officer. "What did you say to him?" asked the girl. Tarzan smiled. "I told him," he replied, "that I am Tarzan of the Apes, mighty hunter, killer of beasts, lord of the jungle, and that you are my friends. I have never been sure that all of the other beasts understand the language of the Mangani. I know that Manu, the monkey, speaks nearly the same tongue, and I am sure that Tantor, the elephant, understands all that I say to him. We of the jungle are great boasters. In our speech, in our carriage, in every single detail of our demeanor, we must impress others with our physical prowess and our ferocity. That is why we growl at our enemies. We are telling them to beware, or we shall fall upon them and tear them to pieces. Perhaps Numa does not understand the words that I use, but I believe that my tones and my manner carry the impression that I wish them to convey. Now you may come down and be introduced." It required all the courage that Bertha Kircher possessed to lower herself to the ground within reach of the talons and fangs of this untamed forest beast, but she did it. Nor did Numa do more than bare his teeth and growl a little as she came close to the ape-man. "I think you are safe from him as long as I am present," said the ape-man. "The best thing to do is simply to ignore him. Make no advances, but be sure to give no indication of fear, and, if possible, always keep me between you and him. He will go away presently, I am sure, and the chances are that we shall not see him again." At Tarzan's suggestion, Smith Oldwick removed the remaining water and provisions from the plain, and distributing the burden among them, they set off toward the south. Numa did not follow them, but stood by the plain watching until they finally disappeared from view around a bend in the gorge. Tarzan had picked up Numa's trail with the intention of following it southward in the belief that it would lead to water. In the sand that floored the bottom of the gorge, tracks were plain and easily followed. At first only the fresh tracks of Numa were visible, but later in the day the ape-man discovered the older tracks of other lions, and just before dark he stopped suddenly in evident surprise. His two companions looked at him questioningly, and in answer to their implied interrogations he pointed to the ground directly in front of him. "Look at those!" he exclaimed. At first neither Smith Oldwick nor the girl saw anything but a confusion of intermingled prints of padded feet in the sand, but presently the girl discovered what Tarzan had seen, and an exclamation of surprise broke from her lips. "The imprint of human feet!" she cried. Tarzan nodded. "But there are no toes," the girl pointed out. "The feet were shod with a soft sandal," explained Tarzan. "Then there must be a native village somewhere in the vicinity," said Smith Oldwick. "Yes," replied the ape-man, "but not the sort of natives which we would expect to find here in this part of Africa, where others all go unshod, with the exception of a few of Usanga's renegade German native troops, who wear German army shoes. I don't know that you can notice it, but it is evident to me that the foot inside the sandal that made these imprints were not the foot of a Negro. If you will examine them carefully, you will notice that the impression of the heel and ball of the foot are well marked, even through the sole of the sandal. The weight comes more nearly at the center of a Negro's footprint." "Then do you think these were made by a white person?" "It looks that way," replied Tarzan, and suddenly, to the surprise of both the girl and Smith Oldwick, he dropped to his hands and knees and sniffed at the tracks. Again a beast utilizing the senses and woodcraft of a beast. Over an area of several square yards his keen nostrils sought the identity